But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Let's.
It's Friday! Friday! It's Friday!
I'd play some sounds, but I don't have my templates. They're not out. Who's responsible for my templates?
I don't know. Steve's off. Jim Norton's at the Improv in Pittsburgh all weekend long.
Steve's not here? Oh, they were under my papers.
Secret Agent Man's not here today.
No.
Everyone has been displaced this week.
Did you get your blueberries?
No blueberries today. Thanks, Keith.
Oh, Keith failed in his blueberry mission?
Yeah, Keith the cop is taking over for the Secret Agent Man today, and he failed miserably.
You have one job, to take care of GH, and you failed.
No blueberries, no Band-Aid for my wound on my hand.
Wound?
Just something I've been picking at for like 6 months.
Correct.
Started as a little, I don't know. I banged my hand on a door or something, you know, got a little cut, and then just proceeded to picking at it. I keep just picking at it. And stupid Club Soda Kenny is the only one in this whole organization that noticed that I have a problem with scabs and picking them.
He would notice because he probably does the same thing.
So he finally started bringing in Band-Aids every day.
Not at your suggestion.
No, and I would just take the Band-Aid, put it on, so I wouldn't pick.
That's Kenny.
I once picked a zit on my face until I made a hole in my cheek.
Like Poltergeist, the guy looking in the mirror?
Yeah. And then it took
peeling his face off.
Then when I finally just stopped picking the thing, it took 3 months to go away. It was so infected.
Yeah.
No scar, though. I'm lucky.
Lucky.
By the way, this pimple occurred when I was 29 years old. When I was in Buffalo.
That's always nice.
Yeah. No, I don't want any.
You're 15.
I don't want any blueberries.
They're out of season anyway.
No, I haven't called the season.
Oh, no.
It's coming
you
soon,
haven't called.
though. No.
Are you the official one that calls the season?
I call blueberry season. It's getting close. The price is going way up because they have to ship them in from God knows where to keep them fresh.
I bet that's a lie.
Bill from Waterford. Hey, guys. Are there any plans to change the name of the show to The Board Op, Funny Man, and Guy with Insane Girlfriend Show? Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? Let's say hi to Andrew in California.
Hey, guys, I just want to congratulate you on yesterday's show. That was the most amazing broadcast I've ever heard in my life. The only thing that could top it is nuclear war.
Well,
yes.
That's coming, too. Trust me.
It was a wonderful program.
Yeah, thank you.
Chock full of surprises, stories, things. Who saw them coming?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Actually, we all saw it coming. It was all just that underlying tension that had been there the whole time. But that just exploded yesterday with JV and Elvis.
I really believe this is the only radio show in America where you got to listen every day to the entire show.
Yeah.
Because at
like
any given moment, this whole thing could just explode.
It's like a soap opera.
We're either going to blow ourselves up. We're going to
done that though before.
I mean, any moment something crazy could happen on this program. Because it's a real radio show.
With real people. We're trying not to put on the radio voice and do things like typical hack radio. It's pretty much just us throwing it out there. People seem to enjoy that.
Well, where do we begin?
Yesterday's
show was just amazing. And I'm not going to explain it to the newbies out there. You really just got to get hooked.
You missed out.
We call it the ONA virus for a reason. Get hooked so we don't have to, explain things over and over again. But Anthony had a situation.
A situation.
A personal situation.
That was remedied yesterday.
Yeah, girlfriend is back home.
Oh, she's actually here today.
She's here today, but I mean she's back home.
Spending the weekend in the city.
Very nice.
Going out. Want to see Lynch's play. Who can get me tickets?
Wedding singer?
Yeah.
That's easy. That's the...
Oh, Jesus. Don't make it sound like it's easy to get.
Why?
Because he's our friend. You don't want to go, you just walk in, the seats are empty. You sit down, they don't even know.
No. This is the deal. It's selling out like crazy, but there's a block of tickets that they just keep. for friends and family.
Oh.
It's one phone call. It's easy.
Good.
We'll do that in between the two shows, okay? But so Anthony just spilled his guts yesterday. Got very personal, very emotional, very compelling. And thank God it had a really good ending by the end of the show. So we decided, stupid us, that the radio was so damn good yesterday that we needed to go a little later on this station here in New York and on our stations across America. I don't even know who kept going with the show. I'm sure a bunch of dummies out there decide, we'll go to our classic rock now. We've heard enough.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, the affiliates.
We just threw the word out. We're like, look, we're going late today. Mm-hmm. You know, if you want to continue, do so. If not, then play your stupid twofers or your block party weekend sweepers or your 5 o'clock funnies, whatever the crap you do to fill time until we're back on the radio. So we did an extra half hour, and then we did the walk over to XM, and then we did our XM show. Yeah. That's what we do. We do 2 radio shows every day. I think most people understand that at this point.
I think it's been written about.
So then we're over at XM thinking, wow, man, that was a crazy morning, 3.5 hours of Ant spilling his guts, and just, everyone's on the edge of their seats wondering what the hell's going to happen. Ant sounded like he was going insane. He sounded like he was going to...
Frustration.
He was going to go to the hospital and do some kind of breakout to get her out.
Breakout.
I thought it was going to end with your arrest. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding.
It could have.
So then we're doing our XM show, and we get word that JV and Elvis, who follow us here in New York, are trashing us because we went late.
Yeah.
And my whole point to that was, if you don't get why we went late yesterday and it was one of those things, then you just don't belong in radio.
Don't understand radio.
You don't belong in radio. It's some of the most compelling stuff you'll ever hear from a radio show, which forced us to go late because we had commercials backed up, we had guests backed up. Mm-hmm. You know, and their point was, well, they could have interviewed Pedro over at their XM show. No, we couldn't. He's a very busy man. He's a Hollywood actor with publicists around him. And he was here. We had to get the job done. We promised an interview with Pedro.
Nice enough to sit around, too, for a while before we talked to him.
So then they took some lame stabs at us saying, oh, that was worth going late. That interview was
compelling.
Oh, wow.
Really great interview.
So we got him on the phone, and we beat the crap out of him. And we beat the crap out of him really bad.
Yep.
But these pussies...
They used these old hack radio tricks that people with no set on them use in order to make it sound like you're getting the upper hand. One of which is turning down the volume of whoever you're arguing with.
Yeah, we got him on the phone on our XM show. Here's the beauty of what I'm about to say. So we're going at it. You know, the free FM here in New York is hearing their version, and the XMers out there are hearing our version. Our version was allowing them to be as loud as us.
Yeah.
It was just an all-out shouting match.
Right.
Which I completely won, by the way. It's obvious to everybody. But if you were listening to the free FM station here in New York City, we were so low in the background it wasn't even funny.
Yeah, they turn
That's
it way down.
That's how brave these asses are.
Yeah.
They're a bunch of hacks.
Really brave.
And that situation will take care of itself. They're a bunch of hacks. So the Daily News wrote about it.
Wrote about it?
Oh, by the way, to the people that did not hear the argument.
Yeah.
It's up on opieandanthony.com. Our version. Our version.
Yeah, the one where you hear both sides.
Where you hear both sides. Because I'm not scared of anybody. You want to fight? Then we fight. I'm not going to play little radio games and turn you down in the volume and stuff so, you know, we can't hear what you're trying to say.
And here's another old hack radio trick. When somebody says something that makes you look like an ass, you hit the dump button.
Right.
And dump it out and say, hey, don't curse, hey. Meanwhile, no cursing was done.
Yeah.
And we have our side of the story where Jim Norton at one point laid into them so badly that there was nothing they could do. They were like on the canvas. Jimmy, you know how Jim could just unload on somebody. Not one curse. And they kept dumping out.
Not only did they dump out...
Hey, you dropped the F-bomb. These guys are dropping the F-bomb. Jimmy never dropped the F-bomb.
No, because we knew we were on radio and we want to be heard. So there was a couple curses that flew within the exchange, yes. But at that moment, no.
No.
And all of a sudden you hear, hey, you can't curse. I got to dump you.
It's a curse? Oh, I get it.
Right.
You dump.
You didn't
no
like
one
what we
hears
just...
our yeah.
You didn't like what we said, right?
Right. A little too close to home.
And then they're trying to claim that the only reason they have bad ratings is because they're in middays. And I'm like, well, then why aren't you trying to get a morning show out there?
Yeah.
Why aren't you trying to get an afternoon drive show out there? Because those are the two key slots that DJs want to be in.
You're so scary talented. What are you doing sitting in middays?
Right.
Complaining.
I've been doing radio since I was 18 years old. When I didn't like my position in radio, I didn't sit there and take it from management. I went and got a better job.
That's what you do.
That's what you do. You don't sit there and go, well, if they threw us in mornings or afternoons, we would have unbelievable ratings.
Would you?
That's a big if. You're in middays rotting. You're in middays rotting. And you're doing nothing about it.
And then they're bitching.
You had a great opportunity when David Lee Roth stunk up the joint.
Yeah.
And if you were doing any type of show with any type of ratings, they would have moved you into that slot.
You'd be sitting here.
They didn't want to hire us. They were forced to.
You'd be sitting here right now. Believe me, they didn't want us back.
You think CBS Radio wanted to hire us? They were forced to.
Drag us back? Do you think there's this loving relationship between XM and CBS? Also, that they could just, make a deal and shake hands and smile at each other? It was that easy? No. This was a bitch of a deal to get through. And if there was any inkling of talent in the organization already, they would be sitting here.
Yeah, because it would have been a lot easier. They did not want to rehire us. The lawyers, It's in the press. The lawyers down in Washington
said, don't hire them.
Do not hire Opie and Anthony.
And management said, we don't have a choice.
We don't have a choice.
Jesus Christ, we
either
don't have a choice.
Or we're going to be fired. So, we have to do this.
So where was scary, talented JV and Elvis during that whole time?
Right.
Where were they?
Right.
And you want to bitch about 9 o'clock that we're doing it. By the way, I think that was the one time we ran over. And they, can't take it. It
was the one time officially we ran over. We ran over a couple other times, but it was sponsored. It was a big money-making thing for the company. So we said, sure, we'll do an extra half hour. But that was out of our hands. That was told to us by management. We could make a lot of money if you guys go an extra half hour.
9 o'clock, sorry. We'd love for something to work out where we could actually be heard on terrestrial radio until 10, because we don't like the idea that a quarter of our ratings are based on what they're doing, is averaged in. Because when you look at the ratings, you're looking at from 6 to 10. That's what everyone looks at, from 6 to 10. We work here from 6 to 9. That last hour, we have to rely on JV and Elvis's numbers to be averaged into our 3 hours.
And by the way, they bitch how they can't get numbers in middays. When you break down the 9 to 10 o'clock hour, which is part of the fine morning drive slot, they stink.
I know. Yeah, that's morning drive. You're doing an hour of morning drive radio. And stinking it up.
And trust me, you're not helping us whatsoever.
Yeah, don't do us any favors, please.
And then they're doing just a bunch of hack stuff, like bringing Howard's name into it and stuff. It's like another freaking show that thinks Howard's going to rescue them.
Go to Sirius then.
Yeah, go to Sirius.
Go end up over there. Go bow to the king, kiss his ass.
Go ahead, go.
And grab your $29,000 a year that he might give you. And do a commercial for him for your entire show, like everyone else that he brings over does.
I take pride in the fact that we never had to kiss Howard's ass.
Yeah.
We've never brought Howard into an argument when we've had a battle with somebody.
No.
Howard did. But go work with Howard then. We're doing our own thing.
And their argument was hysterical. What was that? Rich brought it up earlier. It was really...
They go, they're such jackasses. Well, Howard... left you all the listeners. So you got
Howard. Yeah. Well, you just got the seat because Howard left. Well, they got to put someone here.
They didn't sit there with their radios going. Zzz,
and by the way, they put David Lee Roth here, and that didn't work.
Right.
And then they put us here, and we're working. So what's your point?
We took over for the David Lee Roth stations officially.
Yeah.
And we earned it because they were trying to say, oh, look what you guys were handed. No, we weren't handed that. Before we screwed up royally, we were syndicated an afternoon drive to, 1920 stations.
Yeah.
We made our own name in the business, pals. And we didn't need Howard to do it, jackasses.
When David Lee Roth was plummeting, they were probably sitting there going, oh, boy, this is...
Oh, we're in.
We're in.
Let me tell you, every Vulture show was sitting there crowing about how they're going to take over the slot. They're in. We're going. We're doing this. Well, we've been in talks. Every show, from Dick to all of them. And we just sat over at XM going, let's see what happens.
And I don't know if Howard's going to allow you to drink on the air, so you might want to, see if that's possible before you accept a job over there.
Yeah. By the way,
let's go to Tom. Hey, Tom, what's up?
Yo, what's up, man? Yo, that was by far the best thing I've ever heard on radio yesterday. I'm a big fan. I've been a fan of your guys for years. I do like JV and Elvis. I think it's a good show. I mean, I think.
Look, I can't even form an opinion because we're too busy doing 5 to 5.5 hours of radio a day. I'm not going to lie to you. I have no idea what kind of show they do. I heard they were successful in San Francisco. I'll tell you this much. I've been in radio since 18, and I know all the players. I never heard of JV and Elvis until we started working with them. I just never heard of them.
I like the fake radio voice.
Because now I'm hearing they claimed in the past that we ripped them off.
And the complete dishonesty. Is that part of the show you like? The complete dishonesty?
Every show BS is around. BSing
around is one thing. Complete dishonesty is another.
Look, how would you guys feel like with that show? What about the guy from Philly who filled in for him? I don't know if that has anything to do with
Barsky. Yeah, Barsky's pretty good, actually.
Yeah. You think that guy's better than they are? Dude, you got to be.
I'm saying Barsky's pretty good. I have heard Barsky over the years.
Well,
yes.
I thought it was the most horrible show I ever heard on New York radio when that guy was on. I'll be honest.
All right. Well, that's
you guys are by far, one of the best shows out there.
Oh, you don't have to tell us that.
And then they try to claim we stole their comedy show. What was that about?
Yeah.
I had no idea they ever did a comedy tour or comedy show.
We were the first to do a tour. Oh, yeah? You book Abbott and Costello?
Right.
Yeah. There was never comedy tours before that, and radio's never put together comedy tours.
I had no clue. I have no clue what they did with their careers.
I know.
This was an idea we had 4 or 5 years ago. It's not an original idea. They've been doing comedy tours through radio stations, by the way, for many, many years. We just took it to the next level. That's all.
Because no one's going to go see their tour. What are they going to do? Sell out,
Do the cellar?
Yeah.
They actually said we stole the idea from them. Like, are you...
That's what we do.
Do you honestly think I know the first thing about you guys?
Oh, it's funny.
And then through the argument, one of them had to say that I barely talked to him in the hall. I don't have time to talk to anyone in the hall. We leave this show and someone gives me a wireless mic because we have to continue broadcasting.
We're still doing a show.
Right away.
We're still doing a show. We stop and chat. We've always been cordial in there. It's always been civil in the hall. It's not like, hey, F you, It's like, hey, how you doing? Hey, what's up?
But I always felt an underlying thing that
it's always
they had a problem with us. It's like, look, man, you should have a problem with management. They didn't believe in you. We have nothing to do with this. If they believed in you, you'd be in afternoon drive or morning drive.
Right.
They don't believe in you. Yeah. The writing's on the wall. So you, as a radio show and as an air personality, go find a better job. That's what I did. That's what I did time and time again. I didn't sit there and wait for management to finally realize that maybe I have something to offer in radio.
Nope.
I went out and searched it out myself.
See, CBS taking you guys back. You're saying, that's like taking your old girlfriend back that had slept with the whole town. You're going, all right, I'll take her back. You know what I mean?
It's the hardest thing that they had to do was take us back. The most difficult show to get on the air for CBS was the Opie and Anthony show. It was so difficult to do, but that's what they felt they had to do to be successful in mornings.
And they've never done this before. They never. You're still on another radio show.
It's ridiculous what they had to go through.
It's retarded that you're on satellite and free.
But that was easier than taking JV and Elvis and putting them in mornings.
They have you walk a block and a half every day.
Yeah, and walk a block and a half and wire us for sound. Like the FBI, we're friggin' wired for sound walking down the streets of New York. It's ridiculous.
JV and Elvis don't know that Pereno was ahead of them. It's a spot.
Wow. Thank you, Rich Voss. Anyway, the Daily News, the headline, a nasty case of air rage at Free FM. A surreal story that began when WFNY morning co-host Anthony Cumia's girlfriend was involuntarily committed to a psychiatric hospital.
Cuckoo!
led yesterday to Anthony and his partner Opie exchanging a torrent of loud insults on the air with the Free FM team that follows them, JV and Elvis. The volume of this exchange and the fact it involved hosts from the same station made it sound unusually intense. JV and Elvis said Opie and Anthony aren't as successful as Howard Stern, and that while Anthony is funny, Opie is just a bored operator. Go work for Howard then, man. You love the guy.
Everyone thinks that that's what's going to get to us.
They reach for the Howard.
We have more listeners than he does. What the hell do we care about Howard?
You know, they're hoping that Howard heard this, and all of a sudden Howard's calling up, hey, Jay, all of a sudden he's calling and giving them, a great gig over at that crap hole.
Sorry, I don't think he's got your number, especially out at the Hamptons house.
He doesn't even know you exist, so keep trying, though. Try, I don't know, maybe flying banners or something.
Yeah. Fly it over the beach over there.
You don't sound too desperate by using Howard's name in an argument.
These are the guys
if you could work your way into a polo match out in the Hamptons, perhaps he'd recognize you or know you.
Opie replied, yeah, a board op who's on the side of buses and David Letterman's couch. A board op who's a multi...
Yeah, this was funny when he said this one.
God damn it, I'm going to have to send my freaking family more checks.
Boss keeps pointing to him his own chest like he said it.
I did.
Opie.
No, whoa. When he was yelling, he was calling Opie a board op. I started screaming, going, yeah, well, he's on every bus and the Garden, okay?
Yeah.
And then Opie goes, and Letterman.
It's like, how do you like that?
You know, because
my aunt and I, we had our faces on the side of Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
Beat that! No one's going to beat that.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen every day.
And it was the whole Garden.
It was us and Mark Messier. Beat that! Beat that!
All right.
So anyway, Opie replied, yeah, board op who's on the side of buses and David Letterman's couch, a board op who's a multimillionaire. What do you think of that? Great. My family's going to be calling for checks any hour now.
Multi? Did you say multi?
You told me you were making $100,000 a year.
Ooh.
Opie said nobody listens to JV and Elvis, and that if they were any good, they'd have gotten the WFNY morning show when David Lee Roth was fired. Mark Chernoff, vice president of programming for WFNY, said after the exchange, it's just radio. I hope people remember that all hosts, Stern, Imus, have these kinds of exchanges.
That's not what he really said. He said,
good impression.
It's stupid. It's safe. It's like the safest thing Mark Chernoff could say. He's got to keep everybody happy.
Everyone's happy.
That's his job.
His job is like Thanksgiving dinner, where he knows that portions of the family are over that are going to argue and fight.
Right.
But come on, let's keep it all nice. And no.
And then his quote.
No.
And then his quote ends with, "I love all my hosts."
Oh, he didn't say that. Tell me he didn't say that.
What he really said is, who's JV and Elvis?
The drama began with Anthony talking about how his girlfriend was committed and how he was working to spring her.
Spring.
Opie and Anthony host 6 to 9 a.m. on WFNY, simulcast with XM, then 9 to 11 on XM alone. It sounds complicated even when you read it, what we do every day. But Chernoff said, Kumia's story was compelling enough for them to stay on WFNY until 9:30. JV and Elvis, who do 9 to 1, grumbled about losing the time. One called them from XM, and the discussion quickly escalated to schoolyard-style yelling.
Schoolyard style?
And at that point, they turned down our volume because they're a bunch of pussies.
Yeah.
We kept them up in the mix the entire time. Our version is up on opieandanthony.com.
Oh, you'll hear the XM feed, which has where we weren't cursing, and they were saying, you could hear them actually saying, hey, don't curse, hey, we had to dump out of that. You could hear it. Oh, what?
There's Mark Chernoff.
Oh, Mark is
with a fake gun to his head.
Making the gun to his head gesture.
Say hi to Imus for us, will you? A schoolyard-style yelling. Opie also said WFNY's parents, CBS, wants me and Anthony to do the 9 to 10 hour, which is true.
But who would that? That's kind of like obvious.
But now all the XMers are scared. XM is pretty much not going to allow that. I don't think they're going to allow that anytime soon. I got to, calm them down because the email just went nuts. Eric Logan is getting emails from pests like crazy.
Well, now we have to do 6 hours of radio, I think, to keep everyone happy.
Which we just might do. You never know.
Something like that. It's going to be a regular 8-hour job, 40 hours a week.
Yeah. You're going to do it from cubicles.
That's it.
Let's see. Elvis said later that when the call ended, he and JV were told to stop on-air discussion of it. They were told to stop, and like good little boys, they stopped. That's why you're still doing middays, by the way. Yeah. That's why you're still doing middays. Ant and I never listen to management.
For the time being, they are. Who knows what the future will bring?
Ant and I never listened.
Who knows?
We kept things going to the point where we blew up our own careers.
And we'll do it again.
That's right!
We don't care.
WFNY is the lowest rated major FM station in New York, though O&A are in the top 10 among their target 18 to 34-year-olds.
Of course.
This gets us attention, said Mark Chernoff. Attention is good as long as no one gets hurt.
Oh, no. Stop it. Where is he?
Ugh.
Did he say that, too?
Oh, my God.
As long as no one gets hurt.
As long as no one gets hurt.
Well, those microphones could put an eye out.
Well, he did threaten Norton, JV. Come on, say it to my face.
Oh, yeah, because it always turns into all these guys, anybody that decides they have a problem with this show always starts with the fight thing. They want to fight. You want to brawl? What do you want to do? What?
Well, I say bring it on. I say bring it on. I don't give a crap.
Oh, yeah.
I really don't.
Hope's ready to go.
I talked to Bobby last night. He goes, oh, man, maybe we could scrap tomorrow. You ready to scrap?
Yeah, I don't really.
Bobby wouldn't mind.
Right after this.
Huh?
Right?
Yeah.
Right after this show today, those guys are the ones that...
I really don't care. I mean, you know, please.
I'm going to stretch in between breaks.
What, Mark? Stretch Mark?
I'm not popping a hamstring.
Please, I don't care. I'm
Pop a hammy.
Pop a hammy. You know what happened last time?
I broke my knee, man. Yeah, that's all we need. Great. That's our guy. I broke my knee, man.
Just be getting kicked in the stomach. You guys will walk out and do the walkover.
Hold my hand.
So there you go for the most part.
Yeah.
Our version is up on opieandanthony.com. It's very, very good. It's like 70 minutes long. It is very, very good.
I have never seen Norton that bad in my life.
Norton was livid.
He was out of it. I mean, screaming. And he was, you know, especially when the guy said, hey, don't curse. You know what I mean? It's like you being accused of something you didn't do, you know.
Because I think that was at the point where he kept yelling, like, then why are you still in middays? Why are you still in middays? Why are you still in middays? Like, he wouldn't let it go until he got an answer, and they kept dumping, saying that he was cursing. And he's like, I'm not cursing. Always. He was pissed. And one thing I'm a little upset didn't make the paper, but made the radio trade websites and blogs and everything, was how do we have the actual quote here? I liked it from yesterday's blogs.
What?
The part that they left out.
What?
One of the most important parts, where I was during the whole exchange.
Oh, yeah.
I was nude shampooing in my shower. They actually added that to the story yesterday. Thank God the what was it, the Daily News it was in today? Thank God they decided to leave that out. I had to leave early, so I was home in the shower with my cell phone on speaker, shampooing my hair, listening to this whole thing, trying to get a word in edgewise, but my phone was gating out because
Anthony showering the nude as the board op, continued for another hour and a half by himself with little Jimmy Norton.
There was
it was me and Jimmy. I shouldn't say by myself.
It was you guys just killed, and there's no way to get in on Opie on that one.
Holy
on those
crap.
type of situations.
It really says it.
What?
Oh, great. Hold on. Here, give me the whole story. We got to take a break, but give me the whole story. Thank you. Another article on this. Opie and Anthony, JV and Elvis battle in on-air argument. The tension between O&A and the show that follows them on CBS erupted to an on-air argument Thursday when O&A's show ran 20 minutes long. And middayers JV and Elvis complained. This is really hard to read. I'm sorry. I'm reading off a really bad computer screen. Complained on the air about the delay of the start of the show. O&A show stayed on the air late because of the continuing battle between Anthony Cumia and officials at a hospital over an incident in which Anthony's girlfriend was involuntarily committed after being taken to the hospital ill and in an intoxicated state by an alarmed Anthony.
Where's my drunk kooky girl?
Anthony's telephone argument with a hospital representative kept the show on the air past the usual 9 a.m. crossover to XM satellite radio. Meanwhile, JV and Elvis complained to FAY management and then on the air about the delay. After O&A moved over to XM about 9:20 and got wind of JV and Elvis on-air complaints, they called into JV and Elvis show to confront the middayers. I don't give a crap about the schedule. If we want to go late, we're going late, Opie told JV and Elvis. After JV and Elvis claimed that O&A didn't earn their syndication and said that Howard Stern had earned the stations with O&A merely the replacements.
So that statement right there is so ridiculous.
Insane.
He earned them. Well, he left. Then they don't just put anyone in the seat after someone leaves. Oh, they did.
They like to
David Lee Roth.
They like to ignore what we've done in radio. We built up afternoon drive syndication, which, by the way, was never done before. In the way we did it, we were syndicated to 20 radio stations. We made a name for ourselves in this business.
There's a prime example.
Throw that out the window like that didn't happen. It's ridiculous.
Here's a prime example. David Lee Roth did not earn the right to sit in the morning drive seat that Howard vacated. He didn't earn it, and look how that worked out. We, over the years, did earn it, and that's why we're sitting here. Thank you very much.
That's right. That's right. Replacements. O&A sidekick Jim Norton responded by asking, why weren't you the replacement? Why did they stick you in middays? JV and Elvis said on the air that they were discussing going back to where they had been successful in the past, an apparent reference to returning to San Francisco. Bye-bye. No one will miss you. Bye-bye. It'll happen more in the future, Opie said, referring to stay on the air past 9, so you'll have to deal with it or get another gig. JV and Elvis continued trashing the morning show, denigrating Opie as a board op. That is the hackiest thing at this point, to call me a board op.
Oh.
I mean, the reality is I make a lot of money, and, the company could save a crap load of money if I was truly a board op. But the reality is I'm a genius, and I get paid to be a genius. So deal with it.
And your modesty is something to be spoken about.
Yeah, I know. But they're pushing me now. I've been a humble broadcaster for many, many years. Trust me. But if you want to push me,
screw him now.
If you want to push me, the reality is I'm a genius, and I get paid very well to be a radio genius. How do you like them apples?
Nothing better than seeing that divine spark hit Opie, and then he grabs his notebook and writes something down that is going to get us in trouble. It's like,
get somebody hurt.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
So if you're going to try to get to me, you're going to have to try a lot harder than the old board op thing. And the old, try to divide and conquer.
That is the old.
By saying Anthony is funny, but Opie is this. It's not going to work. Thanks. We've been at this for 12 years. We're in this for the long haul. I have effed up his life so many times, and he still comes back to work with me. How do you like that, Bob Kelly?
Why do I keep coming back? But I do. Broadcasting
How do you like that?
Genius.
If we can't break ourselves up, you're going to be the one that breaks us up, divide and conquer? That old gag? Shut up.
Just because you can't stand who you work with.
JV and Elvis continue trashing the morning show. I'm getting a timeout from Mark Chernoff. Relax. We're almost done.
A timeout?
And talking anti-O&A phone... What?
It would be easier if you could read...
and taking anti-O&A phone calls well into the show with Opie and Anthony on the phone from... Anthony from his home, and Norton listening in and commenting on XM and arguing with JV and Elvis. Opie noted that...
You got to get on mic. What are you reading, Norton's screen?
It's really hard to read.
Smeared with
Opie noted that
goo.
Noted that it must burn them up that a board op is doing better than them. New midday show coming to Free FM, Anthony laughed, adding that he was nude and shampooing during the whole argument. Okay.
Adding that he was nude and shampooing, yes, during the whole argument.
It was really hard to read.
Which I absolutely was. It was the most disturbing thing, listening to a big argument as I'm trying to shampoo with one hand because I had the cell phone in the other one.
Well,
in my palatial shower.
I want to thank them for the excitement and all that crap, but now we move on, and you guys just become an afterthought.
Remain in your obscurity. So we're done with you.
I hope you enjoyed your day in the limelight.
Wasn't it fun?
But that's all you get is a day.
Wasn't it fun being part of this whole excitement of the morning show that is the Opie and Anthony show? It must have been fun. Well, bye-bye.
You get a day in the limelight.
That's it. Through your bone.
Howard, you got to respect him, and that's why we still battle it out with him all the time. But you guys, you get a day. Congratulations. You got a day out of us. All right. We got Rich Voss in studio. Of course, Jim Norton's at the Improv in Pittsburgh all weekend long. We'll see how that went because a lot of people are on the phones. They said they saw Jim Norton and the Secret Agent Man last night. And, of course, Bob Kelly in studio as well. It's the O&A virus spreading across America. We got so much stuff to do that we just didn't get to the last couple of days because of all the drama. The dramatization. It's the O&A virus spreading across America.
Hear what everyone else is talking about. O&A Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Opie and Anthony!
You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. It's a virus. The O&A virus spreading across America. Shredded my voice again yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, I heard it.
Our phone number, 1-866-313-FREE. I think today's the last day with that MacBook contest, right, Ant?
We're, getting down to the wire here. You got to send us your 30-second or less production piece about the Opie and Anthony Show. And next week, we're going to announce the best 5 entries. Your entry must be submitted to 923freefm.com by today. Today. 923freefm.com. Today at 9 a.m. That's the deadline. 9 a.m. today. So get that to 923freefm.com. You could win one of the new MacBooks. Has everything you need to explore all your creative possibilities. And you could take it with you wherever you go. Head to the Apple Store or apple.com and check it out yourself.
There you go.
Right to the wire.
We got Rich Voss and Bob Kelly in studio today.
Yes.
Because, we need comedians around us to make the show better.
Right.
Has nothing to do with, just trying to make it fun for us, because this is a grind every day.
Hanging out with people,
Yeah, this is
like people do in real life, or supposed to,
It's a grind to come up with this stuff every day, so it's kind of nice to have people around you that make it fun. Sorry you don't understand that either.
They have Jackie. Who is she anyhow? Is she a comic?
I don't know. By the way, I really don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Hey, YouTube videos going up like crazy. You got Club Soda Kenny singing Secret Agent Man. It's getting viewed like crazy.
Couldn't get that out of my head yesterday, but his version. Like, I sing the song now, and it comes out, there's a man who lives a life of danger. I can't get it out of my head the way he sings it, though.
He is a stranger.
Stranger. Secret agent, man.
That's the part that gets me.
Oh. Agent.
Secret agent, man. Secret agent, man. They're giving you a number and taking away your name.
Way. He gets all sexy. He tries to get all sexy with it. Way.
See, I brought that home with me. This show, it's weird. Like, all of a sudden, something will pop that you want to be reciting at your house.
Yeah, you can't
after
get it
the
out
show's
of your head.
over. We've been doing Dad.
Oh, Jimmy has you down with that one.
Dad. But it's fun to do at home.
I've never actually heard you say it, but
yeah, I don't know.
Apparently, it's very funny when Jimmy does it.
Yeah.
Dude.
There's just things that happen with this radio show that you want to do around your house long after the show's off the air.
When I'm doing the tablets.
But the new one is I say, way. Anyway, so we got Club Soda Kenny singing Secret Agent Man on YouTube. We got intern Craig sucking on Big Rhonda's herniated belly button.
Oh.
And we also have the video of Bob Kelly puking after he saw the herniated belly button on Rhonda.
One of the many Bob Kelly puking videos.
And just for the record, people say I have a weak stomach. I'm looking at a hernia coming out of a fat chick's belly button. It's not a weak stomach. That's a normal stomach.
It was really like an old Star Trek special effect is what it looked like. It was like a cheap special effect coming out of her stomach.
It looked like a whale eye.
Do you think that's what people are really saying about your stomach?
That it's weak.
Oh. That one took a second to sink in.
So does your stomach.
That was a good one. Actually, I don't like how you looked at my stomach to get me to get it.
It's a sight gag. You got to look down. Remember what we're talking about here?
Yeah. The herniated belly button. What is that? What do you mean? It's just
She said she tried to lift a bureau.
Yeah.
And
she tried to eat it. She said eat.
And Norton said, what, the FBI? That one line of the day, by the way, on that occasion.
She's not the leader
of bureau.
She's not the leader in the Fatty Pig Fatty contest, but she's our best contestant so far.
Yeah.
The current leader is 430 pounds. Crystal from Cleveland still leads the Fatty Pig Fatty contest. And I think we have a sponsor for that now.
Yeah. And a new scale.
And a new scale that goes up to 1,000 pounds.
1,000.
Here's
so
the audio.
Just get a shark scale and hook him on the lip.
Yeah, lift her up.
Oh, look at
who got her? Ben Gardner?
There's the scale. That's pretty impressive. Here's the audio of Bob Kelly puking after Craig, the intern, sucked on the herniated belly button of Fat Rhonda.
All right. Wait, Craig, what's wrong?
He's ready to throw up.
Look at it.
This thing is repulsive.
It's a hernia. What do you expect it to look like? Pam Anderson.
All right, you got to make it look good and suck on it. You got to suck on it.
Wait, can I lick it first so I know the taste?
He needs to get a feel of it.
You can lick and then go in for the suck.
Lick and then suckle.
And the suckle has to be
very gentle.
Has to be
very
5
gentle.
seconds. Oh my God!
Go!
A little
very gentle.
Big, long, exaggerated.
Watch it, Bobby.
First, I'm gonna lick it.
All right.
So
Very gentle.
Watch it, Bobby.
You can do it.
All right.
Watch it, Bobby.
It tastes like skin.
All right, tastes like skin.
It's
All right,
just skin.
Go for the suck.
Now suckle. Suckle gently.
All right, I'm sorry.
No, don't.
Okay.
All right, here we go. No hands,
That's
by
right.
the way.
It's
Here we go. Here's Craig.
skin covered. You're sucking.
Oh, my God. Bobby's throwing
Boy, sucked it.
There you have it. And the video's up on YouTube, of course, for your viewing pleasure.
Can I tell you what made me throw up? I don't know who. I think it was Opie or Anthony. I don't know which one of you said it. But you go, it's an intestine. Food is running through it.
Yeah.
And I picture just under the skin, I could see like a broccoli head.
A lima bean.
Yeah, just something shooting, like pulsating through like blood.
It just looks like Dinty Moore stew being pushed through a clear tube.
By the way, the scale is sponsored by... They are selling the crap out of this radio
Bravo, bring it on.
Scaletronics, Tronix, from White Plains, New York.
Scaletronics, thank you.
They have a website. What do they dress the scales up in lingerie for you to check out? Why do you need a website for a scale company? www.scale-tronics.com.
What is that normally
Can't wait
used
to check out that website tonight.
Is that used for overweight people? Yeah. Or is it, because it's very small.
Yeah.
So it's not like you'd lead a cow onto the thing. Cars, yeah.
All right, let's say hi to Ted.
Truck stop.
Ted, what's up?
Get it, Ted.
So, yes, just about the fight yesterday. I think it's ironic because they also have a problem with the back end with the radio chick show that, their show's syndicated in San Francisco, and yet they can't get their own show syndicated back in their old market.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're moving on from this crap, by the way.
Yeah, we just, enough. They've been in the limelight long enough. If they want to go back there, let them. If they stay here, who cares? It doesn't matter.
But
I could care less.
Well, we do encourage people to check out the audio of the fight on our website, opieandanthony.com, because it's
hysterical.
Yeah,
is what it is.
I yelled Yakov Smirnoff. For 3 minutes straight.
For the comedy tour.
Yakov Smirnoff.
That they wanted to put together. What was your lineup? Gallagher, Yakov Smirnoff,
and Judy
Tenuta.
I'm like, that's the type of comedians you guys can get. But to claim that we ripped off the idea from them, I don't even know what to say to that. I had no clue you ever even did a comedy show. I'm sorry. I don't know much about you. I'm sure that really bothers you, by the way. I know it does, because one of them had to say, oh, he barely even talks to me in the hall. I don't even know who you are.
It's because you're a drinking problem.
Just keep hoping for the, All right. Just keep hoping for the Howie call. I'm sure that'll be coming any day now.
Also, Rich Voss doing comedy at that diner in Cleveland is up on YouTube, and a lot of people are viewing that as well. So lots of great new videos on YouTube that have something to do with the Opie and Anthony show. Yeah.
Oh, he killed at the griddle.
The next day, the guy with the hair lip. He was like, that guy was pretty good.
All right, we got to take another break. We got to catch up. It's the O&A virus spreading across America.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Good morning. You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. Rich Voss in studio, Bob Kelly in studio. A lot of excitement and adrenaline. We love this. The O&A virus spreading across America. Thanks for checking us out. Thank you for supporting us. Thanks for all the kind messages, by the way, on all the websites yesterday. Very cool to read through.
I'll tell you, when you read those commercial breaks, it makes me wish that I would have stayed in school. You just do it so smoothly without. You just read great.
I suck at reading.
It's funny.
It's too early to read.
A grown man admires another man for reading great.
Reading.
You read great.
You read great.
Let's go to Georgia. James, what's up?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, love the show. Been listening for quite a while now.
Cool, thanks.
I was wondering what happened with Anthony's girlfriend yesterday. Nobody said anything.
I sprung her. She's been sprung.
Yeah, but how'd you get her out?
No, I went over to the hospital, and apparently some of the doctors had heard the show. They heard the show and sat down, spoke with them. They were, pretty much in the mindset of they just want to prevent lawsuits. And that's pretty much what the deal was all about. And I say, it would be nice if I could actually have gotten in touch with some of these doctors a little sooner. That would have been nice. Have her signed out that day. But, that's not the way it happened. But I sat and talked to them. They seemed to be, pleased as punch that they were being talked about on the air. And she's fine. That's pretty much it. She's here. She's actually in here today.
I've had that. You got to be very careful. I've actually done alcohol overdose and wound up in the hospital. And they come in as soon as you wake up and they start asking you questions.
Yeah.
And you have to be very. I had instinct enough to know, to be like, no, this is my first time. Blah blah. Somebody, I gave them all the right answers because they really do want to just throw you in a room.
Grab her real quick for 2 seconds. Watch this. But just watch this. Got her out yesterday. Yeah. Brought her home. Everything was completely fine. Not even an issue. I mean, things that says committed in the paper. Committed.
Oh, yeah, you got to have her say something, because the first line in the Daily News article says, committed to a psychiatric hospital. All right,
here, baby, how you feeling?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, baby. You feeling better?
Yeah, everything's great.
Yeah? You want to lay down now? You comfy in your pajamas?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go lay down, yeah.
She feels. See? Everything's fine.
This show is so messed up.
Jesus Christ.
That's not right. By the way, that's not Aunt doing a voice.
No, that was her.
That was actually her. Yes.
That was her Anna Nicole Smith impression that she's been doing.
It's terrific. Josh in Florida, what's up?
Morning, boys.
Hey.
Mr. Bordoff, sir.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that you were awesome yesterday, but Mr. Norton destroyed. I haven't heard him that enraged since Dragon Wagon and Kenny from San Jose.
Oh, Kenny from San Jose.
Because we hate dishonest bitches, man. It comes down to that. A lot of dishonesty flying yesterday, and it gets ridiculous.
Mr. Kelly, sir.
Yes, what's up, buddy? How are you? Be nice.
I'm good, sir. I was just wondering why you would think that fat broad would have broccoli flowing through her intestines.
Good point.
Good point. Good point. You're a smart individual.
Broccoli, and I saw lean cuisine go by.
It should have been a French fry and a piece of meat.
A whole cow head.
Yeah.
Just going.
Like a whole steak tip, not even chewed.
Hey, we got lots of material to get to.
Yeah.
You want to hear a couple MacBook entries? We got 5 MacBooks to give away. Today's the day you got to get your 30-second production piece about the Opie and Anthony show in.
I'd love to hear our talented listeners.
You can send it to 923freefm.com. It's got to be in today. We'll announce the 5 winners next week for the MacBooks, okay?
Yes.
Here's a couple that Danny kind of picked out of the pile that were worth listening to today.
All right. Danny made the choice?
Yeah, this is from Aaron R. Jim sings Journey.
Okay, I love it.
I love that.
I love it. They use some kind of pitch transposer on his little.
I love the ones at the end.
Oh, is that funny?
Where's the journey, though?
I don't know why that's funny.
Yeah. It was just labeled
funny.
It was labeled a little weird, but
what song was that?
I don't know. Faithfully.
Might have been a Journey song, but
it was some kind of Journey song in the background.
It went to the music, and then his own backup is more of his own noises.
Yeah.
I like that one.
All right, let's move on to Bob S. Oh, Bob S. was the one that came up with the Fatty Pig Fatty promo that we really, really like, right?
Ooh.
Here's Bob S. and his piece is titled Fatty Pig Fatty Time.
Mike, have you seen the little bit? It's Fatty Pig Fatty time! Fatty Pig Fatty time! Fatty Pig Fatty time! Yes, it is!
Hey, make sure we have a copy of that for the next fat girl that comes in. We'll
it's very hard because I don't want to confuse how funny Jimmy is with the people's production thing, because they could just send in a straight clip of just Jimmy doing something, and I'll laugh like an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
So, that one is funny because it's Jimmy, but I'm not sure if it's funny because it's good production.
We're looking for good production and creativity.
Yeah.
And
like the last one was good.
The first one was good production and funny.
And funny.
The second one was funny because Jimmy was going, Fatty Pig Fatty time.
The next one
what an ass.
is from Mike V. It's titled Eric and Terry. Oh, okay, Eric and Terry. All right. Maybe we should pre-listen to these things. It's our own E-Rock, which is Eric, and Terry, which is Terry Schiavo.
Terry Schiavo and E-Rock when he was doing his groaning noise.
Yeah.
We stink.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a good one, dude. That ending was good. That was a grand finale.
That's a good one.
All right.
I like that one, too.
Some of the MacBook entries, the winners will be announced next week. This one was from P. Niggity.
Opie is a radio genius.
Fatty Pig Fatty.
Anthony does these impressions. We swear it was the real person.
Nice gay.
I went to the studio today. Robin was preparing the news. Hamburger, NBC Nightly News.
Funny man Jim Norton tells the best.
Downgrade and degrade people. Stop trying to sell your black radio
you
station.
Go ahead. You know exactly what I'm trying to do.
You bring a kid in, it's always adorable.
That is right. That kids did the
adorable.
funnest thing.
That's not bad.
Kid doing Jimmy's bit.
That's not bad.
You go ahead.
And finally, the last one we'll play today. This is from Adam R. Two homos LARPing.
Huzzah! I gotta cast a spell on you. I'll run ye through. 4 damage. You're not even dual wielding. Plastic sword. 2 damage. 2 damage. I cast the spell. Bam, with my beanbag. I just cast the spell.
You've slowed me. Now I cannot hit you as quickly. 4 damage. 4 damage.
2 damage. 2 damage.
Ooh, my arm.
Oh.
I wish you were dead.
Do ye?
Holy Jesus. Bravo.
Now, someone's saying
Could be the best one yet.
Someone's saying too long to be an official entry. It's 36 seconds.
Oh, wow.
That's got to win a MacBook.
Don't even start pulling rules, because you could cut 6 seconds off the back end of just Jimmy talking or whatever, and that is too funny.
Make sure Mark Chernoff allows that one in the contest, because that should win a MacBook. I don't know.
That guy did a great job.
How excited is he right now?
And then tag that and make that into a promo that we run on our show. That's how good that is.
Absolutely.
Just tag it. Don't have Steve redo it or anything. Just tag it.
You know what he did? He didn't just take one clip and he had to search for different parts of different shows.
Yeah.
To get us to say all those things, sound effects, the music.
Right.
Me and you sounding like idiots.
That is
wonderful.
That is perfect.
Perfect.
Steve doesn't have to adjust anything there. Just tag it and throw it into the system as a promo. All right?
Ting, tang, ting.
Ting. Yeah, but the sword noises.
Yeah, where do you get that?
2 damage, 2 damage.
But I'm a board op, so what do I know? So,
What? Come on.
But I think that should be a promo.
Just hit the buttons.
An Opie and Anthony sweeper. Very good. Well, the entries are getting much better.
Yes.
We got to play that again before we get out of here. All right, what else? We're trying to get through some of the stuff we didn't get to the last couple of days. Did you hear what happened on Letterman last night?
We weren't on, were we?
No, but
damn it.
Did you hear about McGreevy's top 10?
Oh, it was hilarious. I watched it last night.
Was he doing the actual top 10?
No way.
Oh, no, he didn't do it, but it was
Why
so
not? He's
much.
doing everything else.
Man.
I don't know if it was a spoof or whatever they said.
Who did the actual top 10 list?
One of their characters, some guy. It was funny.
A character. See, it's safe if you use characters.
Hold on a minute. Let's say hi to Josh. Josh, what's up? Josh, what is up?
What's up, man?
Hey,
Hey.
that was the best clip I've ever heard. That has got to win an iBook.
MacBook. All right. Thank you, Josh.
Yeah. LARPing.
Well, it's unfortunate that the listeners don't have the same energy and adrenaline.
No, they're just kind of like, yeah. Just let me yawn here a minute. And,
all right.
Definitely win a Mac Classic.
Yeah. He should win a Mac truck over his head.
Letterman's top 10 chapters in McGreevy's new book. I can't believe he did this yesterday. You heard some of these?
I watched. It was. I said to this girl I'm with, I go, I can't believe Letterman's letting this on the show because you know it's so edgy.
When we're back on Letterman in December, I'm going to have to say, wow, Dave, this one was just amazing. When we do our little chit-chat.
Right, it's only a couple of months away, right?
You're back on in December already?
Supposedly, yeah.
Oh,
we don't have a date yet, but they said they want us back in December.
How about that?
He's going to bring up random stuff. Hey, what's up? Yeah, last couple months ago, you did something on the show. Remember that, Dave? Oh, yes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you don't get to talk to him at all.
Don't book them again.
We gotta.
You don't. He does.
We gotta.
Anthony Schoell does. Blah, 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 blah,
All right.
blah, blah. It's Christmas time. You should do it. Bling, blah, 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 blah.
I'm going to wear one of those gimp masks with a zipper on my mouth.
Opie looked like $1 million. I was all excited. Blah, 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 blah.
I don't shut up.
All right. Well, in case you missed it last night, listen to this.
Here we go. Former chapter titles on the book. Number 10.
The day I got caught governing myself.
Yeah, that was a chapter title. Yeah. Number 9, another chapter title.
How to pretend to like girls for 47 years.
That's right. Number 8.
From Schwarzenegger to Pataki. Governors, I'd like to oil up.
Oil up. Really, oil up. I'd like to oil up the governors. Number 7.
Another confession. I can't resist Entenmann's pound cake.
Oh, well, who can? Are you kidding me? Who can? Number 6.
At first, I just thought I was bipartisan.
Just a little more info on this might be helping us out. The guy that read the Letterman top 10 was just a guy with the name James McGreevy, not the actual guy.
Oh, I see.
They found another James McGreevy. Funny.
Number 5.
The New Jersey budget crisis. What would Judy Garland do?
What would she do? Chapter titles in Jim McGreevy's book. Number 4.
A look at the governor's balls.
You know McGreevy is kicking himself that he's not here tonight. Number 3.
Politicians who left a bad taste in my mouth.
All right, now.
Chapter titles.
There you go. I'll clear the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Your Honor, please.
Honor or offer? That's what I want.
Chapter titles in the Jim McGreevy book. Number 2,
How to push through a bill. Or a Steve, or a Larry.
That's right. And the number 1 chapter title in the Jim McGreevy book.
Why I Don't Like Bush.
That's just amazing.
That one's
Just
very
amazing.
funny. Wow, that one killed.
That's really funny. Every one of them was good.
Yeah.
And when it's so edgy, Letterman's so good because he'll go, "Hey, whoa now," you know what I mean? It's just
He's just keeping himself out of trouble. He wants to keep his numbers up in San Francisco.
That's just bipartisan. That's funny.
Oh, wow.
Push through a bill for Steve.
Larry.
That's good.
Dennis in Pittsburgh, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, boys?
Hey, man.
Hey, I just want to say Jimmy really killed last night.
How's our pal?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did he get a nice crowd out there?
Oh, yeah. Real big crowd. Like I said, he killed him. He killed him.
Were they, they didn't boo or try to pull that crap, did they?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Jimmy wasn't. He doesn't put up with that anyway.
Secret agent man. Secret agent man. They're giving you a number and taking away your name.
Way. How was Club Soda Kenny?
Club Soda Kenny?
Yeah.
Was that big dude that was there?
That's the big dude that was there.
That's the secret agent man.
All right. He was the one pushing all the trinkets and whatnot out there.
Yeah.
All his,
Trinkets.
merchandise.
All right, Dennis, thanks for the excitement today. We greatly appreciate it.
Pittsburgh is wide awake this morning, huh?
If you're not riding the incline, you're making wild
really.
calls like this.
Jimmy at the Improv all
Welcome
weekend.
To Wake Up with Pittsburgh. Oh, wow. Oh, you know something? I haven't even thought about her since last I heard that tune.
Yeah, we threw her in the limelight for a couple days.
Yeah, she had like
See how it
a
works?
day in the sun.
See how it works?
She had a day in the sun, you just can't tell.
Yesterday we were walking back to our hotel room past the color purple, and it was emptying. Not at all.
Really?
It was so funny. Like the people coming out of the what's the 4-season one? Jersey Boys. And that was letting out at the same time. It looked like there was going to be a gang war. It was the whitest of white coming out of that one. And I don't even know why I brought
Broadway
this up.
show gang war.
I know.
They're going to snap, whistle, and dance at each other. Stop.
Fight with the people from the color purple. You out of your mind?
All right, we're going to move on here. We got,
Please.
we got other things we're going to try to accomplish today. There's just so many stories in front of us. You hear about the naked burglar freaking out the women?
No.
And then he went and played with horses in a field?
Are you high right now?
No.
sounds like someone describing their dream or something.
like
and then there was like a horse. And
Right when Norton wakes up in the morning, Norton, what's happening? There's horses in the field.
Oh, well,
Was he riding them around going, Equus?
It's from Little Rock, Arkansas. Here's the audio.
A nude man, a horse, and sex, all part of a strange series of happenings in a Texarkana, Arkansas neighborhood. Now, this is definitely one of those stories made for the water cooler. The victims can laugh about it now, but when they were living it, it was hardly funny. Here's Allison Courtney again to explain.
For the Smith family, the day began like any other, but ended in a most unusual way when a stranger walked in their front door and headed for their bedroom, announcing he was there for a purpose.
He was still saying, I was here, I was told to come have sex with you. And I said, no, you're not having sex with me. I said, I don't know who the heck you are, but you need to get on up out of my house.
Linda Smith says as she and her daughter tried to get the man to leave, he began to strip off his clothes.
We were scared. I had my babies in there, and we were like, who is this guy, and what is he doing, why is he here? And we didn't know what to think, really. We were just scared.
This guy, why didn't this guy have a huge hole in his chest by this point? He says he's going to have sex with you, and he starts taking his clothes off. He's You think maybe you better pull out a knife or something there, hillbilly?
I don't think so. I really don't think so, sir.
I'm like, you gotta leave.
This is Texarkana. You can't just come in and have sex with me.
Where do the horses come in?
Oh, here it is.
When the women called 911, the naked man ran out the door. Police arrived and found him running nude through a nearby pasture, chasing horses and pulling their tails. The whole incident has left everyone scratching their heads, wondering what in the world this guy was thinking.
You gotta be...
Allison Courtney, today's THV.
You know what the worst part of this is? I'm trying to get him out. I got to go pick him up from the hospital this afternoon.
He should be charged with being a silly goose.
It wasn't weird.
This isn't a real crime.
You think it's just silly goosedness?
Yeah.
You got to be really secure to run naked next to a horse.
That's true. Yeah, you know something? You really look small when you're running next to a horse.
You might want to start out being naked in front of a goat.
A goat.
And work your way up.
I wouldn't even run naked next to Keith Robinson.
That is embarrassing. Wow. Yeah, but you're right. Silly goose.
Silly goose.
Charged with silly goosedness.
Yeah.
Allison Courtney, today's THV.
But
Now, the alleged streaker, 19-year-old Tim Smith, who's not related to the victims, is being held in a Miller County jail. No bond has been set. That's because Smith is now awaiting a mental evaluation. He is charged with assault, indecency, fleeing, disorderly conduct, refusal to submit to arrest, and burglary for allegedly stealing a pair of shoes from the victims before he ran out of the house.
Shoes.
Horseplay.
Oh, Jesus.
That is a great story.
The thing is, the way they started that story out really made it sound like it was going to be something with bestiality.
Right.
To rope you in. It's a good story, don't get me wrong.
It's a great story.
But the anchor's like, a naked man and horses and sex. What? Last time you heard about that, it was in Oregon. And
you unbuckle the top button on your pants. Wait a minute.
Get all ready for some hotness.
Ooh, hang on. I was going to work, but wait a second.
This story's just silly. It isn't sexy at all.
Pulling tails. I've done that. That used to turn me on.
Yeah. All right, we're going to continue. We got Bob Kelly and Rich Voss. We promoting anything, guys? You got your DVD out?
Oh, DVD on Amazon.com.
Rich Voss's DVD and Bob Kelly.
Tourgasm starts tonight. 35 dates across the country. Tonight at the Borgata in Atlantic City.
Tonight?
Tonight, Borgata, Atlantic City. Me, Gary Gulman, and Jay Davis.
Are you hanging with Dane Cook? He's in town doing SNL.
No, he hasn't called me, dude.
Oh, boy.
I think it's over. I think my coattails have just been cut off.
Oh,
Is that it?
Well, he's doing SNL, and his movie opens tonight, too, Employee of the Month.
They just send you, you're sitting in a room, they send you a newspaper, you open it up, and it's his coattails. What does this mean?
I'm going to sew him back on. That's what that means.
He's in town, and he hasn't called you yet?
No, he came over to my house. He, it sucks, too, because he came over to my house Tuesday. But I got a bedroom. I got a 42-inch plasma, and I try to tidy it up. Come on, honey, get things. Dane's coming over, and he comes in, and he kind of, you can see him the walls are just closed.
Nice hovel.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, man, what's going on? He hangs for a little bit, watches one show. All right, man, gotta go.
Gotta go over someone else's, other imaginary friend's house.
I gotta go back to my hotel that's bigger than your apartment, and then I walk.
He probably just goes out to other people's houses like yours to make them feel bad about themselves, so that he can sit there, look around, and where you're looking, going, he's looking. It's so small, this place. Oh, this sucks.
He told me about his
to feel bad about himself.
Yeah, you're right.
He just needs a mirror.
Did you hear it coming out first? I was about to sell, and he got it. He told me about his new house that he's buying that actually has you'd love this, you psychopath.
What has he got?
It's a remote control that controls everything, and you can go on the internet and tell your door. Like if I'm at the house and I don't have a key. It's fingerprint open, by the way. But he can just, from the internet, push a button, the door opens.
That's great. On the internet to talk to your door. It's called Pal Talk, by the way.
What?
No, nothing?
Nothing.
That was more of a talk to the wall thing.
Yeah.
Please hold. I'm I'm not immune to a crash myself every now and then.
Wouldn't it be easier just to turn the knob than to, sign in and press all these buttons?
So you put your thumb on the door. And
I know what he's talking about. On the internet, you can control the climate.
Lights,
the climate.
everything.
Yeah, you can turn down the AC, turn up the heat.
The oven is a refrigerator and an oven.
Just to mess with the burglars, you could be turning lights on and off. What was it?
What do you mean?
It's a fridge oven where you can.
How is that? That sounds like the most inconvenient thing ever.
Can I tell you?
Please?
Before you jump down my throat.
Dude, it's a refrigerator! What does it do? How does it work? I
was ready proper mechanics, dude.
Dude, let me tell you, you put in a steak, you either freeze it or cook it.
The future's so bright, you don't need sunglasses.
I love having you here, because this is the real life one. It's not the Jimmy one.
We just wanted to say, dude.
I've got to hear how this works.
We changed your dude. It's a dude.
This is such... Jimmy would be here just disgusted with you right now, but I will stand in.
I have you three that are
I know. I got to hear this. All right. It's a refrigerator stove.
So you can take a frozen pizza, dude, right?
Right.
You put it in, like in the morning before you go to work, and it stays cold.
It stays cold.
And then at a certain time, you can tell your freezer oven to go, boom, cook that son of a bitch. And it will...
I got questions.
Okay.
And it will...
I'm understanding.
And it will turn on and heat the pizza. So, all right, I'm going to be home in a half hour. Bung, ding, bang. And it cooks the pizza.
So instead of the pizza defrosting and being all soggy...
well, instead of having to bring it home, it's solid as a rock, put it in the thing, it's a refrigerator-like, and it keeps it cold instead of exactly being mushy and gooey.
It's not a freezer, it's like a...
It's a refrigerator.
All right, gotcha.
A refrigerator.
It's cold and hot.
Right.
So, but you still
refrigerator.
So it's more important if you're going to cook a steak or chicken or something.
Nobody needs this. Nobody needs it.
You don't want that laying out all day. In this case, you keep it kind of refrigerated, and then you go on the internet and say, hey, start cooking my steak.
Cook my ham.
Big deal. I got to
cook my ham.
I got a shower that's a bathtub too. It's not a big deal.
Ooh.
You
got a what? Do you have one of those curtains that actually go out a little bit?
I love those. Where do you buy them? At the hotel, because it gives you that extra room.
Yeah.
No, it gives you the room for the water to leak out on the floor.
No, you know what I'm talking.
Also have, you know what they also have? Redo your bathroom. How's that?
Oh my God! You're talking about those bowed out shower curtains that make your tub seem a little bigger.
That's the hotel that didn't want to spend the money and just put a fatso curtain in.
So they put
it's called a fatso curtain. I know what you're talking about. I thought you meant the bathtub goes out that way, but
no, just the curtain rod. The shower
curtain rod. I got you. It's the fatso. That's really funny.
So you're gonna tell people you redid your bathroom?
No.
All right, why don't we take a break?
I got. So you're with Gary and Jay, right?
Gary, yeah.
He's a funny guy, man.
Gary?
God, is he funny?
Jay or
Gary.
Gary Goldman
is without saying.
Yeah, he's a funny dude.
He is funny.
Yeah.
So it's Borgata Tourgasm with Bob Kelly, Jay Davis, and Gary Goldman.
I got to tell you too, my girlfriend actually choked me out yesterday. I'm not even kidding.
Can we tease that?
I'm teasing it a little bit right now.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, literally, you know, like when you pass out, and you wake up like seconds later. That happened to me yesterday.
A nice radio tease.
Wait, everyone was laughing at... What did I screw up, Eli?
Oh.
Okay.
But I got a big laugh because they understood what I was trying to say. What? Go ahead, Eli.
You said the future's so bright, you don't need sunglasses.
But I got a big laugh.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah, so bright you don't need sunglasses. Okay.
What was the song?
It was funny, though.
Future so... What's the song?
Future so bright... You gotta wear shades.
Gotta wear shades. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Thanks, Eli.
It made sense.
Like it's a
time for me to push a button.
Song.
It's the RNA virus spreading across America.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Absurd. Bill needs coffee.
Friggin' boss, man.
What do you say?
He wanted to say that something was an obscure reference, and he goes, it's an absurd reference. It certainly is coming out of you.
Absurd.
Absurd.
Hey, and you know we do the walkover every day to XM.
Yeah.
From time to time, we got some nice things for the walkover. Today, join us today. Great. For the walkover. And you can win a pair of tickets. You're not going to win a pair of tickets. We're just going to hand them to you. You don't have to do anything. To Gigantor featuring Megadeth, Lamb of God, and a bunch of other great bands at the PNC Bank Arts Center tomorrow night. We got tickets on the walkover. That will be around 9:15 today.
Gigantor.
The One virus spreading across America. The Opie and Anthony show.
I thought you guys were done here at 9.
We're done when we're done.
Whenever we want.
Is that the way it rolls now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Christina in New York, what's up?
Oh, I just wanted to call and say I listen to you guys when you come on in the morning. I work midnights, and it's the best part of the whole night.
Yeah? What do you like about the show?
It makes me laugh.
Oh, no.
Opie.
Joanna, what's up?
I didn't see that coming.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Just wanted to talk about that refrigerator oven idea there he was talking about.
Yeah.
It's not a freezer.
I said that. It's a refrigerator. The key word was refrigerator.
Yeah, we corrected him.
Okay, but, you know, I think the whole concept of frozen food is lost on this guy. I mean, people are not spending $3,000 on an oven so that they can get their frozen pizza fresh out of the oven. I mean, it's for hams and turkeys.
Yeah, for a housewife it is. For a single guy that jerks off 9 times a day, it's a frozen pizza. So go cook a ham.
Well, buy yourself a nice fresh pizza at the local shop. I don't think you need it.
That is funny that you explained this probably thousands upon thousands of dollars worth of machinery with a frozen pizza, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what?
It's so much more than that.
You have $1 million worth of computer stuff, and you film yourself sneaking up on yourself. You can actually solve world peace with the computer gear you have, Anthony, and you sneak up on yourself.
I like how you put that, solve world peace. I would like. He knows my attitude and my affiliations.
That is a creepy video that he made. Him walking up on himself.
Yeah.
It's
with the
disturbing.
creepy lighting, like he's on his computer in the middle of the night, and there's only one like hall light on.
The creepy smirk with the guy that's coming up behind him.
And it's me.
And it's you.
Where can they find that? Because
that's on my MySpace. MySpace/Anthony Cumia.
Yeah,
if you don't know how to read it, look in today's Daily News. It's in there a couple of times.
Look on a bus.
Look on a bus. That's right. I actually have the green screen now, too.
Yeah.
So we can get that project going. We want to do something that I saw on Stephen Colbert's show. It's, a rip-off. Stephen Colbert, I'll admit it. He filmed himself in front of a green screen, waving around a stick, and told his audience to superimpose and use their computer skills to make a lightsaber or a sword or whatever and put a background in. And some of them are really good and really funny. So we want to get Jimmy in front of the green screen, videotape him doing some provocative poses and things where people could maybe put in some pornography and drop Jimmy right into the scene and see how creative people can be.
Wow. I can't even.
Yeah.
I can't even cut and paste.
That's a very absurd thing you just said.
All right. Another thing that's happening, we're trying to get Jerry Springer to win Dancing with Stars.
Yeah.
Just to show the power of the radio show.
It's our mission.
This started earlier this week. We got Jerry Springer on the phone, and he doesn't want to be on the show anymore. Because
he doesn't?
Nah, he knows he's the goof.
His knees hurt, too, he says.
Every one of these shows has the goof. He's the goof.
Yeah.
When they did Skating with Celebrities, Bruce Jenner was the goof.
Just a clumsy lummox.
Right. You got guys on Dancing with the Stars or whatever it's called that could really dance. And then you got, like, Jerry Springer just to make the show a little more fun.
Yeah.
But we decided, screw that. We want to make Jerry Springer win the whole damn thing.
We'll put him over.
Something's going to happen here. ABC is going to, acknowledge that we're having a huge effect on the show, and they're going to start cheating behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Or they're just going to allow it to happen and let Jerry Springer win the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because the first week of doing this, we were very successful. Here's the audio. Harry Hamlin got voted off.
Harry Hamlin.
And he's a much better dancer than Jerry Springer. And now it's getting down to the...
It's sexy.
Now it's getting down to the real dancers, so Jerry Springer should have left this week. That's the reality of it.
Yep.
But they had to vote Harry Hamlin off because our listeners were able to get Jerry Springer enough votes to keep him on the show.
The goof factor, Jerry Springer is like on American Idol when they're down to about, I don't know, the top 10. And that's when they start dropping out some of the goofy people, maybe the top 8. And you'll get like, who was it, Chicken Little?
Yeah.
Was the goofy one. The stupid crooner. I left my heart a crooner on American Idol. You know he's not going to win. You know it's not going to be, oh, we're doing heavy metal music tonight. Exit light, enter night. The crooner never wins.
I got audio of the crooner, by the way.
Do you?
Yeah, I happen to have it on the machine.
I hate the crooners. Every year they put a stupid crooner in.
Well, here's the audio of
crooner.
Yeah, this season's American Idol.
Secret agent man. Secret agent man.
I like this
They're
crooner.
giving you a number and taking away your name.
And taking away your name.
Was he on a roller coaster when he sang that song?
They got one style of singing. It doesn't matter what it is. It's country. Well, I got friends in low places. Do you, crooner? 1957 singer? Get out of here. He's got the Bobby Soxers voting for him. Get that reference, boss?
Yeah.
It was absurd.
From 1930.
I thought you were talking about me.
Here's the audio. It's great because they just start booing because they're like, come on, Jerry Springer should have been voted off, but our listeners, our pests, got the job done.
These two couples had the lowest overall total when we combine the judges' scores with your viewer votes.
Oh, see, we're not going to be able to get Jerry Springer to win the whole thing.
Well, we really need to...
It's based on viewer votes and the judges, so...
50% judges, 50% viewer votes.
Forget it.
So we are going to have to... But
this is going to be tough.
You know the judges have just been all voting him off. It's the people that have been keeping him on the show. As long as we can keep it just over half the vote, you know what I mean? We got to put him over the judges 50%.
You still have a chance.
Yeah. You got to get 60%, or 51% or more of the vote, right?
Forget it.
No one's watching this show to vote on it. No one cares. So if our audience is motivated...
Well, our listeners have been pounding the website, but now that I know the judges are kind of involved...
Yeah, now...
That's how they save their asses.
Oh, yeah.
So this doesn't happen.
Yep,
well, a lot of those shows say judges or producers can override.
Right. Yep. Oh, forget it. I mean, we could still try, but this is what we got done this week, though.
These two couples had the lowest overall total when we combine the judges' scores with your viewer votes.
Harry and Ashley. Jerry and Kim. On this third week of competition, the couple with the lowest score and therefore leaving right now.
Jesus.
Harry and Ashley.
Whoa.
Yeah, they're booing.
Jesus.
He was mad, too.
Sounded like Philly.
The guy was mad.
Hamlin?
Yeah, if you watch the end of the show, he's like looking, he's just like, you got to be kidding me. He's pissed at the end of the show.
I think Jerry Springer bribed somebody with a check on that one.
Oh, I'll bring you back, Theo.
That was...
No, I know. All right.
Yeah, no, give it a crash.
Not even a whole one.
So there you go. We'll see what the pest could get done for next week's vote off.
You know what's funny? Jerry Springer goes, I'm going to quit the show after I realized I was a goof. When he was hired, what did he think? That he's, Fred Astaire?
Yeah.
All of a sudden?
He's got, he keeps talking about his bad knees. Like he can barely walk.
Yeah.
I have not even seen it. I haven't seen one clip of him dancing. Does he look like he's in pain?
It looks ridiculous.
He's going to have ACL surgery because you guys keep sending him back out of the
They're going to have to chop his legs off like Gene the dancing machine. That'd be great. Jerry Springer rolls out on his show because his legs had to be amputated.
The pests keep making him go dance.
Making him dance. Oh, how great would that be? All right. Half a Jerry, half a Jerry, half a...
Let's go to Andrew in Boston. Andrew, what's up?
Hey, how are you guys today?
All right.
Hey, man.
I just finished up a MacBook promo. It's about Anthony's little wine spilling incident.
Yes.
And I want to know if Anthony's going to be a real Nazi about the 30-second limit.
There was a huge discussion during the commercial break. Radio still stinks.
P.U.
P.U.
It's got to be 30 seconds.
All right. So
that's what we're working with. The one that we played earlier that is really funny
and really good.
It ran 36 seconds, and of course, it couldn't be 36 seconds.
Why didn't we say in the rules about 30?
About 30.
So I have to
that would have made things very easy.
Yeah.
Cut out the guy going, try the wine.
All right, well, just redo it and get it down to 30.
Yours is 39?
39.
Dude, now you're taking advantage. Now even I have to step in.
All right, I guess I got an hour to get it done then.
Yeah, you got an hour. Get it done. The deadline is 9 o'clock.
Yeah. And Adam R., if you're out there, your promo is great. It's pretty much going to win a MacBook, but it's too long, so it's not an official entry. So if you could recut it and get it down to 30.
Yeah, you got to recut it, get it down to 30.
Of course, if you weren't listening earlier, we're talking about this one from Adam R.
Huzzah! I got to cast a spell on you.
I'll run ye through.
4 damage. You're not even dual wielding. Plastic sword. 2 damage. 2 damage. I cast a spell. And with my beanbag, I just cast a spell.
You've slowed me. Now I cannot hit you as quickly.
4 damage. 4 damage. 2 damage. 2 damage.
Ooh, my arm.
I wish you were dead. Do ye?
Wow.
He could take a little of that end music out.
The last 6 seconds is pretty much nothing.
Yeah.
It doesn't take away, so hopefully he'll recut it. Because that's really good. I want to, give him something for that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ben's here, the author. Okay. Do we have time to do
author?
Oh man, what do we do?
What time for what?
You ever make a sex tape, Bob Kelly?
I actually had a really good one. Oh, let's go, Rachel from Manchester.
Yeah.
It was perfect. She was in the bathroom. She's my roommate's girlfriend. And I walk in, and she's like, "Oh, hey!" And
would you direct this thing and
dude,
write
you don't even understand. I had marks. I had girls come in, little tape marks on my Papa-san chair.
He had the whole thing blocked off.
I'm not even kidding. I would have them say things at the end like, "That's all, folks."
You're sick.
How many sex tapes did you make?
I made a lot of them. I used to show them to Burr. He'd be like, "Dude, I don't want to watch this, dude." I see your ass, dude. But very similar to me, not the same.
Yeah.
But one was great. I showed Norton it. It was just, this girl's amazing. Oh, she's amazing. This other one I made though, this girl, she looked like I was just like raping her. It was her face was staring into the camera, just not even blinking and bouncing, like looking, and then she'd I think she really liked me, and the fact that I asked her to do this
kind of annoyed her.
I kept cutting it.
Well, I
kept trying to look. You got to act more. And
cut. Yeah.
Do you keep the tape rolling when they started crying, going, "I don't believe I did this again"? Well, I told myself I'd stop.
You still have these tapes?
You know what? I'll tell you.
I don't know where they are. Yeah.
I might have a couple of the ones, but the great one. This is. The great one, and I swear to God, it was almost professionally done. It was
your Citizen Kane, right?
It really
was that it?
She was so perfect. Her acting, she never broke character. It was in one take.
Oh, character! She's just some broad having sex with you.
You never saw.
What you wanted to do?
But you never
break
know.
character.
She was my roommate's girlfriend, and my girlfriend was in my room.
Mr. Fabersham.
But you never saw me in it, so you could watch it.
What was her motivation?
You thought about the viewers. Nice.
In my films, you never saw my face.
My films. In my films, you never saw my face. That way my friends could watch it.
If you could recognize my bush fat, then you'd know it was me. But I'd switch that up, too, so you never know.
Yeah.
I hate that in a porn when you know the guy's bush fat. It's like, that's that guy. Films. You know what I mean?
You have to watch a lot of porn to recognize that stuff.
Yes, my catalog.
Yeah.
I punch him up on IMDb. And
so what was the motivation for this girl? Because she didn't break character. What did you tell her to be?
I told her, I said, listen.
Happy.
Right like this. I said, happy. I said, you're in the bathroom. It's in the middle of the night. You're my roommate's girl. Okay, he's sleeping. My girl's sleeping in my room. I come in to go to the bathroom. Okay? So she's going through the cabinets getting something on aspirin. I come in. I'm in my boxer shorts. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. And she's like, no, it's cool. I go, nah, let me know when you're done. No, come on in. Go ahead. I go, I got to pee.
Wait, be careful what you're saying. They're going to dump out.
All right, well, she just basically was like, no, I have brothers, and go ahead. And I was like, this is weird. And she's like, oh, stop it. You know what I mean? Like, don't worry about it. Like, almost like a guy. Like, come on. So I was like, all right. So I start doing it. She's like, ooh, that's nice. And she starts.
Jesus Christ.
She's like, sometimes, I don't know if you have, but I've thought of you. Have you? And she comes over, and I'm like, oh. I'm fighting it. That's the best part. My acting was brilliant.
Oh, was it?
Because I was a camera guy, director, and actor.
You did the handheld or tripod?
It was handheld.
And I mean the camera.
It was all handheld.
First person.
That was first person.
First person.
First person shooter.
I think you should have done
first person shooter. Very good.
I think you should have done it tripod through the bathroom door, slightly ajar, so you're almost getting a voyeuristic look at it, and do the whole thing over again from the inside and intercut the two. So you could have,
it was like
next time.
It was 15 years ago. I'll see if you can get a babysitter for a kid.
Oh. So what, you were holding a 20-pound-old camcorder on your shoulder?
It was a big camera. But it was just, it was so sexy. I think of it now, dude. I used to show people this, and every guy I show, I'm like, dude, that's good.
That's a good one. You got to release this one.
It's really good.
Yeah.
So I kept it for years and years, and I had it I would have to watch it because it was on the tape. It was on the high 8, so you'd have to watch it in the camera.
Right,
or
yeah.
plug the camera into the TV, right? I had it in the thing. My camera breaks. It won't eject. The tape is in. I can't send it to the thing to go get it.
The thing.
I can't send it to the guy to go get it fixed because this is in it right in the middle, like halfway through it of her, doing her thing. So I seriously waited a year, and every once in a while I go to the camera and just shake it and punch it and try to open this.
You were hoping.
I'm hoping that it would just open. So finally it came down to it. I had to use my camera again to tape some dumb set that never panned out. Dumb agent that never liked me. And I wound up having to rip the tape out. I ripped the tape out, and I spent days trying unscrewing those 2 little screws, and that little flappy piece of plastic that goes into the tape popped out, and I was like trying to write down notes like this goes here, that goes here.
Whenever you splice those back together, whenever that part comes by on the tape and you're watching it on TV, you always go because it starts crinkling and you get the fuzz and the buzz and the snow on the television, and you hope it doesn't get eaten again.
I couldn't do it. I actually had to throw it out.
Well, no, you didn't throw it out because actually someone here knows where it is and what's happening with it.
It's out Friday wide.
It's out Friday wide.
This is the portion of the Opie and Anthony show where you got to use your own imagination.
Mm-hmm.
People are naming the film that you did. One of them is Citizen Blank.
Right. Wow, boom. Wow, boom.
Use your imagination.
And although we don't have the video portion, some of the audio did show up.
I did. I locked my legs.
But did you guys sit down ahead of time and go, okay, this is how it's going to play out. I'm going to do this, then you do this, then I do this, then you do this?
Nope. This girl was probably one of the... This is the girl that brought me...
Was she just improving?
This is the girl that brought me to the edge of... I had to break up with this girl because I was probably going to wind up, being with a guy with her because she wanted it. This girl...
What's her number?
That's how dirty... I actually... we used to fantasize about her going with one of my buddies, and it was just her talking to me, and it would just get me crazy.
Jesus. Oh, what are you kidding me? That's the best fantasy on the planet.
It's unbelievable.
Are you
How come your best fantasy is your worst nightmare?
Yeah.
Well, because
if that actually happened, you'd be so freaking bummed out.
But when Bonnie doesn't return your calls, when you call, you freak out and start freaking out. Where is she? Why isn't she answering a call? How does the next door neighbor know what color tiles are in my kitchen? Did you ever find that one out?
No, first of all, don't bring up that kind of crap. But here's the thing.
What?
Because here's the thing. When you're with a girl.
You brought it up.
You're right. But when you're with a girl, and I've never done this, but if you talk about it, it sounds like Bobby said, it's crazy because it's a power and a control thing. If they're doing it behind your back, then you lose the power and the control.
It's actually a fear of intimacy, and you want to make her the whore that you think she is, so you can go, I was right. They're all whores, and I'm never going to get close to one of these bitches. That's what it is.
No, that's your
holy, healthy thinking process.
So anyways.
Wow, Bradshaw.
Wow.
Honest to God, though, this is how good of a girl this girl was. She actually my friend Al. I called my friend Al one day, and because she was like, "Look, I'll come over today." She goes, "Is Al going to be there?" And I got it. I knew what she was saying. I call Al. I go, "Listen, you come over tonight at 10 o'clock. Come in. Don't say anything. Things are going to go down. Just go with them. When they're done, you leave. Don't ask." Don't hang out. Don't ask questions. Don't try to.
What's he, a Marine? Don't ask him. Don't tell.
He comes over. We're on my back porch. It's around 10 o'clock. She has a sundress, no panties, no bra. He's over there talking to me. She has her legs. She does a basic instinct and leaves her legs open. And I'm talking to him. He's looking at her. And I know what she's doing, but I'm pretending like I'm just like yapping. And I see his eyes. His like left eye started going like back and forth.
like he's having a stroke, or like he's looking at him.
It was like quivering. Just, you ever see that actor, that fat actor with both his eyes just go back and forth like ding, 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 ding? All of a sudden, she goes in the room. I go, let's go. We go in. She's doing me. I go, listen, dude, you're with somebody and you're sexually trying to direct your friend, but you got to whisper because you can't just say, dude, take it out. You have to go down. And he's like, what? And they always pretend, I don't know. And you're like, you start getting angry. Take her down. And he's like, what now? Take her down.
Can't you just go in the booth and do the voiceover later or something?
But it's always, every time I've been with another guy, I have like a I think it's like 6.
Yeah.
Everybody else, he pulls out this staff that you could sail a ship with. And you can see, I know she didn't want it because she liked me, but her eyes went like, like opened wider.
Boy.
She was with me, and then she was like, oh, but then she like blindly grabbed his, and you could see she went.
I think he's getting too detailed.
Yeah,
was she
hold on. They're dumping out like crazy.
Yeah, you're getting a little detailed.
Forget it.
Yeah.
Forget it.
It was great. It was unbelievable.
All right, we're going to take a break. Wow. That was very good.
We're going to take a break, and we're in the bathroom together.
Well, I think I'll just stay here.
Yeah.
Well,
your films.
Thank you for throwing.
You try to find someone else, faggot.
Wow. I know homo.
The reviews are in, by the way, on his films. Steve?
That's terrible. I'm sorry.
Oh, Steve didn't like it.
Well, I asked that question, and I had no clue, to be honest, what the answer would be. It was just a setup because Screech made a sex tape.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that next. It's the ONA virus spreading across America.
Hear what everyone else is talking about. ONA Uncut and Live, continuing the show on XM Satellite Radio starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Visit xmradio.com to subscribe.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Yes, the Opie and Anthony Show, the ONA virus spreading across America. So where were we? We got Rich Voss, Bob Kelly in studio.
Where were we? That's the problem. We're yapping between during the commercial breaks. About 80 different things.
Yeah. And we got Ben in studio. We'll talk to you in a second, Ben. Unless you want to pipe in on sex tapes, because that's what we're talking about.
I can think of some stuff.
You ever make a sex tape?
Have I ever made a sex tape?
Yeah.
Not one that someone's going to find, but maybe somewhere along the line.
Somewhere. Erased?
I don't know.
No tape in the camera? That's the chicken way to do it.
Tape in the camera.
That's the chicken way to do it.
Yeah, no.
You don't put a tape in the camera, and you just have it set up on the TV, and then you look at how ridiculous you look. It's pretty stupid looking. Why do you want to save it for later, like a prostitute's head after you cut it off?
Never had the balls. Because everyone thinks they look like a rock star when they're having sex, and then you realize how awful you look.
I didn't know they were gray.
The only
pink.
Pimple? What? Pimples? There's no reason to make a tape because you don't want to watch it back unless you're making films with storylines and everything. But most people are just propping a camera up by a bed.
Yeah.
And they just get a tape. Why are you then going to watch that later? Unless maybe, I guess, if you're in the lifestyle of girls are pouring in your place, a different one every day.
You got to do what you like.
No, here's what you got to do, because if you're with a gal and then the breakup is horrible, and the breakup is horrible, and she starts coming after you for this and that. Hey, I got to.
Now you're using it for blackmail.
But didn't that happen? Somebody that we.
Do you know that's illegal? By the way, it's called extortion.
Not if you get them to go. Can I tape you doing this? Yes, you can. I give you.
You
my
can. Yeah. Can I tape this and then use it later to bribe you or have you?
This is my favorite part, though, Anthony.
Have you give me something under duress in court?
Honest to God, they all say this. I've done probably 6 of them. They all. You better not show your friends.
You better not show your friends.
Of course I'm not.
I want to show my family.
No, I'm not going to show.
Christmas time. Let's pop this in.
Forget your friends, Mom.
I'm bored of the Grinch.
This is just for me. This is just for me, honey. Why would I do that?
Yeah.
What? Of course. Are you out of your... I'm going to show all my friends. What do you think why do you think my face isn't in it?
Well, let's get to the Screech story. So Screech made a sex tape. He's pretty desperate.
He is really desperate. He's losing his house or something.
Dustin Diamond. We had him on the show back in the day. He was voted worst guest ever.
Voted worst guest ever.
No kidding. The listeners, they have all this stuff they do behind the scenes, and they have voted him worst guest ever on the Opie and Anthony show.
Wow.
A close second was a guy from Jersey that made balloon animals for us.
And he no joke. And he was second.
He was second. Dustin Diamond
guy on the radio.
Yeah. Dustin Diamond beat out balloon animal guy.
This was
for worst
better.
Guest ever on the Opie and Anthony show.
This was better than Screech.
I forgot.
Worked out better.
That guy was on a reality show, and he was a local kid, so we brought him in. I don't even remember the reality show anymore.
Some kind of comic magician or something.
And all of a sudden, he's making balloon animals for us, and we're
we're sitting there going, "Oh, maybe this wasn't a good booking,"
because he made balloon animals on this reality show. It was his thing. Like, that's what he did on a boardwalk somewhere in Jersey, and then he got on this reality show.
And you know how they cut reality shows and stuff? They kind of...
Was it Big Brother?
They didn't even make him look entertaining, but they kind of made him look like an interesting character, like that he's doing this in this house with these people. And so we had him on and realized, oh, my God, no, he's just a guy that makes balloon animals.
What, you think he was a Salvador Dali balloon animal maker?
You don't know. You know how they cut that? They made you look interesting, you son of a bitch.
Hey, really fast, back to
playing tennis and ironing your clothes was interesting for some reason. We're going to have you here instead of the ironing board?
I should have suggested that you do a few different household chores.
Yeah, come on, do the wash.
God. Jeremy in Cleveland, what's up?
Hey, good morning, boys.
Hey.
This whole sex tape thing started making me think of one of my lady friends whose dad just had a heart attack because her ex-boyfriend decided to send him the tape. They just had like a nasty breakup.
Ooh, see?
Yeah, that wouldn't be something Dad would want to see, you know? Hey, what's this we got here?
I would.
What? You would?
Did Dad have a heart attack over the tape?
Yeah, he saw the daughter's sex tape. He hung up. Okay. Screech sex tape story.
He ate it with mayo.
But first, because Fox has just whacked retraction of story about Anna Nicole Smith selling her son's belongings. Remember we talked about this on the show?
Yeah.
And we thought, there's no way this could be possible.
Mm-hmm.
She decided she was going to sell her son's remains
to
on
pay
the internet.
For funeral costs or something, some weird story that didn't quite make sense.
It was a huge story. I think it made the front page of some papers, and then... of course it wasn't true, and then Fox had to say this.
First off, let me start by saying that last week we reported a story about Anna Nicole Smith's supposed plans to sell items belonging to her late son Daniel. We reported those items included the last photos of Daniel before his death, as well as personal items of his, including his remains. As it turns out, the source we used to base the story on was unreliable and inaccurate, and thankfully the story was untrue, and Fox 5 regrets the error. All right, that said, from sex tapes to big breakups, it's tonight's Celebrity Wrap-Up.
What an apology.
Unreliable source.
Some unreliable source.
Some homeless guy from Times Square or something.
They were obviously too embarrassed to name the source because it was probably, somebody that just, anonymous call.
Right.
A posting. You know, some people sometimes post things on eBay that aren't real. It was probably something like that. Someone called them.
Like a Rolls Royce or something for cheap?
Yeah, that smells like sauerkraut in the trunk. Right, Rich?
Yes.
Rich has been known to try to buy cars off of eBay.
I got kicked off of eBay.
You should be. You bought a freaking car.
No, I got 3 strikes against me. I'm trying to get back on. For
selling stuff?
No, for bidding on stuff, but ended up not buying it. Like I put in bids saying I bought it. I want it. But then circumstances came up, and now I got kicked off.
Can't you just tell them you're Jewish, and that's why you didn't? I was reconsidering the price. Hey.
By the way, Ben, this is all leading to you.
Yeah, we're all
just
leading.
Sit there
you got
and enjoy.
First question already.
Don't worry.
You're doing my football picks this week, too, by the way. Hey, someone is saying worst guest ever, Steve the Whistler. Steve the Whistler is one of the best guests ever.
If it would have played out like he would have wanted it to play out, it would have been worst guest ever. Mm-hmm. But he ended up being a great guest because it just fell apart.
Right.
That was a catastrophe cluster F segment that was fantastic. Yeah. I listened to the replay of that once. It was so cringe-inducing the way you treated him. I had to hide my head as it was happening. I tried to make believe I wasn't there.
But I'm just a board op, so...
Well, we all know that.
Yeah, what did you do, Ope?
You didn't hear Steve the Whistler?
Please tell me what you did.
I think it was horrific that day.
Steve the Whistler is like a champion whistler. I guess this is a big deal somewhere. I think it's a big deal in like Holland or something.
If he's a Lucky Charms
out.
He had a CD out.
Really?
Now I'll do New York State of Mind. And he starts whistling the songs. It is the dumbest thing.
And he's got
ever.
a CD that has music, so he whistles along with the music. So we're like, hey, wow, let's hear you whistle. Because he's a world champion, I guess.
And Opie's like playing it up like, hey, what track you want me to pop in? And he picked a song, and it's just the music, and he whistles along with it.
Right.
Ope pops it in, and just... He plays it. Steve starts.
Steve starts getting into it with his whistling. Showing his talent. And then I would just stop the CD without him knowing it.
In mid-stride, and and the music's gone. and then, of course, Opie's like, damn, why doesn't this equipment work? And we're all getting angry that the equipment's broken and apologizing to him and seeing how many times he'll restart this song over and over
again. And then we got the CD to work, and all of a sudden I decided to whistle with him.
It was so embarrassing.
Yeah. Because I was making fun of his profession, I guess.
He doesn't need a backup whistler.
His arse.
It got so bad that Jimmy left the studio. Anthony went and hid behind equipment.
Yeah, I had to hide.
Me and Steve.
I had to hide.
Steve the Whistler. Just sitting there.
But it's one of the best.
If you ever get a chance to check it out,
download it. Yeah,
we should throw it up on opieandanthony.com. Can we do that, E-Rock, over the weekend?
E-Rock,
Steve the Whistler on opieandanthony.com. That's what I want to see.
I gotta
somebody painted this.
It's really, really funny. All right, here's the sex tape. Screech's sex tape.
The latest in celebrity sex tapes is Screech from Saved by the Bell. According to TMZ.com, the admittedly broke Dustin Diamond and 2 unidentified ladies caught on an alleged tape is now in the hands of a Phoenix-based agent, according to the Daily News. But Screech's rep, who hasn't seen the tape, says, quote, Dustin has been trying to escape the Screech typecast, so this may help me get more bookings. I'm sorry, but does anyone, and I mean anyone, want to see Screech in his skivvies? I mean, aside from maybe his wife, I think not. Besides, I'm guessing it might not be Oscar-caliber work.
She'd want to see him.
Like
because
anything with Oscar.
Wasn't Jimmy saying yesterday that supposedly he's hung like a horse?
He supposedly, is now the new record holder. Since Uncle Milty died.
No.
Really? In Hollywood. Yeah, he's the most well-endowed in Hollywood now, is the story. Screech. Can you believe that curse? That is God going, watch what I put on this idiot. You know?
He's got retard junk.
That's why Screech, it drags along the floor.
That's what the girls do.
He said retard junk.
And we can't say this?
What is that?
Well, then I'm saying it for the XMers, so screw you. I'll just dump out. On this tape, he does it Dirty Sanchez.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How could you not say that?
I don't know.
Oh, is that silly?
You can't say that, but he does that on the sex tape.
I don't even know what the hell is that again?
Oh, you can't describe it. Look, it's like don't even start because once you know what happened.
The angry.
You know what happened.
Can't say it.
You know what happened in radio?
What?
There was this time. It was about a 6-month period of time in radio where every show did nothing but describe all of those acts that are given these weird names on websites. You know, you've got like 20-page-long email from your friend about what this wacky name is. Hey, let's do the ceiling tile. Or you ever hear of the this one or the Doggy's Revenge or whatever, know. And I'm making these up so you don't have to dump out of them. They're and they would go into graphic detail of describing them and get FCC violations. So in its infinite wisdom, radio itself decided to censor by not even allowing people to say the names of these things
anymore. Yeah.
So if we have a guest that writes a book, let's say your name was Ben Sanchez, okay, and we were a little annoyed that he hadn't showered. We couldn't even describe that. It's a catastrophe.
He is brilliant.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
All right.
Shut up about it.
All right. So now everyone hopefully understands what was on that tape. Mark in Florida, what's up?
Hey, man.
Hey.
Screech was on the radio this morning in Tampa talking to the local show here.
Yeah.
And he is crapping himself, man. Evidently, this is part of a game he was in with some celebrities called Pokem. And once a month, they'd have a pot. They'd send in their tapes, and they'd get points for different things caught on tape.
See, that sounds like a lie. That sounds like something he's... If there is even an inkling that this got let out, like he didn't want this out, you know, people can do that if they're real celebrities with real careers. Yeah. This is a pure desperation move the guy's got to make. Come on.
No, what he's saying is that the other people involved are some A-listers, man. He says there's some heavy hitters.
What A-lister is hanging out with his Screech?
Right.
Stop it.
You want to trade sex tapes?
Hey, Angelina, it's Screech. Yeah, Screech. You coming over with the tapes?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Butch Patrick.
Butch Patrick. That's a great A-lister.
Yeah. C-minus listers, maybe.
Oh, God.
Barry from Pittsburgh, we need Opie's brother to make a I've Got Retard Junk t-shirt.
That's funny.
I'd love to see Amos wear that one.
Yeah, my
well, I took a boner pill.
Retard Junk shirt deal. When am I going to get my I Got Retard Junk shirt? Goddamn, Opie's brother won't send it to me.
Great items, man.
Yeah, last week I was really clogged, so I know Jimmy had Mucinex in the studio. So I went into his little Mucinex bottle, and there were blue pills. I didn't know the Mucinex came in blue pills, so I had to be clogged up all morning because I thought I might be taking a boner pill instead of a Mucinex pill. So then I came up with, I took a boner pill T-shirt. Or I came up with a saying, and now the websites are selling them like crazy.
I think Retard Junk is my favorite.
Like that one.
That one's even better?
Oh, that's great.
Ben, you going to talk or what? Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my God.
Jeez. I like
Don't you know how to promote yourself?
It's a good story, though.
That's why he's an author.
I'm a big Saved by the Bell fan, so it's good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's Screech.
Grow up watching it and then realize, oh, my God, he's doing porno to bail himself out.
It might help. We'll get a new housemate.
Let me introduce Ben.
Never know.
Ben, how do you say your last name?
Mezrich.
Mezrich.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, when we got fired from radio or put on the beach, as they say. That's what they say in radio. Oh, he's on the beach.
Make it sound nice.
Little known fact, I read over 100 books.
Really?
Yeah, in that 2-year period. I was a reading machine, and one of my favorite books was Bringing Down the House. And you were the author of that, right?
Yeah.
I know we're going to promote the new one, which sounds really interesting as well, but Bringing Down the House was a fascinating story, and I hear they're making a movie out of that,
right? We're shooting this January with Kevin Spacey is producing and starring as
who?
Professor
who
recruits the team and trains them.
Yeah, and, basically it's a bunch of MIT students.
From Boston. A bunch of MIT kids came up with a card counting system, and they made $6 million in Vegas. And then Vegas came after them, and Private Eyes followed them back to Boston, and they nearly got hurt. But
what was great was that it got to a point. It got to a point they were getting kicked out of all the casinos in Vegas, so then they started going to the casinos in
like
Memphis or whatever, the boat casinos. And they kept going and going until just about everyone in the business knew what they were doing.
Yeah, these guys still get kicked out. I get kicked out of casinos for hanging out with them in Vegas now.
Really?
This is years later, and they can't walk into a casino still. So.
And you wrote the book?
I spent a lot of time going to and from Vegas with them every weekend, and I would strap
$200,000 to my body and carry it from Logan.
So you were one of the guys that carry the money and stuff.
To research it, I like to get inside my books as much as.
Wait, so how do you were you friends with these guys at MIT?
No, I went to Harvard while they were at MIT.
So how did you get How did you get involved with it?
I still love Screech and his sex tape, right? So I was hanging out at a local bar in Boston called Crossroads. I don't know if you ever went there, but. I got introduced to them by a girl who was dating one of the players, and she had played on the team as, like, the hot blonde, because they would have, like, a hot blonde on the team so the casinos wouldn't think they were card counters. And I met him, and then I went over to the main guy's house, and his real name is Jeff Ma, and he had hundreds of thousands of dollars in his laundry, like stacks of $100 bills. So I asked him what was going on. And he took me to Vegas the next day, and I flew with him and 5 of his friends, and they just pulled out money. They had like $1 million in cash on them, and they were hitting the casinos. And so I got a look at it, and I thought, this is awesome. This is, I was writing thrillers at the time, and I thought this is better than any fiction.
I highly recommend the book, because these guys would fly out on a Friday and come back on a Sunday.
They'd be in class all day Friday, then get the flight out to Vegas. They were the geekiest guys you ever met in Boston. I mean, these guys were math nerds in Boston. They'd hit Vegas with velvet shirts and like this whole thing, and like, made millions doing it.
Did you think at first, like, it's got to be some kind of, everyone's got a gimmick, a money-making gimmick, and that you were going to go, the first time that you saw it, you thought, I'm going to see him lose. And
well, you know what, they do lose. They only have a percentage edge. So some weekends they lose. I watched him lose $110,000 in 2 hands. Ooh. I mean, they lose, and you're talking about a college kid, but when you start getting kicked out of casinos, this is real.
Yeah,
why are the casino kicking you out?
Why did you have to smuggle the money in?
Because even though it's legal to move your own money around, if you get caught in an airport with $100,000 on you, they immediately assume you're a drug dealer, and they put you in a room and they handcuff you, and they can hold you 24 to 48 hours, and the DEA comes in, and the IRS comes in, which is not good either.
It's under 10,000.
It's 10,000.
It becomes a big mess, and and also there's that old rumor that 90% of $100 bills have cocaine on them, traces of cocaine. So you don't want to carry tons of cash around with you. And you can't take it out of the bank, because then forms are flying all over the place. So basically they would keep it in safety deposit boxes all over Vegas. The team in Busting Vegas, which is the new one, they found an old safe in the basement of an MIT administration building, and they kept all their money on campus. So they would come on Friday and make a withdrawal from this administration building of $1 million every morning, and then they'd fly out to Vegas that night and then put it back in the safe.
And this was the brainchild of a professor at MIT, right?
The original team was, it actually has been handed down since the 70s.
Since the 70s, they were doing this through MIT.
A new group of students is recruited every year. There's a group right now doing it, and a professor sort of guided them along and taught them what they were doing. It's like a math thing, It's high math to do this, but
and really fast, because they would practice.
Oh yeah, 6 hours a day in like fake casinos where girls dress up as cocktails.
It would be someone's dumb apartment, and you go upstairs. Next thing you know, you go through a door, and they have a fake casino set up so these students could practice their counting,
in the environment,
and how they were going to pull it off.
They can actually. They don't even look at the table. They take a glass of scotch and they put it on the table, and they count the reflection in the scotch glass, so they don't have to even look at the cards. And it's amazing. It's amazing to watch these guys in action.
And some of the code words, now you got to bear with me. I read the book about 3 years ago, but I thought it was brilliant.
Well, they had lots of.
They would have conversations.
Yeah, and so if you wanted to pass the count to someone else, you could say something like, "Oh, you know what? I think I left the cat out at home," and cat would mean 9, so the count is +9. Which would mean, you want to bet.
Explain +9, though.
It's a high-low method. Turns out in blackjack, if there are more high cards still in the deck, you have an advantage, because the dealer's going to bust more often. You're going to hit blackjack. So you just keep track of the high to low cards, and the higher the count means that more low cards, have come out, which means there's more high cards. Every time you see a card come out, it's either +1 or -1, or neutral. So you keep doing this in your head. I know it sounds complex, but it's really not.
I've seen it done on Discovery Channel. They did a whole thing.
But I really enjoyed the code words.
They lots
would say,
of code words.
What were some of the others?
Which is, can you say? I don't know.
The T word?
Yeah, can you say
No.
that? You can't say that.
No.
That's crazy.
I
mean, I can see
stupid.
the dirty one, but
it is really stupid.
Yeah, okay. Well, a witch's whatever would be, what was that? 13, because it's
right
or whatever. You had, there were, every number had a certain thing attached to it. Yeah. You also had hand signals, like if you crossed your arms, you meant someone should come. The big player was the guy carrying the cash.
Well, because
the guy sitting at the table.
You had setup guys.
What happens? You have 6 people spread across the casino, 1 person at each table, keeping track of the cards. They would call in the big player, who's acting like a real high roller, who's covered in money and wearing velvet and have girls on his arms, usually strippers. He'll slide into the table and bet $10,000 a hand. So you'd have to pass him the signal and everything, and then he'd get up and he'd move. So from the casino's point of view, it's just one big player betting $10,000 everywhere. But they don't see the card count.
But he is immediately sitting into a situation that's already been built
already a
for him
deck.
to
He already
have
knows he's got a
the
great
advantage.
Yeah. So your $10,000 bets are only betting there. But in Busting Vegas, the wild system, this kid could get aces to come out when he wanted to. There's a system where you can actually get an ace lined up, and that's what Busting Vegas is about. And I wasn't going to do another Vegas book, and I went to Vegas with this guy, and basically, he's sitting next to me, and he goes, bet big now. And I'm like, why? And he goes, because you're going to get an ace. And the next card is an ace.
Wow. All right, listen, hold that, and we'll see what that's all about after the break, okay? Because we just got to take a break really fast here. It's Busting Vegas is the new book by Ben. Mezrich?
Mezrich, yeah, that's good.
Mezrich, okay. We'll continue with Ben in a few minutes here. Really fast, bring it down the house. I mean, your writing was great, how you just described how these guys were sweating and feeling the pressure of walking through airports and stuff.
I did it. I mean,
with a couple $100,000 strapped to their bodies and hoping they didn't get caught. And it just, I love the book, man. I can't wait to see the movie. I hope the movie's as good as the book.
You know the body cavity search comes if they find you with money strapped on you. You just know the glove is coming out.
Well, we'll explain how the guy knew an ace was coming out of the deck next.
Yeah.
It's the O&A virus spreading across America.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
We're back with the Opie and Anthony Show. I think Dane Cook's calling in. Bob Kelly just got a text message from him.
Ooh.
Hey, really fast, and we got Ben Mezrich in studio. His new book is called Busting Vegas. Peter M. from Massachusetts, by the way. Hey, Opie, Ben wrote the book, but you go ahead and tell the story. I get excited sometimes. It's a book I know. Then, the author's in here.
Just switch places. Oh, we could sit on the couch and talk about the book.
Right. I'm telling you, that's a good compliment, though. I read over 100 books in that 2-year period, and it's
the one you remembered.
Easily top 5. Easily.
Yeah, but 4 is Curious George.
Yeah.
So
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
The first 3.
That web that Charlotte made.
Hey, can you do my football picks?
Your football picks? No, but I can get you the guy from Bring It Down the House, and he's a football genius.
Do you know football?
No, he knows. I know. I'm a fan, but I'm not.
Oh, you don't know? That's perfect.
He's a sports guy.
Anthony, explain what's going on with the football.
Well, there's a whole big football pick contest going on between the staff of the show, and the prize money's huge. What is it?
$10,000.
$10,000.
Yeah.
So they're taking it pretty seriously, but Opie isn't taking it pretty seriously.
So he wants to,
because it would really suck if he won and these poor bastards are all like, Jesus.
Ben, what Anthony's trying to say is, I'm a millionaire. Yeah. And the guys behind the scenes, they make about $10 an hour. So it would really suck if I end up winning the $10,000.
Right.
But I'm in there just to make it interesting, and if I do win, I will throw $10,000 out of a helicopter.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not nice enough to give it to the staff behind the scenes.
Right.
If they don't beat me, they're going to have to watch me throw $10,000 out of a helicopter.
I'm sure they're going to be like, come on, fall out.
But here's the deal.
Fall out.
I'm doing dumb things every week to get my football picks. Like in Cleveland last week, I had a Fatty Pig Fatty do it.
How did it go?
And she went 4 for 5, by the way.
4 for 5.
4 for 5.
There you go.
And Ben has made my football picks. He's taking the Vikings over the Bills this week. He's taking the Dolphins. Yeah. Big Ken will be happy about that over the Texans. Chicago Bears over the Seahawks. The Patriots over the Bengals.
I got to do that.
And, yes, Redskins over the Jaguars. That's my picks this week. There you go, man.
Oh, yeah.
And the football picks are sponsored by Dish Network. More football for you. Better TV for all. Call 1-888-GET-DISH. Ben, you're going to have to sit for another minute or two. The new book is Busting Vegas, but we got to say hi to Dane Cook. Dane, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
We were getting a little sad yesterday. We're like, Dane Cook's in town. He's doing SNL. He's got the big movie opening today, and he's not calling the Opie and Anthony show.
Believe it or not, anybody who says I don't read my fucking MySpace is a liar. That's how I found out that you guys wanted me to call in this morning.
Dane, we're not on XM, dude. This is free FM.
We're 15 minutes to XM.
Yeah.
Basically, he said, he found out through his MySpace.
Through his
effing
MySpace.
That he should be calling the Opie and Anthony show.
I'm sorry, I thought it was at the cellar.
Hey, Bob Kelly was explaining this refrigerator stove of yours.
What is it?
I told him that you came over to my 700 square foot apartment, and you told me about you're looking at new houses. How you looked at that new house with a remote control that does everything. It had a refrigerator / stove. Mechanism that you can watch. He has TVs in every bathroom that you got to. You really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, millionaires.
Bob's life is so boring. He's talking about your appliances.
I was just telling him how I felt bad that you're over my living room / office / kitchen.
Dane, how does that feel?
Bobby's living room looks like the storage room in a 7-Eleven. It's just an absolute mess. There's like mop buckets next to the plasma.
Big boxes of styrofoam cups.
Wrappers on the floor.
Just dented food.
How does it feel when you're at the point where other people are just describing your appliances?
I know.
That is just, I know, it's what you just said, but it's really sinking in. Like, oh my God, you never know what people are talking about when you're not there. Yeah. They're talking about your appliances.
Talking about Dane Cook's refrigerator.
Potential appliances because he hasn't bought a house like that.
And he described it like, if he has a frozen pizza, he could cook it from online.
Oh my God, Bobby!
I know.
Bobby
would.
Just saw you on the Today Show. Were you on there?
I just did that a few minutes ago.
I just saw it right over Opie's head while we were talking. I'm like, hey, there's Dane. How is that to do?
There's nothing like trying to get a word out with 1,000 Janet Jackson fans behind you.
Yeah, because Janet's playing live,
really?
I guess.
I had to, every answer, it was like, so tell me about the new movie. I was like, well, it's very Rhythm Nation-like.
and then
Control album,
Did you rip your shirt open and pop one out?
No, but can I tell you, I don't know if you saw this, it was like the weirdest moment for me ever. I said something that Matt Lauer found funny, and then he gave me the pound sign, and I was pounding Matt Lauer on the Today Show. It was very strange.
First time that's happened. And you're doing SNL again.
Yeah, I'm actually over here now. We're doing the full day of rehearsal, and the Killers are here, and they sound awesome, man. I was watching them yesterday.
Yeah, we'll all be watching tomorrow night.
Yeah, it's going to be a sick show.
And Employee of the Month, Dane, huh?
Employee of the Month next week. Yeah.
Yeah, you are just too goddamn big.
I'm on a tear, as they say.
We had Pedro in helping promote your movie there.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Efron came in. Was it him or was it his twin? Sometimes if he's too lazy, he sends his twin.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah, we heard that he has an exact duplicate twin.
That.
Yeah.
Don't say you're hurting.
I know, Bobby.
I told you, and you gave me crap.
Yeah. Okay, Bobby.
Sorry.
Calm down and just tell us what Dane's toaster is like.
Yeah, I know.
Dane, I got to tell you something.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it was his twin now, because I'm looking at this guy going, he looks like Pedro, but if Pedro was a little off.
It was his twin, because he asked for my phone number, so you know it had to be.
Now. And they won't admit it, but Efron told me, he goes, yeah, sometimes I just can't make it, and I'll just send my twin. And they do it a lot.
Wow.
He sent his twin to my Employee of the Month party that we had in L.A. the other night, and the whole night I'm calling him Efron, and then at 2 minutes before he leaves, he's like, I'm his brother, later.
He's congratulating him. He's like, yeah, great job in the movie. He's like, thanks, man, thanks. I gave him my number, too. Ugh, I don't want to give the twin my number.
You got the twin.
I got the twin, Mexican.
Wow. I never thought that. That could have been him.
Hey, Dane, thanks for calling me all week, though. I'm glad we could spend some time this week, and you can return some. I feel like the fat chick.
You are. You are.
Well, touche, Anthony.
Take damage.
Did you forget that I came over to your veal box and watched TV?
You know what, Dane? He was telling the story on the air, and he could tell that you were like just putting in some time. You watched one show. I was like, well, I got to go. I got to go back to my huge hotel room.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing more unsettling than every 10 seconds your best buddy saying, dude, don't look at my girl's new boobs.
She's got new boobs?
Oh, boy. Sorry, Bobby.
That's an hour of radio.
Apparently, me ratting out your fridge oven is the same to you ratting out my chick's new boobs. Yeah.
I thought that you told those guys. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, well. Listen, Dad.
It's so weird. It's like I really want to stare at Don's breasts, but I can't.
Yes, you can. As soon as apparently you'd hear the segment before this.
Yeah. As soon as you tell someone not to stare, the first thing they're going to do is look. You can't help it.
Well, I told you, Norton was at my house, and we were sitting on the couch watching TV, and my girl comes out. You could hear the bathroom door open. I go, Dawn, put a shirt on. Norton's head spun around so fast. When he realized that she had a shirt on, I was just joking.
Oh, you were just
You're
trying to call him out? Yeah.
He goes, dude, what? No, I just want to make sure she was all right.
All right. What you were surprised, though? It's like throw your dog a steak and go, look, he went for it.
I know, he does.
It's Jimmy Norton.
He does feed my my dog his own boogers. He really isn't on the high up on the evolution chart.
Wow. Hey, Dane.
Yeah.
Tourgasm 2?
I want to do it, man. Yeah, I'm actually. I was telling Bobby that I want to do it. I'd like to do a thing over in Iraq with these guys.
Wow.
So I'm trying to put something together now that we go over there, even maybe over Christmas, and do some shows. But we'll see. I want to do it though.
No, what you should do? You should have balls and just drive that awesome tour bus of yours all over Iraq.
Right down, one of the main drags that are just like have been blown up every 2 minutes. You know, that whole thing.
We just throw Jay Davis in his underwear out in the middle of the desert. He has to meet us at Fallujah.
Is that what we do?
Nice.
Is that what we do?
Oh, really? Someone listens to the show.
He got you.
Stepped on a landmine, man. Stepped on a landmine, man.
And the landmine makes pizza.
Great. Well,
hey, you're taking over YouTube now there, Dane.
Yeah, the YouTube is pretty wild, man. It's there's a lot of stuff, a lot of content on the YouTube.
We love YouTube. We got about 700 videos up there ourselves.
Well, Dane's got 6 million.
Yeah, I know.
I think.
I thought we were doing pretty good, and then I actually did throw you in the search and went, oh, God.
He already took over the MySpace. You're like the Hitler of the Internet. You're blitzkrieging your way over every new country that pops up on the Internet. Just remember, Russia's out there, my friend, someday.
We were proud because one of our videos got viewed over 100,000 times. Bill Burr going after that crowd in Philly.
I watched it on YouTube.
Oh, is that great?
It's unbelievable. If you haven't seen it yet, just throw Opie and Anthony in the search. And then I do a Dane Cook search, and his videos are getting 600,000-700,000 hits. I'm like, forget it.
Yep.
Billy, watching that clip of Bill Burr was not only magnificent and classic, but I love Bill's body language when he's getting abused. He looks like one of those high 1950s high-speed home movies. It's just like the same 3 moves over and over. He should have a spatula in his hand and an awful hat on.
I kiss the chef.
Well, I can't wait till you get your new house, Dane, because I stay at his apartment in L.A. now. Upstairs in his bedroom, plasma, AC, gorgeous. He has this huge living room.
Expect them to have.
Cathedral ceilings downstairs where I sleep, nothing. Just a big, you want me to open the window? It's like an 80-foot window with 80-foot curtains, so you either have the window open with the breeze, and then in the morning the sun craps on your face, or you just sweat all night with the shades closed. He went and bought me a fan at Rite Aid. Thanks, Dane.
Bobby, you sweat in the front row at an ice hockey game. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's so funny.
Jesus. Who wrote that for you? Jay Davis?
Oh, wow.
You know what? I take that back, boss.
Yeah, you better.
Jeez, hey, that Tourgasm 2, it's boss. I'm available after today.
Yeah, you see what happened there? Bob Kelly feeling very, very comfortable.
Yeah, I know.
Very comfortable for a split second, and then you realize who you were talking to.
Hang on, boss. Hey, I'm going to clean up those coattails after Saturday night for you.
I wouldn't mind if a couple tickets for SNL just happen to, I don't know, end up at XM, by the way. That would be real nice.
Ooh.
I got a couple seats. I can hook it up.
Are you kidding?
No, I seriously, I got a couple of people who bailed, so if you two want to go, then come down.
Ooh.
There goes my
I will go in a second. What do I do this through Bob Kelly, your secretary?
No, those are my seats you're taking.
Oh, I take that back then.
He just dumped me out.
A couple of people bailed, and he just meant you.
Well, then try to squeeze into one seat, stupid.
I think, Bobby, aren't you on the road? Isn't there like a Chuckles down in Cuba that you're
No,
playing?
actually, I'm doing Tourgasm, you jackass.
Oh, yeah,
it's your tour. Yeah, so stop promoting.
Checks made payable, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Checks made payable.
Let's get on it. How do you not promote your own? I'm on the tour. And then you tell me I'm in Chuckles. Thank. No, it's the Borgata Atlantic.
He's too busy.
He is busy. He's very busy.
He's moved on
man.
from Tourgasm.
I was actually
SNL and movies to
promote. It's a franchise like McDonald's for him now.
I went to his premiere in L.A., so I had to go. He was with, Jessica and, millions of people around him, and I had to go. Jay Davis grabs me at the front of the red carpet. And
first of all, you say Jessica Simpson. You have to say Jessica Simpson. You don't say Jessica.
I've met her.
Don't, but you can't just blurt it out like Jessica.
Dane calls her
Stop
Jess.
it.
You call her Jessica
You
Simpson.
say, like everyone else, Jessica Simpson.
Actually, I have her number. I'll call her now and ask you. You want me to do that?
Stop it.
All right, you're right. I have Jessica from junior high. We called her the Blouse. She was 300. Either that or the White Lion. Listen,
What was her name?
the Blouse.
Hey, instant feedback going crazy. I have no idea about this. Anthony from Dallas. It's effing the best. Ask him if he has seen the Halo 2 mixed with his crazy guy at the office bid on YouTube.
I did see that. It's pretty wild, man.
What is it all about?
Somebody took Halo 2 graphics, and they took one of my bits, and then they with the controller, they made the guy move around and act out the entire bit.
Yeah.
It's like, it's
really good.
Too long, and it's almost creepy.
They're making productions. I've seen productions where it's an entire cast of characters that are from first-person shooter games, and they act out scenes. They do plays. It's ridiculous how much time this must take.
Yeah, no, this definitely took a long time. It was pretty wild.
All right. Hey, Dane, we really appreciate this. We know you're rehearsing for SNL, but this was huge for us.
All right, fellows.
I'll take you up on those tickets if they're available.
All right. Yeah. Talk to Bobby.
Dude, can I have the ticket?
Yeah, dude. I mean, dude, you're mine.
Dude.
All right, SNL Saturday night, tomorrow night, obviously, and Employee of the Month starts next Friday.
You got it.
Dane Cook, thank you so much.
All right, later, guys.
All right.
Now we'll talk about what kind of blender does Jess have?
Yeah. I actually, when I met her, I felt like such a jackass. I just got these new Guess jeans, like $300, but they had, on the back pockets, they had leather tassels.
Oh, why are you tasseling your ass?
I didn't do it. They came with it. My girl, before I left, goes, listen, B, please take the tassels off. And I was like, why? They're there. They're supposed to, they're kind of cool, right? They're kind of like Old West type thing.
Right,
She's
yeah.
like, if you're going to L.A., and you go, please just take the tassels off. And I was like, no, I'm not taking that. I went out there, dude. I kind of stood up, and I heard her go, are those tassels?
Why is your security wearing tassels?
Hey, look at the time. We have to end the show.
Oh, damn.
Or do we?
Or do we? Pick your feet up.
You know what?
Let's sit back and relax.
You didn't even get into his new book yet.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I want to hear about the new book.
The new book.
What?
Woo, he just got real comfortable.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah.
What you heard was 2 feet going up on a desk.
Kicking back, relaxing, settling in for a spell.
Deal with it. Getting back to Busting Vegas, the new book by Ben Mezrich.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ben, that you've had to wait about an hour and a half.
No, I love Dane. That's awesome.
Yeah, I hope you're not even the real Ben Mezrich, and I hope you're his twin.
And I hope this interview we're doing is just fascinating.
Oh, this is heated.
So what we have learned, Ben Mezrich's last book, Bringing Down the House, is going to be a movie with Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
Highly recommend you pick up Bringing Down the House if you haven't read it yet. So let's get into Busting Vegas, a true story of monumental excess, sex, love, violence, and beating the odds.
Beating the odds. Yeah, it's a story about a guy named Semyon Dukac who could get aces to come out when he wanted him to. He hit Vegas and then went around the world and hit every casino across Europe before getting told at gunpoint in Monte Carlo that if he ever did it again, he'd be killed. And it's a wild story, and if you want to know how to get aces to come out, it's really wild. I mean, it's a neat.
It sounds
technique.
impossible.
No, it's really
like it
doable.
sounds
You want to hear
impossible.
You want to hear how to do it?
I'd love to. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Voss, shut up.
Shut up for a second.
All right, this is good. You know how the dealer shuffles the cards?
Yeah.
And you play blackjack, he then rolls them over into a horizontal line like this, you know? He's holding the back card with his hand here. If you're sitting in the seat to his left, you can see the card, right?
Right.
If that card happens to be an ace or a 10, jack, king, or queen, what you do is when then the dealer offers the cut card to someone, you and your friends have the whole table.
Right.
You take the cut card, and you cut to exactly 100 cards from the bottom, which sounds hard.
It sounds very
Practice
hard.
2 hours a day for 1 week, and anybody can do this. It's a real easy thing to do. You cut to exactly 100 cards. The dealer moves the front of the deck to the back. Now the 101st card is an ace, and you know this because you saw the ace.
Come on,
so
how are they getting away with that?
Oh, so they don't. The casinos have no idea what you just did. They didn't see. They don't know there's an ace. So then, as you're playing, you just bet the minimum, bet the minimum, bet the minimum. When the ace is lined up, You bet $10,000. The guy next to you bets $8,000 in case you missed by one card. Guy next to him bets $6,000, and you're going to get that ace. In about an hour, you're supposed to get 2 or 3 aces, or 5 or 6, 10 jack, kings, or queen, which is also a huge advantage. You can win $150,000 in an hour. Thing is, you get kicked out fast because you're betting, $10, $100, whatever, and then suddenly you're betting $10,000.
Right, and then a good card comes out.
Right, and we were at the Wynn doing this, and there's 2 security guards immediately out of nowhere, But the thing is that you'd come in like he used to pretend he was like a European pop star. He'd come in, with a leather shirt and no shirt, no T-shirt on, singing in German, have 2 girls on his arms like groupies. Or he'd come in, he used to pretend he was this Russian arms dealer. So you could get away with making these huge bets. And it's a wild story. And then he went, all across Europe. And eventually that's where it gets dangerous because that's still the mob. The mob runs all the casinos in Europe.
Yeah.
So Vegas is not really mobbed up anymore, but Europe is.
But you would think the casinos would figure out this ace trick and work around that.
Well, now since the book came out, they figured out the ace
wrecked
trick.
it for everybody.
But you know what? It's still doable. And I've watched it done recently.
I'm sure not everybody.
Casinos don't think that anybody can really do it and is going to practice. Most of the people who read my books read it on the flight to Vegas. I always see them reading it then, and I'm thinking that's the worst time to read my book. You can read it then, but don't land and think, okay, I'm going to go cut to aces now.
Yeah.
You got to practice a lot.
It takes a lot of practice.
But, the casinos know about it now, and they still don't cover that back card that well. It's still very doable. It's legal. It's all legal.
So a great show on all that taking cheating in Vegas where people are capping bets and pulling out. Like, guys pulling out their bet after they see the cards they have, and the dealer doesn't have a clue. They're changing their bet. They're like switching. Like all of a sudden they'll have a good hand.
That's great at that.
And then bam, they're throwing a black chip on top.
Yeah. You know what the most successful cheating thing ever was? It was a team, and what they had is they had made a stack of $5 chips, plastic that was hollowed out. And the dealer was working with them, and they'd lose a stack of $5 chips, and the dealer would fill it with $100 chips, and then they'd win a stack of $5 chips, but it was really $500. And they did this all day long, and they ended up taking about $7 million in 2 days or something, like that, just pulling $100. And they eventually got caught. And
of course,
But the stuff in busting Vegas is all legal. It's like you can't go to jail, but the casinos come after you. So. There's a scene where he gets handcuffed to a chair in Caesar's Palace. There's a scene in Aruba. He's banned from the island of Aruba. He was taken at gunpoint out of the island because he had won a bunch there. So it's pretty wild stuff to do.
Do they mess you up in the back room?
Well, the back room is the one room where there's no cameras, But nowadays, it's not like they put your head in a vice anymore. Because, Vegas is like Disney World now.
They're not going to pop your eye out.
Right. They're not going to do that anymore. But they will intimidate you. 2 big guys, they get into your personal space. They have you stand against a wall in the back. They make you take photographs, and then they make you sign something that says you'll never come back. That's all the Vegas will do. Atlantic City, I've heard stories about the parking lots and stuff.
Yeah.
Which is a
little more seedy.
Yeah. And then overseas is definitely not a good idea to do any of this stuff.
And the Indian casinos will skin you, right?
The Indian casinos, they have their own laws there.
Made up.
They'll do that. These guys hit Indian casinos all the time, but you don't want to get caught there because they have the tribal council. You're not really sure what that's going to...
What the hell could that possibly be?
I don't know.
Wow. Your head on a stake outside the place.
They're going to play lacrosse, right? They're going to play lacrosse with your head afterwards. Right?
Let's go to Carl in Jersey. Carl, what's up?
Opie, you put your feet up on that desk at 9 o'clock. You're my hero. After that fiasco with those dopey bozos, I love you. I'm going to buy XM for everybody I meet for the next 15 minutes. I swear to God.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're amazing.
Thank you, bro. Let's go to Anthony in New York. Anthony, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Board Up?
What's up?
I got to tell you the truth, man. I'm a JV and Elvis fan. Get off the goddamn air.
No. You're that Anthony guy that called yesterday? Dude, see, they hang up. Here's what happened. He called their show yesterday twice.
Yes.
They had to get him to call twice to give them compliments on their show. And meanwhile, instead of hanging on, and he could have said whatever he wanted, let it be known he hung up because we don't hang up.
Justin in the Bronx.
Bash us.
We're giving away tickets on the walkover today, right?
Yes.
I hate my name now.
What tickets again?
The same as his.
Hey, Justin, what's up?
Call me Kathy.
Hey, what's up, guys? I was just wondering when this guy's book's coming out.
Yeah, when's the book coming out, Ben?
Busting Vegas is out in paperback right now. Let's get that all out.
Keep calling.
I love it.
When's the book coming out?
You guys should stay here all day.
We just might.
Those guys are idiots. It's like the show after ER complaining if ER ran 20 minutes over. They would be the happiest people in the world if ER ran over.
Does anyone know what the show is after ER?
Exactly.
No, I couldn't tell you.
Well, you know what? I made those comparisons yesterday, and I got smashed for it.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Well, he made a good one. You made awful ones.
Listen, if
He
you
said
guys
ER,
are
not
in
ER.
front of me, I would let you guys stay on for half the show, right? I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
They're crazy.
Come on.
I'm keeping your book.
All right, yeah.
All right, Ben Mezrich, Busting Vegas is the new book.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Gigantor. We got tickets to Gigantor we're giving away on the walkover. So if you're outside the building right now, you just get handed tickets. It's Megadeth and Lamb of God and a bunch of other bands at the PNC tomorrow night. I'm going to SNL. You better give me those tickets.
Dude, I already hooked it up. You're getting. Yes, you're going.
Wow.
I'm going to be at the Borgata in front of 18 people because Dane's not there. He's doing SNL.
You know what? Bob Kelly is amazing. You had a great set in Cleveland, by the way. Rich had a great set in Cleveland. And you're playing the Borgata with
Borgata
Jay
tonight.
Davis.
And go to my MySpace, Robert Kelly Live. I got 35 dates. We're coming 35 cities across the country with this tourgasm thing.
And it's a good show. I'm not going to lie. Gary, if you haven't seen Gary or Bobby, I haven't seen Jay, so I don't know, but Gary and Bobby are tremendous.
Boss, what are you promoting?
You can get you see my DVD on Amazon.com. Guaranteed you'll like it. When you walked in the room, did you recognize me? Didn't you?
Yeah.
Did you recognize Bobby or me?
Yeah. No, I recognized you.
Okay.
What about me?
Oh, boy.
I recognize you. Yeah, now I recognize you because I didn't see you because of the hat first.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
Don't try to throw me under the bus under a compliment.
No, of course I recognize you.
Thank you.
Amazon.com.
I recognize
boss.
Dane.
All right, listen.
Recognize his stove.
Today's football picks were sponsored by Dish Network. More football for you, better TV for all. Call 1-888-GET-DISH. All right? I guess we'll end here.
Yeah, we'll go over.
You choose when you end, right, Opie?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And yes, Mark, I saw the notes. Please get off the air. I saw every one of them. So don't take it out on Than. Thanks, Bob Kelly. Thanks, Rich Voss.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ben Mezrich. Thank you. We'll see you guys over at XM. If you're not joining us, have a great weekend.
Or go somewhere else. Maybe you like classic rock.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Where could our listeners go now? Kind of sucks that New York
still
radio
on
blows.
for an hour?
Yeah, check out... No? What? Oh, Whoopi's till 10.
Yeah.
Go check out Whoopi Goldberg. See what she's all about. Thanks, guys.
Whoa, that was primal. Nice.
Out on the streets of New York.
What's up, dude? Look at what we're looking at.
I just heard a dude.
Hi, sweetie. How are you? Nice to see you.
Bob Kelly signing autographs.
He's famous.
What do we got in front of us, Anthony? You know a little more about this
beautiful Ford GT. I took a ride in one the other day, and was doing about 110 down the West Side Highway in New York. You can't really go that fast in New York because too many lights. Right. But you open it up. It's not the Mustang, not Shelby GT. It's the Ford GT. This thing is a monster. A monster.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, man?
How's it going?
You hitting any potholes in that thing today?
Yeah, it's not the holes, it's those steel plates in the street.
Yeah, the plates.
Oh, they're wrecking wheels.
You really don't get much clearance.
Hey, one of these costs 11 grand, right? What? Maybe a little more than that, too.
Oh, talking about the price.
That?
Could be $5,000 for that.
Can you take that on a ski trip? Because ski season's right around the corner.
I just had some guy offer me 220 grand for it.
Wow.
It's more than I paid for it, so...
You just said I'll pay you 220 grand for it?
Sky rolled up and was like, how much does that cost? I said, $220,000. I said, how much you pay for it? And I said, $180,000.
Do you own it?
Yes. Do I own it? Yeah.
Oh, man, your Coke must be good.
So now on the wet road, little rough.
You gotta watch out.
It's a little rough, a lot of power.
We're on our way actually to go buy a couple of more sweet cars for the club.
Are you?
Rolling through town, so we thought we'd say hi.
Yeah.
My battery's going.
Is it for your mic battery or your headphone battery?
I had a great line and the battery went right as I said it.
Damn it!
It's good. Something about him being a Coke dealer. Forget it.
A Coke dealer.
Maybe that saved my life. What is the...
Bob, everyone can hear you.
Battery they need. If you're gonna, So what's the car club all about?
This is a private club. We have one in New York, London. We're going to be in LA, Miami this year. And you join the club, drive all of our cars. We have supercars like this. We have vintage cars like Shelby Cobras.
What's the deal, though? You rent them for a weekend or something?
No, you take them for up to a week. You don't rent them, though. If you're a member, you just call and say, I want to take the Aston Martin for the weekend. You set it up.
Take it out. And then a lot of guys take it and, they pick up chicks.
Yeah.
They think they have the hot
they're
cars.
They're all chick magnets.
Yeah.
We do a lot of events like tomorrow we're going dirt bike racing with our members and stuff. There's a bar there, so there's always something going on at night, which is fun.
How cool is that, man?
I know. How fast do you have that thing up to?
186 miles an hour on the 95.
That's one of those, that's like, really gets you scared at that speed. Because anything could happen mechanically, on the road, yourself, human error, and it would be over like that.
But it's like an old guy in a jalopy a mile ahead of you, and you have to start braking because you're going to be at a mile.
And he's going to look down the road, and there's plenty of room for me to turn out, and you're on him in a second.
Yeah, you got to be careful about
You smashed the back over here.
So you might as well go in something like that.
Dude, you smashed the back.
Does Ford make that car? That's who makes it. Oh.
Hey, Bob, what are you saying?
You smashed the back. You know there's a big piece taken out of the bottom of the car, right? Right underneath. Look, there's a big piece taken out of the bottom.
Bobby bit it.
Let me see, Bob.
Right there, look. That big chunk.
You're... What? No, there's something missing over there.
I swear to God. What happens if, I take that out, I'm a member of the club, and something like that happens? Do I got to pay?
I'd kill you.
No,
we cover insurance for everybody, so they just
Can Jews join the club?
No.
No Jews?
Join the club.
That's it. I mean, we cover it with the insurance. We take care of it for you.
All right.
Yeah, so they could wreck it.
Better than renting.
Slamming cars.
Hey, maybe you could go in there and lay down a little rubber. I know the street's wet, but...
All right, we'll start walking.
Lay down a little rubber?
The street doesn't have to be wet, my man.
I know that. It's worse if it's wet, but...
That's what it's for. It's really just for burnouts and being a jerk. That's all. I'd be more than happy to. All right.
It's starting to rain, so we're going to walk.
Take it easy, man.
How bad I want to see a bus smash into that car right now.
I was thinking that, too.
Oh, God, that would be great. Goddamn rich.
Right when he opened the door, a cab takes it off.
I know. How happy would that make me?
What, he pulls out and the bus hits him?
Yeah.
Is he going to...
What's he going to do, burn rubber in traffic?
He's got to get a couple of Asians out of his way.
Look at that.
Why do you? Just run him over.
And then he's going to take off. Look at that. Come on. Get out of his way.
What are they doing? They're going to try to do something with us?
Yeah, they're going to burn
He's
rubber.
going to take off.
He's going to do it?
Oh.
Ooh. Wow, he's got to be going 5 miles an hour.
Ooh.
That's the best you could do in... okay, all right.
Oh, my dick just got hard. I want to fuck him. Oh, my God, look at that.
Thing's a monster.
I feel like I'm at Revere Beach.
Wow. Yeah. I remember Revere Beach back in the day.
Gonna get a clam roll and watch that asshole burn out. Go whack yourself. I hope you smash into a fucking a bus.
I know. Or hit somebody.
Anthony, is that the car you have?
No, I have the Shelby GT 500. It's Mustang, but it's, Shelby Mustang. 500 horsepower.
Wow.
Supercharged.
Wow.
It's powerful, right?
Is this lady a spy?
It is ridiculous. I love it.
What happened?
What happened?
We just walked by.
Keith, if you open that umbrella, I'm going to shove it up your ass. It's barely a fucking drizzle out.
I'm talking. That's what it is.
Is that it? Yeah, Rich is talking behind Opie. He's got to protect the back of Opie's head.
That guy had the worst posture ever.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Addams Family?
Kenny would be so upset. I don't care if it's just a sprinkle. GH gets an umbrella. There's a man who opens an umbrella.
What's the word again? Way.
I'm going to have to hear it again.
I know.
It's my favorite. Oof.
Ooh, it's tinkling out.
It is nasty. Yuck.
It's
horrible.
It's getting ready to downpour.
Yeah, not a pleasant walkover.
Bill Boggs.
Yep. Bill Boggs. How you doing, sir?
Was it really him?
No.
I saw him yesterday.
Is that Bill Boggs? Because it looks... I think Bill Boggs is even older than him, though, now. Celebrity lookalike. You ever do that when you just sitting around? Like, when I get on a plane, I'll sit and name... The game is everyone that comes in, no matter who it is, you got to pick a celebrity they look like. Yeah, it makes time go by.
Let's go.
It does.
To that guy, hey, how you doing? Yeah, that's it. Okay, nice.
No celebrity there.
Sure.
Anyone watch The Biggest Loser?
Yeah, I did all morning. You're sitting across from me.
I was going to say that one, but I already smashed you too many times.
I had to get you back. You really were...
Hey, thanks for getting Dane Cook to call us, by the way, Bob. We couldn't get that done.
Yeah, getting your famous friends to call in.
Wait, say friend.
But you're my famous friend too, dummy.
Oh. Yeah, I'm sure Dane asks you to get us to call him.
Roland goes, we can't get him until next week.
Really?
Yeah.
That's probably some publicist dummy. No, he wanted to call in. He told me.
Very cool.
Ooh.
What's on the board? Rod Stewart still the same. Great rock classics of our time. How about you write a new song,
The Beastie
Rod?
Men.
Oh, this girl
Look
right
at the
here.
Beastie Men.
Fergie.
They're all gray.
How hot is Fergie?
When did that happen?
Fergie is ridiculous. And then we mentioned this yesterday. Sean Lennon's new album, new CD and DVD is called Friendly Fire.
Dude, did you see the Beastie Boys?
What happened?
To be called the Beastie Boys still, they weren't thinking ahead. They must have thought it would be a goof that would last a couple of months, because this Beastie Boy is all gray.
Yeah, the gray beard's got to go.
Hey, here comes my old therapist. I swear to God, this guy with the 2 dogs is my old analyst.
Mr. Whipple.
I'm not kidding you.
Talk to him.
Let's go.
Are you kidding?
What's up, Carl?
Oh, this is...
No wonder Bob
What's up,
Kelly's
buddy?
so fucked up.
How are you?
Got advice from this clown.
What are you doing?
Look at this guy.
What's going on? Nice to see you. What's going on the radio right now with Opie and Anthony? Watch out for these dogs. I'm not kidding. I'm not even
like
kidding.
a German.
These dogs are
What?
the one. What are they called again? Chows.
Oh,
And
yeah.
yeah. He used to bring this one in when we do a therapy session. It would growl at me and scare me the whole time.
And it helped, right?
Yeah, it helped me. It helped me fire you and get a new one.
He looks like he should be on Dancing with the Stars.
He looks like he should be what?
Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, he is a kid.
Did you help Bob out, though?
He's standing now, right?
Yeah, he's still standing. So.
Yeah, obviously you helped him. He's 70 pounds overweight. I'm sure that's not...
No, when I was with him, I actually lost weight, actually.
Subscribe to the last man standing theory of success.
As long as they're still standing.
That's right.
You realize, Bob, you bought that tie.
But that,
For
no, I
him.
didn't buy that tie.
No, you know.
I couldn't afford that tie. He gave me a deal.
I think you guys should make fashion statements.
Oh, no.
Oh, you guys...
Oh.
It was more of a financial statement on Bob's behalf.
Yeah, dude, watch out for these
that
dogs.
he
Don't
was
make it
paying.
Anthony.
Calm Patrice down.
All right, the dog's getting mad, so...
All right, Carl. It was nice seeing you, man. Take care.
What a coincidence.
Pretty high strung for an analyst. Jesus. Actually, I was making fun of the fact that Bob spent money and bought the guy's tie. I wasn't even making fun of the tie. Perhaps that guy ought to see somebody.
You guys want to do Invisible Window today?
I think we got in trouble for Invisible Window last time.
No, we didn't.
Okay, Invisible window.
Look at this
Here.
window. It looks like it's not there, right?
Sir?
No, you're
Hello?
the glass.
Yeah, you got to knock on this. Hi, sir.
How are you?
And then you go, is this...
And then you go,
Is that glass?
that
What?
Is it right here?
But that is your cock as big as
Oh, that's... I see
Hey,
that.
piano cock.
Oh, here's the lady again.
Oh,
there's
she's
the
Is
lady.
she mad?
She might be.
Oh, my
She
God.
really-
She knows how to spell everything.
we called her I think cunt.
Jesus.
But no one heard it because
Right.
there's glass here. It's soundproof.
Looks like there's no glass there.
It looks
but there
like there's
is.
no glass.
Hence the invisible glass bit. They don't want to play today.
Which is a great visual.
They might have seen themselves on YouTube and they're not happy.
I can't believe I just thought my analyst.
The guy wanted us to come in and talk to him. I doubt it.
Yeah. All right.
You need a Steinway yet for your apartment, Ope?
Steinway.
Do you have something in a black mold?
How about I need an apartment? Let's start there.
Oh, this guy's going to be happy Jimmy's not here today.
Yeah,
Make fun of him.
All right.
Wow. What time is it already? My God. We must have run late over there at
right
the
there.
FM studios, huh?
Secret door?
Morning.
Danny.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. We'll see you guys upstairs.
Opie and Anthony.
Yes. Oh. Wow. That elevator ride was fun, and Jimmy isn't even here. I thought it was going to be a boring elevator ride, but Rich Voss laid out a picture-perfect fart in a full elevator.
Sounded like he shit his pants.
With strangers in there and everything. And everyone
We didn't even try to keep quiet with the laughing this time. Like yesterday, Jimmy farted, and we were all snickering. But this time it was just a big, loud boss fart, and everyone just started laughing hysterically. And the second that door started to open, we all just ran to get out of it out of embarrassment.
It was wet sounding.
That was an awful.
It had so much vibration to it. He shook his glasses off his head.
It didn't reverberate. I was afraid the cable was going to snap on the elevator. Holy Jesus, you are a mess.
Poor guy's suit collar flapped up.
Yeah, and there was some like real businessman type guys in there. I didn't think Jimmy's could be topped from yesterday, but congrats, boss.
Wet.
You have the best elevator fart of
the day.
Brought to you by Bodog, who's sponsoring the elevator fart of the day. Jesus.
It's soup. How did you not know what it was? It's soup.
Yeah, right? Blindfolded, you should be able to tell.
Listen, a fat man's trying to nonchalantly say, food.
Yeah, give me some.
Stop calling me out.
That's not what is that? That's could I have some?
Oh, look at that. Something to put on my cupcake, soup.
I don't think I could eat anything in here, though, because every time I'm in this place, I just visualize the disgusting things I've seen.
It is really
Pat from
disgusting.
Nunaki's ass.
It is hard to eat in here, yeah.
It's just weirdest things.
Because it's the same disgusting place.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you're sitting where some... like Twatto. Like fucking Sandy Kane's genital wart was right in that area, and now you're going to eat there.
No, I'm not. Not now.
Not now.
I'm not going to eat red beef stew after you just talked about Twatto.
Doesn't the end one look like what was moving through that woman's hernia?
Just pulsating through her, keeping her alive.
Thud. Looks like an old Tool video.
What do you want?
I thought that was a brownie.
Yeah.
A brownie?
No, seriously, can I have what's inside there?
There's bread and there's a truffle.
I have a truffle.
Wonderful.
Oh, you passed me the banana because I should eat the banana, right, Keith?
Hey, where's my yogurt?
Thanks.
They're screwing up by the numbers.
Yeah,
without Kenny being here.
Wouldn't have forgot my yogurt.
I feel weird. Kenny would come in and be like, "Hey, what can I get you, sir?"
I forgot my club soda over there.
Am I allowed to take it
Because
now?
club soda Kenny, it's usually...
What is this for? Me?
Wow.
Just to play. Just mashups.
Just to play.
Wow.
Mashups from who?
E-Rock gave it to me.
God.
No, it looks like it's...
Once again, the subtlety in the pass the buck that I just saw from Than, it was so subtle. E-Rock gave it to me.
Hey, Funny Bones.
Love it. You're a pro.
Hey, what's up, Opie? What's up, Anthony?
What's up,
Funny Bones? Those shit dicks just made fun of you as soon as they went on air.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, when they finally got on air.
Yeah, well, when they were complaining about that, too. And some guy named Mark was telling them to drop it. And then they said how they were scared that the pet, when they left the studio yesterday, that they were scared of the pet attacking them. They said, he was carrying a scissor, some crap like that. So keep up the fight, man. I'm going to go knock their message board again.
All right, thank you.
If he's scared of the pest, he should just carry a treadmill. They'll back off.
We're done with those asses. We did our thing.
They had their moment.
Oh, man, we forgot to do that.
We had a lot of stuff.
Man attempts to light X on fire. That's good.
That does sound good. Wow.
And what was the other thing?
Attempts, though, sounds like he didn't do it. That's not good. He failed in his mission in setting his X on fire?
Yeah. Oh, we were getting into
X's
this.
aren't flammable unless you put something on them.
We were starting this, and then all hell broke loose. I forgot what happened, but...
We were actually into something?
Yeah, I forgot what fight we were into. What? JV and Elvis, part 1 of today's rant?
Yeah.
Oh.
What are they saying? Anything worth it? Same crap?
Yeah.
No, forget it. Come up
They're
with something.
done.
Hey, the CD player is jammed. All right, we're settling in. We dragged Ben along with us.
I just followed you. I'm like that guy who
That's the type of show
falls
this is,
asleep
though.
on your couch and
Just
won't
a
leave.
crowd of people walking. You might as well join them,
Yeah,
right?
cool.
That was a nice crowd today, considering it's a crappy day in New York.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, do you ever feel nervous walking down there like that with all this?
They were told to drop it because you guys pulled a stern and had a gag order. See, that's the shit.
Gag order?
We did not have anything to do with them being told
Gag
to shut
order?
up.
They can say whatever they want. If their boss tells them to shut up, we sure didn't tell Mark to tell them to shut up. Say whatever you want. It's the old if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it. Philosophy.
That's
No
what
one's
sucks about
listening to
radio.
them.
That's what sucks about radio. They'll claim that, and there's no proof.
Yeah, we put a gag order on them.
I mean, Howard admitted it himself.
Yeah.
Justified what we were saying for a couple of years. But they could say whatever they want. There's no
They
proof.
say whatever they want. We didn't tell anybody.
There's no accountability.
Tell them
They
to
know they're just
shut
lying
up.
through their teeth. JV and Elvis are trashing you guys again. Trashing the past, saying that they are all computer geeks, saying the last good show was in 2002. Jimmy is out in Pittsburgh doing Slurpees, whatever that means, and that Ann has an ugly face. What hacks?
Oh, no. 2 men don't find me attractive. Shit. That upsets me so much when men don't find me attractive. I would like to know if you don't find me attractive, what men do you find attractive? JV and Elvis? Which one?
Is that why you're drinking? Because you can't handle your homosexuality?
Is that the problem? JV or Elvis?
I think
whichever one is which.
I think you look stoic.
Thank you, sir.
Very stoic.
Yes.
Good-looking man.
Let's say hi to Chris. Chris, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Hey.
Those two retards over there just trashing you guys about how you have no ratings in certain markets and how Anthony's face looks like a dog's ass.
Oh, no ratings.
Oh, that upsets me so much when a man doesn't find me attractive.
Well, they're having fun at the Javits Center. I guess they're broadcasting live down there today.
Yeah. Must be Hack Week at the Javits Center.
All right, thank you.
Is it Failed Jock Expo 2006?
It's the Future Expo.
Is that what's going on over there?
It's the Future Expo.
Future Expo?
You might want to look into the crystal ball for what's going to happen to you guys.
Let's go into your fucking future. I see unemployment.
Yeah. I see the doghouse empty.
Oh, please.
The doghouse. In hacks.
Hacks.
Doghouse.
Just stop.
Whoa, monsters in the morning.
I can't believe they said you have an ugly face. What guy would say that?
Who cares?
What are we, in kindergarten? Ugly face. Shut up.
I wake up every morning and look in the mirror. I know what I look like. There are people that don't find me attractive, and, there are people that do. If JV and Elvis doesn't, I got no problem with that. That is like I can't even give a number to how concerned I am on the list of number one concern and down. I don't even think it comes up to a number that has been invented where my concern lies, whether I'm attractive to JV and Elvis. And obviously it means they find Opie attractive because they didn't say anything about Opie. So now Opie, JV and Elvis find attractive.
Right.
Yet they find ugly.
Opie. Yeah.
What's the Slurpee thing in Pittsburgh? I don't get that.
I guess they think he's playing some crap hole in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's not doing my business.
No, I said Rich is here.
Let's go to Dave. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
Listen, dude, these guys are like trashing the shit out of you on the radio. Like they're talking like a whole bunch of shit. Like it's ridiculous.
Who's there to hear it?
Well, I'm here on my desk in my office right now because my XM unit crapped out, so I can't listen to you guys.
Yeah.
But I was like, I heard the replay yesterday, and I'm like, all right, let me check these guys out. And I never heard of them. Let me check them out. I'm sitting there and listening to them, and they fucking suck. They are horrible.
We're only doing them a favor right now, and I hate doing them a favor because their ratings are so awful. So abysmal that why don't you tell it? I'll just sit here. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you talk. See, that was Jimmy's bit, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy at Slurpees in Philly.
I apologize. But you guys, man, you guys are awesome.
Wherever.
All right, thank you, Dave. All right, let's get into some more show. Man attempts to light X on fire. We were going to play this about 2 or 3 days ago at this point. Here it is.
I don't condone this, but I understand. What happened?
Any bad stories from your marriage near the end?
Oh,
where you want to do something stupid?
No,
kids, though.
I don't want to do it. No,
you can't set the mother on fire.
No,
or
she's
the
doing
children.
ass
I'm not saying any of that. But
no, I like
a little revenge action.
No, not at all.
It was a nice divorce.
No, I went with a girl once to put a restraining order on me. I wanted to, just take her out. But my ex-wife is cool. She's always been cool with me. We've always been cool. So. No, I didn't.
Fascinating. I love those stories. Ugh.
Well, I got
We're still great friends. Are you?
Yeah, she cleans my house. I got kids.
Is she
what am I
Mexican?
gonna do?
That's ridiculous.
What are you going to do? Fight with her for 18 years until your kids are grown up?
Do you just leave, like, jizz-stained towels around for her to pick up? Yeah, and I was tagging someone last night, and...
What is this? Hold on. Alex in Dallas. Alex.
Yes, how's it going?
What's up, Alex?
I was just calling because 105.3, the Jagger Show, is talking shit, saying you guys are arrogant and you guys should be blessed. And Howard Stern, he moved up in the rankings, and you guys just took over. And I don't think they know that they were.
They must.
That
have...
other show is talking shit to you guys. You know.
So you got audio of this?
Maybe he's friends with JV.
They're not talking about it right now. I'm listening to it, but
all right, if they start talking about that, let us know, okay?
All right.
Maybe they're. It's, you know what? It's real tough to be the big boys. It's tough to be the top gun in town because there's always the people that want to come and have a little shootout with you to get a little attention, to get a name for themselves. And unfortunately, you know, fortunately for us, but unfortunately, we're now the it show. We're the show.
Yeah, it means we made it, I guess.
Stern went over to Sirius. He's got a handful of fucking listeners. God bless. Have fun. You got a great paycheck, whatever. But as far as terrestrial radio goes, we're now the guys. We're the top of the pyramid. We're the guys that go on Letterman. We're, you know, it. So we're going to get shit. That's what's going to happen. It comes with the territory.
Let me make this perfectly clear. We did not put a gag order on anyone. I'll get Mark Chernoff on the radio on Monday to prove it. If I have to have Club Soda Kenny drag his ass into the studio.
There's no gag order.
Gag order? They're talking about us.
Why put a gag order on someone that's going to get booted out the door anyway any minute now?
I know for a fact Mark Chernoff went in and told them to shut the fuck up yesterday, and they did.
Certainly
like
did.
Good little boys. I know that happened,
did.
but we had nothing to do with it. And I'll prove it on Monday. I'll drag Mark's ass right into the studio and make him speak.
If one of the bosses tell them to shut up, it certainly wasn't us telling the boss that.
I'll get Joel Hollander on the phone to prove that we did not throw a gag order on anyone. Don't you worry. We'll take care of that on Monday. Daryl from Chicago, what's up?
Good morning, Shit Dicks. I got an advertising update for you guys here. And CKG's actually spending some money. They put the commercial on TV with the chick with the big fat ass, which is hilarious, mind you. And the billboards, and you guys aren't that ugly. I don't know what these guys are talking about. So I think you guys are cute. Have a great day. Punching out.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go to Dugout Doug. Doug, what's up?
This is just the situation I was waiting for. Right now you got two shows that are talking crap about you guys. And we have two message boards now with pests. So I send out the invitation. Whackbag, you guys pick one show. FBA will pick the other. And let's see who gets more calls through.
Oh, by the way, we have already called out an attack.
Competition.
You guys go have fun. I heard you shut down message boards and websites yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's have a friendly competition between the message boards. Let's see who can fuck up the show the worst.
We love that our pests are what they say, like computer geeks. They say that. Yeah. Who do you think? Who do you think wins in the battles on radio and over the computers and phones and whatever else there is? Yeah, they're geeks. Watch. Shut your ass right down.
Fullblownaids.com or oaexperience.com.
And whackbag.com is going to go ahead and pick one of the shows, and we're going to start destroying.
Personally, I would like to see Whackbag and FBA get along. I mean, it's so stupid.
Yeah, this is a friendly, competition thing.
There's other websites that don't get along. They got their own thing going, and, that's why we don't pay attention to them anymore, because they're not fan sites anymore. But I would like to see Whackbag and FBA get along in the end.
And this is a friendly competition that benefits what the show stands for.
All right, Doug, thank you.
Thanks, man.
We promote all fan sites. But when a website becomes less a fan site and becomes something else that has more bashing going on than
fanness.
Than fanness, thank you.
Fanness.
Then there's no reason we should support that website. There's so many others that deserve to be supported. All right. Why don't we take a break? We'll get into Man Attempts to Light X on Fire after the break.
Yes.
All right.
Everybody talking about the Opie and Anthony.
Of course he broke it. Put the thing back in the thing and put that thing...
What happened? What happened?
You punched the camera, it went flying, and now the stick is missing that the actual camera sits on. No, it...
No, it's broken.
Oh, it's
some duct tape.
Okay.
Oh,
no, just shove... Here, Bobby.
Oh, no. What happened,
Bobby's
Bobby?
broken.
Bobby, what'd you do?
I'm all right.
It's busted.
Bob, what'd you do?
No, I got it.
Is it busted?
No, it's good. I got it.
What
Make
happened?
sure you put the right end.
I got it.
Because the other end got to go in the thing.
I got it.
All right, listen. Let's say hi to Charlie in Philly. Charlie.
Yeah, what's up, boys?
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, I tuned away from my XM for a minute to see if Barsky was saying anything on 94.1.
Yeah.
And he was saying how he thought it was funny you guys went over it, and it didn't seem like you were doing it on purpose. It was casual. And he goes, those guys were, he said that they're begging for somebody to talk about them. So he says, I'm only going to talk about them for like 15, 20 minutes, and that's it, because that's all they deserve.
Barsky has a sense of humor. He gets it. He's not all pissed off that he had to start his show late yesterday or today.
Exactly.
He understands the end game.
The same paycheck.
He understands the end game. He understands that we leave him with a huge audience when you're having a show like yesterday or today.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting more info. Jagger is on the same station we're on in Dallas, and he's pissed off that we went late, I guess.
Oh,
look, here's the deal. Here's the deal. It's really simple. Instead of talking shit, call us.
There you go.
Just call us.
We put you on. We let you talk.
Call us.
And then it turns into a big argument. But
Jagger. And someone please call Jagger down there in Dallas. If you have a problem with us and what we're doing, call the show and we'll discuss it. Like men.
And we'll be civil at the beginning.
Like men who like pussy.
Oh boy! All right, I guess the civility thing is out the window.
Like men who like to lick clits.
When men,
right, Jagger, right.
Jagger like dick.
No, seriously though.
Straight to the point.
I was trying to be a little subtle, my friend,
boy.
Charlie in Philly.
Well.
But seriously, man, to all the jocks out there, if you have a problem, give us a call. Even Howard doesn't call the show. He knows the hotline number. I'm like, if you really have a problem
Why did you call me, Tony?
If you really have a problem with us, call us. You got the numbers. No one calls.
Why doesn't anyone in radio call?
But they're so brave on their own show with their microphones.
We try to call, and they don't take the calls.
Right.
And then when we say to call, they don't call. Call.
At this point, we got to declare war on every single radio show in America.
On midday.
That includes you, Ron and Fez.
Yeah, don't think Ron and Fez are off the hook.
Well, Fezzy, why?
Those bastards.
Suzanne from London.
Hey.
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 Hi.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Or hello.
Are you in London, Connecticut?
No, I'm in London, England, actually.
Oh.
All right, what do you got for the show today?
I'm calling up because I've written this book that's coming out in the States on Monday, and it's called The Butcher, the Baker, the Candlestick Maker, and it's about my sex life. And I've been told that
Which
books
states?
in America about sex, they don't sell, and I can't believe that.
Books in America about sex don't sell? What?
Yeah, I can't believe that. Is that
know why? Because you sexperts try to make it too romantic.
Yeah. Just make it about fucking.
There's absolutely no romance in my book. I can tell you that.
Is it just about fucking?
It's mainly about fucking, yeah. Lots of blowjobs, though. There's a lot of blowjobs. And the word anal was only used 10 times.
How come you barely...
She has no accent.
Hey, how come you barely even have, like, this accent on one of every 20 words?
I'm from New York, and I've lived here for 30 years.
And all the cocks in her mouth
30 years.
Her accent.
Wait. John in Jersey, ew, Jagger's show is the Jagger Mafia. Talk about wishing they were in New
I
York.
must say it slow. Can I say something else?
The Jagger Mafia.
Please hold. We are still getting over the fact that Jagger's show is called the Jagger Mafia.
They're in the mob, but they all have to wear pink. Is that the thing?
Okay. Bye, civility. So you're not even a real limey.
Not really. I've got a passport, though. They gave me a passport, which was cool, but that was before they knew about
All
my
right, Susan,
sex life.
shut up. Make believe you have a cock in your mouth so we can say something. Now, what? The name of the book is what?
It's called The Butcher, the Baker, the Candlestick Maker.
Why would you name a sex book that?
Because that's all the people she's
because
fucked.
My mom said to me after I fucked a baker, she said to me, now all you need is a butcher and a candlestick maker and you'll be all set. And I said, the butcher's probably not going to be a problem, but, you know, really I just need a candlestick. I don't need a candlestick maker.
Wow, man, this should be on the New York Times bestseller list. I don't know.
I'm hoping, yeah.
What's the most guys you banged in a night?
I sucked off 6 guys once in a grope room. That was fun.
You blew 6 guys?
No, say sucked off. That turns me on more.
Yeah, what's a grope room?
It's a room where it's pitch black except for what you're sucking off, which has got a black light on it, and so all you can see is a row of cocks.
So, like, what are they wearing? A belt or something with a black light on it?
They just pull their pants down, and then all you see, and then you're on the other side of a room. There's like sort of like jailhouse bars, and so they've got themselves on one side, and you're on the other side,
So
and
you're
all
like
you
a
see
circus
is that.
seal.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have to see what they look like because I don't really like to see what they look like.
Did you swallow all 6 loads, or did you spit it out? What? I mean,
No, I swallow, of course.
you swallow 6 strange loads, and you're not losing weight rapidly right now.
You can't get AIDS from swallowing load.
Was this in London?
Really? That's my doctor told me.
And then he said, less teeth, Bobby.
Rich Voss, nice.
Hey, do you have a fucking axe?
An ex?
All right,
What, like an ex-husband?
No, axe. Like an axe. Like you chop trees down, you whore.
Listen, whore. So, the grope room, where can you find these things?
Yeah, where the hell is this?
Where's what?
The grope room.
The grope
Oh,
room.
the grope room. Oh, the grope room. It's in a place in North London called Our Place for Fun.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's cool.
Is it?
Do you have a webcam?
No, I don't. I have a website, but no webcam.
Are you hot?
No.
Yeah.
I'm hot, yeah.
You're not a fatty,
I'm a
tell the
MILF.
truth.
I'm a MILF.
You got kids? Do you have kids?
2 kids.
What's the website?
45.
Do you have fucked up European teeth?
What's the
No,
website,
I've got
whore?
New York. I've got American teeth. What are you, crazy?
That's why the guys like her. Probably
Of
not
course.
sliding their dick between fucking beaver teeth.
You know what? She's got kids, and she's blowing 6 guys in a row.
man.
And you wonder why some people grow up to be like Edwin Kemper or Gacy. You know what I mean?
They're English guys, though. That's only like really sucking 3 dicks.
Uncircumcised English cocks.
Oh.
Black one, you're
Yes.
lucky.
Wonderful blowjob, I must say. Yes.
Whore, what's the website?
Website's www.suzanneportnoy.com.
Suzanne, how do you spell Suzanne?
S-U-Z, or Z as we say, A-N-N-E.
Yeah, last name?
Portnoy.
New Yorker.
Portnoy, P-O-R-T-N-O-Y, like complain.
We know.
You know that, yeah.
Can you send me some naked photos of you?
Yeah, I could do that.
Robert at robertkellylive.com.
Okay, cool.
Write that down. I want to see some good shit, too.
Yeah, oh no, they're all arty.
Shaun of the Dead was good.
I don't want any art
I
photos.
just want to say that because it was English.
No picture, whore.
RobertKellyLive.com.
Robert at robertkellylive.com.
Whore, no picture. Where's your picture?
Don't say the Z word.
Schedule.
Whore.
Schedule.
There's no picture because I'm anonymous.
Oh, boy. You could put your body on there.
No,
Yeah, no problem.
You're fat.
But see, yeah, you really are. You're selling this book.
No, not at all.
You have a German Shepherd mole on your upper eyebrow.
You're an author writing about sex. Trust me, if you look good, you'd have your picture somewhere.
You know her eyebrow hair and her pubic hair connect.
Well,
Yeah, I know
hairy
about
whore.
that, but mine's all shaved off, so I don't think we have to worry about
Listen, I mean, I don't know.
Only fat girls would go into a grope room and suck off 6 guys.
Yeah.
that. No, that's
fat
not
guys.
true.
Yeah, because you want that extra load, that protein, that food. That's what you're doing it for. You fucking beast.
You just worked out. You wanted a protein shake.
The only reason the guys came in, they thought they were at the fish and chips shop.
They were pissed.
How fat are
I think
you?
it has more to do with the fact that I really like it than the fact
Yeah.
How fat of a girl are you, really?
I'm a size 8. Is that okay?
About size 14.
So what power?
No. English size 12.
Oh, metric?
Curvy, 34.
What's metric size 8?
Wait.
Size...
What?
Yeah, it's an 8. An American 8.
What's your breast size?
34 double D.
It's not 34.
34 double D.
When you do you have photos of you sucking guys off?
No, I don't do that kind of stuff, actually.
Oh,
No, she just goes into
my
a
head.
rope.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You sicko.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My bag. I'm sorry, I took it too far, didn't I? You go into a room with 18 dudes and with the black light and just suck hogs off and swallow their hot, steamy child salad. But I took it too far.
Turn me on.
Which cock is better in a black light, a black one or a white one in a black light?
Oh, good question, Rich.
Hold on a minute.
You know what?
Hold on a minute.
Which shows more dust?
Hello? Was that Jagger?
Was it?
Yeah.
So what happened to him?
Where'd he go?
If they plunked down the phone and heard black and white cock talk, they might have.
Oh, okay.
Oh, come on. It was Rich Voss talking about black and white cock.
I had a boyfriend with
Not you. Used to hearing that?
Dude, listen, dude. It's a black cock, a white cock, dude.
Hey. My therapist said I can't get it.
All right.
What happened?
Really?
What happened?
You wanted to talk?
You could tell we're sticking with this call long enough just because Opie's eating. So instead of rifling through, like CDs to be playing, we'll just, like, milk this call for a little bit. But he's almost done. Don't fret.
Why should we buy...
That's okay. Can I talk about black and white cock for a little while?
Why should we buy your dumb book?
Why? Because it's horny.
What's that?
Your book is horny.
Because it's horny, yeah.
Yeah.
Are there pictures in your book, or do I have to read?
No. But you know what?
Oh my
Use your
God.
imagination. I'm sure you've got one.
Wait a second. Now, is your book, is it being sold in Europe yet?
Yeah, it's a bestseller in Europe.
Every book is a bestseller.
No, but it really is.
Jesus Christ. Have you ever seen a book that wasn't a bestseller?
Everyone with a book says it's a bestseller. Is your book a bestseller?
Well, yeah.
And, and his book's not even out yet. And it's a bestseller.
Right, that's right. But
anyway, you can go on Amazon.com.
After you blew those guys, did you hand them your book?
No, after I blew them, I said, don't say thank you and don't tell me who you were because I'm going now, and that was it.
Shut up. I'll give you a bestseller. John Wayne Gacy's.
Yeah.
That was the bestseller ever. No? Seller joke, burying dead boys.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. I'm willing to fuck myself here, too.
And that's why you're the greatest.
What I don't
Because you're willing to give yourself a car crash. And that's why I love you.
What I don't understand, miss, is a lady that has 2 children. And I'm not judging you.
You're not condemning me, are you?
No. I'm asking because I'm a performer myself, and I say things. But aren't you worried that your kids will grow up and read the book and say, this is my mom or whatever?
No, because my kids are really cool, actually, and they said to me, because I have really bad taste in boyfriends, the guys that end up living with me are just losers. So
really?
My son said to me the other day, he said, look, can we just stick with the fun guys?
All right, Suzanne, thank you.
What are they saying about the girl that they're with? The other guys I'm with are losers. The girl I'm with sucked off 8 guys in a fucking grope room.
Mom, those guys are losers. Can you go to that trough where there's penis hanging out?
You don't go in for parent day, do you?
No, really.
You line up the whole freaking basketball squad.
Oh. All right, Suzanne, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck with your book, whore.
Here she goes from England.
Jagger.
I can't pot them up.
Wait. Jagger.
What did he tell you they were going to go?
Jagger.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello?
We're ready.
Okay, hang on.
We're always ready.
What, Christy?
Jagger.
It's O&A. Go ahead.
Jagger.
There we go.
Jagger.
There we go. Hello.
Hi, Jagger.
We had you on hold, but we got a huge disadvantage. You're on XM, we're on regular radio, and you guys were talking about stuff we couldn't air.
Oh, okay.
Sorry
we were
about
We were cursing.
So, what's going on? I hear you guys are talking about us today. Is there a problem, or?
Well, we tried.
Yeah, we were talking about.
Well, hang on. We were trying to call JV and Elvis, but we were told that they're not allowed to take calls about the fight you guys had.
Well, that's not true. We'll prove it on Monday because I'll drag Mark Chernoff's ass into the studio to prove it.
Okay, because I was going to say that.
Mark Chernoff told them to stop talking about us yesterday. We've never told anyone to stop talking about us. And like good boys, they stopped talking about us. That's not our problem. We had nothing to do with it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you clarified that, because I was going to say that would be the biggest Hippocratic move ever, because that's one of the things that you bash on Stern about.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
I mean, we would say whatever you want. We'd never put a gag order on anybody.
Our history speaks for itself. We've taken on everybody.
All right. Well, thanks. We had 8 minutes of content this past hour because you guys ran so late.
Yeah, but we've never had a problem with you, have we, Jagger?
No, not at all. But I'm just saying, it's the past couple of days. That's all.
Did you guys?
Sorry, there's been some collateral damage because
that's exactly what we were talking
about. It definitely, is collateral damage.
Are you guys friends with JV and Elvis? I'm assuming.
No, we don't even know the guy.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Even met him. No, we don't know them.
Now, Jagger, you've worked in New York. You've been around the block, man. You know radio. Okay, let me ask you something seriously. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yesterday, what did you guys go with our show yesterday?
Yeah, it was on.
No, I mean when we went late.
Yeah.
Now, do you understand why we went late yesterday?
Because of the situation at the hospital with Anthony's girlfriend?
Wasn't that compelling radio?
What?
Was it compelling radio?
I didn't. That's Mondo. I didn't say
Mondo. It's one of the other guys.
Clarify
that. That's Mondo.
No, I didn't say that. Well, and dude, not only that, but it's like y'all didn't even really talk about that. I mean, I know. I guess it was discussed, but I don't. I think you guys just did your regular stuff. I didn't think it was really the discussion of what was going on with Anthony's girlfriend. And no, I didn't think it was that compelling that I had to stay riveted to the radio.
Wow.
Hey,
really?
You wanted an honest truth. You want me to?
No, I respect you for telling the truth. But
what do you consider like compelling radio, if not like somebody on the other personal life and things like that? Like what do you consider maybe an example of compelling radio?
Well, the most compelling was when Jim Norton went to that Yankees benefit thing. That was pretty
and he trashed Jeter for like an hour?
Oh, my God, yeah. Now we're talking.
That was hysterical.
Yeah.
That's fun.
All right. Well, you really didn't find that interesting yesterday when Ant got completely personal? And
doesn't always have to be funny.
And was talking about the situation that was going on with him and his girlfriend?
Not particularly, but, I don't know Anthony's girlfriend. And I don't know Anthony either. You know what I mean? So if I had a better working knowledge of you guys and had more of a you know how it is when listeners listen to a show? They become personal. You become a part of our lives, and I didn't feel that way.
I
didn't feel it was that compelling.
Doesn't matter. It's the fans would appreciate it more because they have a knowledge of me, and
you just don't want to find it compelling.
Hey, it has nothing to do with me finding it compelling
or wanting to.
Because I'm just saying the feedback. Because we're smart radio guys. We know when we suck. We know when we're having a good show. We know when we're in the zone. And the feedback, I gotta tell you, from yesterday's show was unbelievable.
How much from Dallas?
It wasn't necessarily Dallas. It was just the people around us, and
right. It doesn't get broken down. They don't know
No, I mean I can't like start filtering email and go, well, Dallas liked it, San Francisco hated it, Boston liked it. In general, I'll say this. In general, people found it very interesting radio yesterday.
Yeah.
And then we went late, and those guys had a problem with that. We talked to our WISP in Philly. They had no problem we went late because they knew it was just one of those things. And then today we went late just to bust their balls. You understand?
Well, we talked about that.
Yeah, because the last thing they do is tell people to go listen to Whoopi Goldberg.
Right. But, it was obvious we were going to go late today just to bust their balls,
Oh, I know. I sat there and I'm like, here they go. And I knew exactly what that was for.
Right. But what I said is this is one of those deals where it's a pissing match between the midday guys and you guys, but the affiliates are the ones that take it on the chin.
Nah, I mean, you guys would take it on the chin if all of a sudden we did this for the next 2 or 3 weeks. It's over.
Yeah, we're done.
From where we sit.
We're done with them.
Well, then we can stop spray painting over the kiosks with your pictures. Good God, there's enough of them here.
All right, well, I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, that you guys weren't enjoying that show yesterday, but,
No, that's Mondo. Listen, that's one guy talking to you. Don't throw that out at everybody.
And this is Dean. I'm part of the show barely, but I honestly I didn't hear yesterday because usually before the show I'm crying and drunk and I don't hear a lot.
Wait, is that Mondo talking?
No, that's Dean. That's Dean. No, this is not Mondo. I have nothing. I'm not affiliated with him.
All right.
But I was just curious if you could.
Look at these pussies in here backing up.
No. I mean, I have to say, honestly, I didn't get to hear it yesterday, so I was just wondering if you could just very briefly tell me what was going on, because I know briefly Anthony's girlfriend was sick or something like that, but I guess what I'm asking is why did it warrant enough time that it knocked everything out of whack? Not that that's a bad thing or a good thing. I'm just wondering, what was it about that incident?
It was just because it was unfolding as we were on the air. So the thing is, answers were being gotten and
put out over the air as things were happening, so it ran late.
When the show started, we didn't know when Ant was going to be able to get his girlfriend out. It turned out to be I'm embarrassed to say it, a perfect radio bit, because right when we were ending the show, we get the good news that she's going to be released from the hospital.
Right.
And I know that sounds like, oh my God, they're doing a hacky bit, but it just worked out that way.
That's just how it worked out. It was in real time, so it's hard to cut it off exactly.
But when
at
you're getting some real radio from somebody on the show, and you can't all of a sudden say, well, hold that thought, we'll be back after these messages to hear more of Anthony's pain. So,
right.
we went late, and we got way behind in spots and guests and other things we wanted to do. So when 9 o'clock came around, we had this dude from Employee of the Month, Pedro.
Yeah.
But now we're starting to hear it might have been Pedro's twin brother.
His twin brother.
They send he sends
Efren Ramirez.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you guys this, guy, because again, I'm kind of new to radio, but should you date someone based on the bits you can get out of them, just as a pointer?
Yeah. Actually, yes. Whatever material you can get.
It's 20 hours a week.
But you're too normal. Yeah. Now, I'm just glad that you guys, and I hope you clarify it on the air Monday, because if JV and Elvis weren't allowed to talk about it because of Chiasano or other management, then that's fine. If it was because of you guys, I'm like, that would be such a douche.
No, Mark Chernoff told them to shut up, and they shut up. We would never, we welcome them to talk about us as much as they want, anybody. Talk. Whether we're going to acknowledge it anymore or not, we're done with them. What happened yesterday, it happened. As you know, we don't do that all the time. We're off when we're supposed to be off.
Normal.
It happened, once.
Gotcha. Okay.
And they blew a head gasket about it. So yeah, today we did it just to screw with them.
And what's really going on is they don't like management and whatever.
Yeah, they got problems over there.
They got their problems. They want to
go well beyond us.
They want to be doing a morning show or an afternoon drive show. So
hey, it's funny. When I worked in New York, I actually worked with Cubby, who's over there with Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah.
Yeah, dear God.
That was a great moment when she walked into the studio and confronted us.
There's another compelling moment. That was fantastic.
But she wrecked it.
Yeah.
She did wreck it because we had, a month of material.
Oh, we were going to pull tapes every day of her and just play them. It was so bad.
Yeah, but there was no gag order. We're going to try to prove it on Monday by dragging Mark Chernoff in. What frustrates me, we really try to do a very honest radio show. We try. We really do. Yeah. And, there's so many guys in radio, they spew, lies, and their listeners just buy into it like, well, it's got to be true. My favorite radio personality is telling me this.
All right.
We try to prove it, any way possible, and we'll drag Mark or Tom Chiusano in Monday to say it. I'll call Joel Hollander personally and make sure, that's cleared up.
Yeah. All right. Very cool. All right. Well,
guys.
I'm glad you guys called us, actually, because we didn't know how to get a hold of you. The only thing we could do is call the Free FM station in New York.
Right. All right.
Yeah. Do you have a personal number we can give?
Yeah. We know better than that.
Why, you need who needs a job? Who needs a job? Who needs a job?
All right, Donate. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right,
I'll take it easy.
Bye, guys.
All right. See you.
There they go.
They'll talk shit about us right now.
Who are they? Talk shit about.
I guarantee it.
That was one of those meetings that people have where it's very uncomfortable, like political meetings where it's two countries that are like, I don't know about you. All right. We're not going to war here today, but
my gut feeling is everyone in that studio knows that yesterday was one of those days in radio. It was like radio gold. It was compelling.
It was playing out in real time. What the fuck are we supposed to do?
What was his name? Mondo?
Yeah. I don't know.
But I think Mondo's whole gig is that he's got to be the one that I didn't think much of.
But is that his
I'm not. Well, he had a point though. I mean, when you know you and you listen to you guys every day, it's like, dude, I really know you. I know you by your girl.
Listeners will be more involved, right? But that's something anyone punching around the dial can punch into and go. If you're into talk radio, you're going to stop and go, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah,
and check it out.
The hospital holding you hostage isn't a good enough story.
Yeah, exactly.
I could tell you when we suck. I mean, I don't know. I think it's kind of dishonest if another radio guy is going to say that yesterday wasn't interesting. It's hard for me to really believe that he believes that.
But
that's my opinion. But I respect that he had the balls to say something.
Hey, but what I don't understand, I thought you guys were going into this call to bash. I thought these guys were talking about you. It seemed like you guys were going into a fight, and you said...
That's how we work. It's an honest show. We're not going, let's call up and get in a fight, a radio fight.
No.
It's like,
let's get the truth.
No, you let them talk.
You talk first, and then when you start getting shit like we did yesterday with those two jerk-offs, then it goes into battle mode. But there's no reason, just because it's another show on your phone, that you got to all of a sudden act like fucking animals all the time.
So these guys are basically... What I'm trying to say is I ever worked Dallas. Can I do this show?
Okay. I should have seen that coming a mile away. Yes, Rich.
Who's...
You don't know who Pugs and Kelly are on that station. It's us, Jagger, Pugs and Kelly.
I've never done Dallas.
And then a guy that...
I've done that.
What's his name again? He really hates us.
Oh, he had some shit with you. Another fucking bunch of bullshit happened there. Said that you were sending him emails, right?
Saying you're next, we're taking over your gig.
You're next, we're taking over your gig.
It was a complete lie. And we actually had a computer geek prove that it was a lie to this PD, and he was still buying into the horseshit this guy was saying. Russ Myers, something like that. Yeah. Like I was writing emails to a station in Dallas saying we're coming for your gig. Like what?
This is it.
We were trying to take on the whole radio world at that time. We were just trying to survive in New York and all the stations we were syndicated to.
Do you know what's so funny? Like how someone like these midday guys will go after you like JV and Elvis, but someone like Hannity, who is as well respected at what he does as you guys do.
We're fine.
You know what it is?
Hannity.
Because hey, you know what? These guys are on my level. I can hang out.
Talent isn't afraid of talent.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't know what's wrong with Tom.
Fast Freddy, it was a fucking opinion. Let him have it. We did let him have his opinion. Norton wouldn't have let him have it. Well, he would have let him have it.
Yeah, I know.
No, I mean, I respect... I don't know. Let me say hi to Darren in Dallas. Darren, this proves I just know the radio business. Go ahead, Darren.
You were absolutely right, Opie. He just got on the radio after y'all got off and said that, I'm the one that's got the balls in the room, and the rest of them were like, I got too much to lose to go to bat with these two guys. And you caught it just right.
The guy he had the balls for saying he didn't think yesterday was compelling. I saw right through it. I'm like, come on.
Yep, that was his stick.
And even if he didn't or doesn't, that's fine too. Like who gives a shit? It's just...
They're douchebags anyway. I hate them anyway. I listened to them before I got my XM and got turned on to y'all, and he's a piece of shit. I hate him.
Everything's
all right, Darren. I honestly don't know much about this.
I just want to know why I'm an arrogant cunt.
Oh, you want to go there?
I can tell you why you're a cunt.
It says, Tom, Oklahoma, Ant is an arrogant cunt. Hello, Tom.
Hey.
How you doing?
All right.
Russ Myers is Mondo Topless. It's Russ Martin. Sorry.
Oh, Martin. Why am I an arrogant cunt?
Because you said, isn't that compelling radio? Like everybody's supposed to be fucking impressed?
I didn't say...
Nobody.
Hold on, sir. I never said once...
Maybe it was Opie.
I never said that was compelling radio.
Tom, it was me.
Never. Opie said it was compelling radio.
And let me explain. Okay, of course not everyone's going to find a compelling radio, but I'm talking about in general. In general, that was a compelling radio show. People were glued to the radio. Got a lot of email from people saying I was late for work. I couldn't leave my car. I guess I'm speaking in general terms.
And
of
Tom,
course, there are people out there like boring, and they moved on to something else.
Let me address Tom here for a second also. Opie's was not in the situation. I was. I can't say whether it was compelling or not. Tom, are you there?
Yeah,
Tom, yeah. I can't offer an opinion on how compelling it was because I was involved in it. It was my situation. So do you understand? It's like I could never say that was some compelling radio. That was just what was happening and me conveying it.
And not only that, when an athlete plays a good game, he knows it's a good game. He goes, you know what? I played above my level today, or I did well. You don't go, he's an arrogant douchebag. Okay. He knows he did better.
Even like the Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, he knows he's in the zone and giving the people a great concert. But there'll still definitely be someone in the audience going, they suck tonight. But I'm talking in general terms.
You know.
I just know that was a great show yesterday. I just know in my soul.
Yes, Tom.
More analogies.
Hey, why don't you let your fans, or lack thereof, speak for your success?
See, here, now you called with an agenda. You called with an agenda.
I didn't call with an agenda.
You did. You don't like it. Well, wait a minute. Let's talk civilly. You don't like us and you said our fans or lack thereof with no knowledge of our ratings, Tom, right? Do you know how many listeners
you don't
we
have
have?
the ratings, Howard.
I have our ratings.
So it's not important.
Tom, I have our ratings. I know how many listeners we have. And saying our lack thereof is some ignorant response you're making because you don't know how many listeners we do. It's been printed that we do have listeners. So what you're saying is a bullshit. You called with an agenda.
I didn't call for an agenda.
Oh, let me explain what agenda means first. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Get a friggin' dictionary.
Oh, you don't have to explain anything to me. I'm not a crazy cunt like your girlfriend.
Oh. Hey.
Wow.
Don't call her crazy.
Low blow.
Which is the heaviest box to lift?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't act like
anything
he's
else?
a dummy.
Anything else, Tom?
Oh, I gotta go back to listening to Howard Stern like everybody else.
Oh, you got Sirius.
There you go.
Wait,
you got them both.
You got Sirius NXM.
Tom, wow. Tom, start
What's that?
Tom has more radios than he does teeth.
Sister, right?
You're not my wife or my sister?
Tom.
Yeah.
What do you know?
Read some articles on Howard Stern, and then you'll realize how wrong you were with that last statement.
And keep listening. You listen every day,
Exactly.
Tom. Keep listening. You know everything that's going on.
Okay.
Thanks,
You know
Tom.
everything that happens on the show.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks for the call, Tom.
Receding hairline asshole.
And that's a prime example of what happens on this show that doesn't happen on other shows. That he gets through. I want to hear what he has to say and address it. And there it was. The guy, an uninformed jerk
And
off.
you guys. I mean, look, and he said something funny, and we kind of laughed.
Yeah.
I mean, most guys are so egotistical; they do nothing wrong. And the reason why it was compelling is because usually talk radio is about news and blah 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 and celebrities. Very rarely do you get a guy who's the star of the show let everybody in because letting assholes like him in to say that shit about your chick. But you're saying, fuck it, go ahead, this is really going down.
That's what's happening in real time.
That's why it's compelling.
Can I tell you why yesterday's show was so compelling?
Why, Opie?
Because I know radio like this.
He's pointing to the back
scab
of his
on your hand?
No, the scab's over here.
Freckles on your forearm?
With the bump that Voss put on the back of your hand with a golf ball?
Wait, that's over.
Your malignant tumor?
It's still there.
It looks like a rocky road.
The reason yesterday's show was so compelling is because everyone is talking about it today.
Look at that.
Jagger's saying that, his show, he's the representative of the show, I guess. It's his show. So their show in general saying it wasn't compelling. Really? Then why are you talking to us today?
No, just Medusa.
There's no other reason to talk to us today.
Right.
Yeah.
We created talk. That's what you do with a talk show.
Right.
What do you do?
Even that guy who
You know what? That speech on compelling was compelling. That's what I'm saying.
I like compelled to find something compelling.
That was compelling what you just said. It made me. I feel compelled to comment on what you just said about compelling.
I would be compelled by what you just said, but I'm still so compelled about that compelling stove refrigerator.
Yes, it was compelling.
If I could say refrigerator.
And if you
hold on. Let's say hi to Jason in Oklahoma. Jason.
Hey, boys, how you doing?
Good.
Hi, Jason.
I would like to apologize on behalf of the state of Oklahoma for that last caller.
Are you apologizing for Tom?
Yeah, we're banning Oklahoma from the show today.
We have. We're putting a gag order on Oklahoma.
We have to do it.
You still have fans here.
All right, thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Alrighty.
All right. Hey, so this
I've never met anybody from Oklahoma.
This man attempted to light X on fire.
Ooh. Now there's a guy.
Opie doesn't even bat an eye. I think that's acceptable. Psycho.
Boss had a line today?
I have a lot of lines.
Jesus.
Laura.
Yes?
Laura.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to nominate Rich Voss for Line of the Day.
Which one? Thank you.
Which one?
You were talking
Slow
to the
down.
author. I'm sorry? You were talking to that author, and you asked her what size she was, and she said she was a size 8, and he said, to what power?
Oh, okay. To what power?
Yeah,
Good, a little math joke.
That's not bad, but
Mhm.
thank
bad.
you.
Nobody even laughed, so I thought I would nominate it.
There's a lot of things I say they don't laugh.
Brett in Boston.
Hey, what's going on, bud?
Hey.
So you are a genius marketing guy, but that was clearly not compelling radio yesterday. I hate to say it. You know, we're listening to Ant talk like a lunatic to these hospital people.
and it just probably wasn't working out, even for us regular listeners.
But
come on, guys.
One man's opinion. It's all subjective.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand is, don't you, when you're talking to like corporations, and don't you get so frustrated that they put you on hold and put you through this and that? Don't you deal with that all the time, right, sir?
I can't.
Well, you know,
I can't. We're gonna end this because this is so. It was an amazing show yesterday. The Daily News wrote about it.
First of all, I didn't put
People
it
are
on the
talking
radio.
about it.
I didn't put it on the radio for it to be a great, compelling segment. It was happening. I couldn't, in all honesty, come in yesterday and do a show about goofy stories in the news, Brett. It's not a thing. I couldn't just come and sit down. I didn't want to take another day off and just sit at home stewing about this. So I figured I'd come in and put it out over the air. Whether it made great radio or not wasn't my motivation or anything.
So here's the deal.
Okay.
Anthony, here's the deal. The people that hated the radio yesterday would probably also hate to see Jimmy Norton at the Pittsburgh Improv tonight, tomorrow, 3 shows.
It's a plug.
Yeah, I saw Jimmy last night. I also saw him in Secret Agent Man. And, you know, Jimmy was hysterical as usual. You'd expect that.
Yeah.
But the real star of the show afterwards was the Secret Agent Man. He's kind of like a mix between a carny and one of those baseball stadium vendor guys.
Dude, I got to ask you something about how they're feeling in Boston.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself. Douchebag.
I do that much better than you.
I got him to say yeah. That's all I wanted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the timing was
I
off.
just wanted him to say yeah.
It just made me uncomfortable.
I just wanted him to
I
say
feel bad for him.
You don't give him the fucking Boston sympathy shit, mister.
I wasn't. Don't get mad at me with your
I
seltzer.
felt uncomfortable about that. I was shaking my seltzer bottle out of him.
Fucking old Jew. The only time you scare me is when you have your fucking wine
Look
glass.
at you, young man.
Don't you give him your sympathy.
I got him to say yeah. That's all I was trying to get him to say. And then hung up on him.
It was just uncomfortable.
All right, look.
You and your shaking.
There we go. I'll crash myself.
Let's put it this way. After the break, Opie does an impression.
Oh.
Opie and Anthony are the latest shock jocks.
Right there, Bobby.
I want to do this.
Ow. Let the Bobby untangle himself from his mic cord and the mic stand.
I don't do this every day.
Man attempts to light X on fire is going to have to wait. We got a big, huge movie star.
Yes.
Waiting to come in.
Absolutely.
Why is he still sitting out there?
I know.
Why are you still sitting out there?
Get this
You're like, what?
Gunny.
Gunny.
Bring in Gunny. Here he is.
Hoorah!
Hoorah! Here's Gunny.
How's everybody doing this morning?
Great. Fantastic now.
I'm proud of you guys. Satellite radio is the rage of the age. I have it in both of my cars. And
what are you on? What kind of cars?
Wouldn't trade it for anything.
What kind of cars? You got the Willys?
I'm rich, and I've never bought a new car in my life. I'm just too conservative.
Is that it?
I have an 86 Mercedes SEC that I'm customizing, and it's... I have another 450 SL Mercedes that's a 77.
Yeah.
Wow. But I like the old cars.
You like the older ones?
The new ones are all plastic. You know that.
What do you listen to on XM?
Everything.
Everything?
Everything.
You check out Dylan's show yet?
Don't know. You have to understand that my time in the car is pretty limited, and it's from L.A. I live in Palmdale, west of Palmdale, not in the desert. And
why would he listen to that goddamn hippie?
So what I generally tune into is drive time talk political shows, because I need to stay abreast of what's going on politically.
Yeah, I love watching Mail Call. It's one of my favorites.
It's one of my favorites too.
Letters, you get to do some stuff that dream come true.
It's the coolest job in the world. I was telling the guys out there in the green room just a while ago that Monday I spent the entire day down in Tennessee flying a P-51 Mustang and dogfighting and doing barrel rolls, and it was a 1945 vintage P-51.
Wow.
What a fantastic day. A Mail Call episode.
Nothing came up?
Absolutely not. I don't do that.
You don't throw up? You didn't throw up.
It's all mind over matter. I don't blow chunks. It would be an embarrassing situation if I did. I've done the F-15. I've done, so many different airplanes and every helicopter in the military's arsenal. And if I blew chunks,
that would be embarrassing.
They wouldn't invite me back.
No,
you know?
We got to introduce you to Bob Kelly because this guy. All you have to.
Hi, Bob.
All you have to say is whatever, and he'll puke.
Yeah,
Well,
he's got a weak
He's the
stomach.
worst.
I did the Mustang in California for $1,000. Marine pilots will take you up 6,000 feet and give you the stick. And Torgasm.
There you go.
Yeah.
That was the plane you flew in Torgasm?
Yeah, you basically they go ahead. I mean, they're still there.
Of course they're there.
You know, you're just doing
in your case, I wish they would have jumped out with a chute.
Well, they actually,
it's easy to fly. Though.
It's very easy to fly, but literally at 6,000 feet, he goes, you do this to the stick, the plane goes like that, and you don't puke when you come back level and you see the horizon and you're still doing this after doing 4 Gs. I threw up twice. I filled up both bags.
No.
They changed my call sign to snacks to 2 bags.
Now you know why they charge $1,000. It probably cost half that to get somebody to clean the mess up.
Clean the chunks out of there.
My wife is prone to seasickness, car sickness. You can't even drive across a bridge without her getting sick.
No,
I got sick in a Chinook when I went to Iraq to do some comedy, and they take you up in the Chinook helicopters, I think they're called, with the 50 cals in the window, the open.
It's old school. I'm sure Gunny spent enough time in some Chinooks.
Chinooks, the 46 is my favorite, the OCH 46. It's being replaced right now with the Osprey.
Hey, you see what's going on here, by the way? Bob Kelly's trying to make his puking sound cool.
He's trying to toughen up his throwing up in front of Gunny.
I wasn't 6,000 feet.
You saw a woman that
you
had
throw up like a man, right?
Let me explain, though. This week alone, we had a fat girl come in with a hernia sticking out of her belly button. He puked.
Yeah, he threw up when he looked at it.
Yeah,
I don't know. I might kind of have a little problem with that myself.
It was a hernia. You could see the food pulsating through.
Oh, beautiful.
I actually saw her twin winked at me through the hernia.
It's like watching a horror show. Speaking of horror shows.
Yeah, nice. Look at a professional. Yep.
We have Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the beginning coming out this Friday, next Friday. On the 6th, and as you know, most
remake that was great.
The remake was great. I was a little skeptical about doing the remake because the first one was such a kick butt deal, you know, and I was a little nervous about that. And I read the script, and we actually were able to make a better movie than the original movie, so it turned out great. And then they came up with the proposition that we should do a prequel. And I was extremely skeptical about that simply because almost every prequel that you see or sequel that you see is riding on the coattails of the original, which was a fantastic show. And then the studios throw together a bunch of crap and expect to shove it down your throat. And you can't stand to sit through more than about 15 or 20 minutes before you leave the theater.
Yeah.
I'm proud to say that I was giving creative license, and we were able to just make it better and better and better. The script was good to begin with, but before we did each scene, every morning when I would come in, I would sit down with the director and the producers and whichever other actors might be in the scene. We would put on the table everything that we had, and we would throw ideas back and forth until we thought we had the scene as tight and as good as we could possibly make it. Then we shot it. You know,
at you.
I think, and they tell me that the show is better, and I watched it. I've seen it 3 times, and I'm here to tell you that the remake, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the beginning is better than the remake was.
I heard that too.
Now,
that's the buzz on the. I read a bunch of stuff on the internet about it, like this week actually. And
it's really gruesome.
It said it's better than the first one they just did. Yeah.
A little bit. Well, it's hard to clean up you got somebody with a chainsaw. It's a little rough cleaning that mess up.
The idea of a prequel is pretty good too, to see where you guys came from and how you got so screwed up.
What we do is, in the remake, we had Uncle Monty in his little wooden wheelchair cruising around with no legs. How did that happen?
Yeah,
what happened to Uncle Monty's legs? And the sheriff, Sheriff Hoyt, my character, has no teeth in front. His teeth have been knocked out. How'd that happen? Matter of fact, if you want to go there, how in the hell did he ever become a sheriff? This guy's a bit sick, He's a little off the knot there a little bit, but he's crazy as hell. And how did he become a sheriff? And where did Leatherface come from? Did a crow crap him out on a rock and the sun hatch him, or what? You know, I'll tell you where he came from. He came from a female's body, and he was born, and then Sheriff Hoyt took him under his wing and gave him good guidance and leadership. And he turned out to be such a fine...
He didn't take him under a porch when it started raining out?
Actually, he was a very protected, guarded individual.
Now, how?
Because he was special.
I just got to ask you about a little bit of your history and stuff. How did you get into acting? What went from the military to acting? How did you
11
pull
years
that off?
in the Marine Corps. I was a grunt. I was an instructor most of my tenure in the Marine Corps, and got hurt in Vietnam. Got retired out. I kept showing up for work, but they did retire me, and I've been with the Marine Corps for 45 years. I'll be with the Marine Corps till I die. I've been to the Far East or the Middle East 3 times, 2 weeks at a time. The Marine Corps gives me a couple of helicopters and CH-46 as a rule, and off into the combat zone I go. I wear the uniform, the flak jacket, Kevlar helmet.
I've seen on Mail Call and other shows where you're in the Middle East, you're with the troops, and are you surprised and flattered of the respect that you get from these soldiers? Because you do.
No, I've earned that respect. I'm part of the Marine Corps. I take great pride in serving. I'll never let them down. I'll always be there for them. Nothing quite like jumping up on the hood of a Humvee out in the middle of the combat zone and getting the troops to laugh at your corny jokes, you know.
The way they treat you, though, is like you got stars on your shoulders. That's how they like it.
I don't know. Because everybody knows me. I spend about 200 days a year with the military, you know, and so these guys all know me, and they respect me because I treat them as they should be treated, with respect. And how did I get started? I found myself retired, standing outside the gate of the Marine Corps Recruit Depot in San Diego with my sea bag at my side, and that's all I owned in this world, thinking, what the hell am I going to do now, because I have no education to speak of. And then I thought, you know, Hollyweird is just up the road, 40 miles. I can go to Hollyweird. I wrote a script, and I was a good instructor. And in order to keep tired recruits, 1,000 recruits awake and laughing at your corny jokes, you know, you got to be pretty on your toes. So anyway, I was a good instructor. I figured, what the heck? I wrote a script. I went to Hollywood and I did comedy clubs for a year. I was up there doing comedy. And God help the individual that heckled this.
He gets down in his face.
Talk about drive something up the wrong side of your body. Yeah. But that worked out good. And then one of my buddies, and I was sleeping on people's couches, and YMCA was good. But and I didn't have a car, couldn't afford a car. But a friend of mine told me, hey, Gunny, they're getting ready to do Vietnam War shows over in the Philippines. So I was single. I packed my gear and packed up my little sea bag and jumped on Space Available at George Air Force Base and went back to the Philippines, met the right people, and got involved.
And that
rest of it's history.
And that movie was...
Full Metal Jacket?
Oh, of course it was.
You're talking Full Metal Jacket.
Of course it was.
That was film number 5, by the way.
Was it?
That was film number 5, and in a previous film I had taken, I was technical advisor.
Oh, Boys in Company C.
Yeah.
I think it was before.
Boys in Company
that was
C,
before.
Purple Heart, Siege of Firebase Glory, it goes on. But I was able to take a role away from an actor, and they put him on the airplane, sent his young tail back to Hollywood, and I did his shtick.
Must have been very
so
impressed.
I knew you could take roles away from actors.
Now, since you weren't an actor walking into that, but you'd done stand-up, wasn't that just a one shot of you going around the troops at the beginning, giving your speech? I don't remember seeing a cut, and you had a lot of dialogue there.
Want to hear it?
I don't doubt.
I'll give you the clean version.
No, you can satellite.
Oh, you're okay with the bet? With the
you can say
anything you want to say.
Okay, this is not family related.
No.
It gets nasty. Okay, here you go. I am Gunnery Sergeant Ermey. I am your senior drill instructor. From now on, you will speak only when spoken to. The first and last words out of your filthy sewers will be, sir. Do you maggots understand that?
Yes, sir.
Bullshit, I can't hear you. Sound off like you've got a pair.
Yes, sir.
If you ladies leave my island, if you survive recruit training, you will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death praying for war. But until that day, You're pukes. You're scumbags. You're the lowest form of life on earth. You're not even human fucking beings. You're nothing but a lot of little unorganized, grabastic pieces of civilian shit. My orders are to weed out all non-hackers who do not pack the gear to serve in my beloved Corps. There is no racial bigotry here. Here we do not look down on niggers, kikes, wops, or greasers. Here you are all equally worthless. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
There you go.
That's your stairway to heaven. That's his stairway to heaven.
Oh, yeah.
That's the first time I've done that in about a year.
I was going to ask. To see you do that, though, live is like, Zeppelin. Watching Led Zeppelin do Stairway.
Yeah. My favorite line in the entire movie was something that I came up with. I lost my way, and I'm not the type of guy that will just stop. I'll continue until I get back on track and then finish the scene. But my favorite line came out of nowhere, and it was, "You look like the kind of person who would fuck a person in the ass and not even have the goddamn common courtesy to give him a reach around. I'll be watching you." And Stanley Kubrick jumped off the camera truck and said, "Lee, what's a reach around?" Use your imagination, Stanley.
Poor Stanley.
But that was a tremendous show. I enjoyed doing. I loved doing that show, and I wrote most everything that I did in the show.
Yeah.
And Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I was allowed to do a lot of ad-libbing. So the sheriff. The first time I did the sheriff in the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre, there really wasn't anything written for the sheriff. So I had to basically come up with almost everything that we did. And it got to the point where we would do the scene the way that it was written. Then the director would say, "Okay, Lee, you do one." And they would let me do mine. And it was always mine that showed up in the show.
Well, that's what people want to see, you know? That's what they want to see out of you.
Worked out great. And I got to tell you guys, if the beginning, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the beginning wasn't better than the last one, I would not be sitting here, okay? I recommend it. It's a great show.
Great, man.
Bring your barf bag. It's a bit hard.
Yeah, there you go. That's for you.
We had over a $15 million budget, and they tell me half of that was spent on stage blood.
Now, is it
nice and gruesome? Good.
I know it's gruesome, but is it scary? I mean, is it like Leatherface was like, oh man, this guy's coming.
There's a couple things that really bother us psychologically. One is we would never want to be eaten by an animal such as a white shark or a tiger.
Right.
You know, you'd be attacked and eaten by an animal. That sucks.
Pretty horrific.
That really sucks. Yeah, and the other thing is being cut by a damn chainsaw.
Yeah.
No. Just the sound of that, but that thing cranks up. And,
you know, it's not a clean wound.
No, it's a ripping thing. You know, a chainsaw had been cutting wood. It's not sharp.
No. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it because the first one, like I said, was great.
You know what else is scary though? A man with a badge who's psychotic. That's what scares me. A cop, because you know, as soon as you see him, you trust them. That's a cop. You're going to save me. But then to find out he's a fucking lunatic.
And he can do what he wants
and
with
he's
impunity.
bringing his creepy son.
Yeah.
Now, it's like, oh, I'm fucked.
My guy, the sheriff, is, I think Sheriff Hoyt is the second most favorite part that I've ever done.
Really?
I really enjoy him. You know, I take every role that I do, and I've done 75 feature films, and every role that I've ever done, every character, I always push it to the limit. I try to get it right up where he doesn't go over the edge, but he's right up to the limit. Mm-hmm. Nothing aggravates me more than a director saying, take it down, bring it down a couple of notches, and less is more, which we know is a crock of shit. Less is not more. I don't know who came up with that, but they're full of crap.
Guy with a small dick.
Yeah, I guess that's somebody who's sexually insecure. There you go.
The guy you're stealing the scene from.
But this guy with the big one knows where to go, you know. And the beautiful thing about Sheriff Hoyt is, God, he's a sexually perverted homicidal maniac. There is no over the damn top with this guy, and they just let me go berserk, and I have a great time doing him. He's fun.
He's fine. Looking forward to seeing it.
Can we ask you about your ring?
Yeah, I'm looking at that diamond. I can't take my eyes off.
That would be the mother of all Marine Corps rings.
Wow, yeah.
I went to my old ring I wore on my right hand. That's my change pocket, and I wore the emblem off of it over the years. And about 10 years ago, my wife asked me what I'd like for Father's Day. And I said, well, I pretty much need a new ring. We looked all over the PXs and couldn't find, they were the common, usual, not so cool rings. Mm-hmm. And so I sat down and I made a couple of sketches and gave her a pat on the butt and sent her off to the jewelry store. And she had this guy make this thing. It turned out a little bit larger than what I had in mind on paper.
I thought you were a rapper.
It's the Super Bowl ring of the Marine Corps.
For you, you're bigger than life, you ought to have a big ring.
But if you're secure in your masculinity, a man can wear jewelry, you know.
That's true.
How many carats? I don't want to a diamond.
That's 4 carats.
Oh, wow.
But it didn't just, it
Get
wasn't
the jeweler's
born.
loop out of your eye, Rich.
It wasn't born being 4 carats. It was actually, when it originally was made, it was a half carat. And then every year, every Father's Day thereafter, my wife would take it down to the jewelry store and kick it up a notch, you know? And I do the same for her. So it was an investment, basically.
Yeah.
Over 10 years, it's evolved into a 4-carat diamond from a half a carat.
Do you have kids? Do you have kids?
Well, you could call them kids. They're old kids. They're all over 20.
Imagine him being your dad, though. Having to wake up, you're late for school in the morning. I don't want to go. Get
you
your
just fucked up, boy.
Look,
it's worse like Great Santini.
Like it's yesterday.
The Great Santini done it so much better than I did, though. You know, I was kind of a failure when it come to being a father, simply because I was just gone all the time. And so I would come home. I would be home for a few days, just long enough to get him squared away, get the baggy pants off the boy, and get the skateboard away from him, and the next thing, you know, I'd be on the airplane going away. I'd come home, and the wife would have taken him shopping by then, and he had all brand new baggy pants, you know. Yeah, she was a pushover, and I was the disciplinarian, but the problem was the disciplinarian was always gone.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do?
Did you make him cut his hair? Did he have to have a short haircut?
They were pretty neat up until probably when they were 16, 17 years old, and the hair is growing. My son has a lot of hair right now, and I point that out to him occasionally.
Yeah,
he has too much hair.
Doesn't seem like you're very happy about it.
Yeah, but so be it. You know, it doesn't do anything. He obviously he doesn't have enough respect for me to go cut his hair. So one of these days I'll have to come home with a couple of big guys, take him down, and just cut the dog shit out of his hair. Butcher his ass, you know. Teach him a lesson.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm sure that'll work just great.
Wow.
He'll love me forever.
Yeah, don't hold back, man.
You
can speak freely.
Did you hate, I mean, after you were done doing stand-up, were you glad? I mean, compared to acting, I mean, did you just hate the world around stand-up?
More money.
Yeah.
A lot more money. That's the only difference. I love doing stand-up. It's fun. And it's instant recognition, gratification.
Yeah, Rich.
And
what was better, a Chuckle Hut or Full Metal Jacket?
No.
Well, you know what? No. Well, the thing is, the movies go on and on and on, you know, and like Full Metal Jacket, you know, we did that 20 years ago.
I know, it's amazing.
And it still goes strong today. There's not a day goes by where I don't sign a number of copies of Full Metal.
Yeah. I did a thing for the troops called Full Metal Comedy. Where I went over there.
Oh,
you just compared yourself.
Are you insane?
Compare yourself to a legend, you fucking blimp. How dare go puke in the bathroom, you jackass.
Put your midget hand down.
Okay.
Don't point at me with that finger. You use your elbow if you're going to point at me.
No discipline
I have
in
a
here.
concept to throw up to you here.
Yeah.
See what your opinion is. Now, we've done 2 Texas Chainsaw Massacres. Probably are. Chances are we will do a sequel to the prequel. And I was thinking, you know, right in the middle of the last show, I was starting to dribble and droodle and write and think about ideas. I think a huge, tremendously successful show would be a spoof on Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and I was thinking about I would name it. It would be a musical, comedy musical, and I would call it New York Hacksaw Manicure. You know? Could you just imagine?
All right, who's going to do it?
Sergeant,
I'll do it.
You can imagine Sheriff Hoyt and Leatherface up there dancing around like a couple of fairies, you know.
What happened?
Start at the...
Why don't you yell at him, boss? You angry little Jew. Yell at him.
First of all,
he just said something about a manicure.
So he made the right decision with acting. But here's the thing: he could take that ring and put a dent in my head if he wanted to right now.
And he should.
The other day, a fly. I was watching news in the hotel room, and there was a damn fly, and it landed on my head. And not even thinking, I hit that fly, and it nearly knocked me out. I saw stars for about a minute after that. But this ring is a lethal weapon. I have to be very careful with that, you know.
God damn. Well,
my point was with that thing is that back then you say now comics make more money now. Because if you go, actors are actually turning into comics.
Dane Cook makes more money now.
You know how much money
Stop
he'd
with
make
comics.
doing stand-up? If he could fill a club. I mean, he'd make $30,000 a night.
But it's only the few. You know, it's only the few. It's the Eddie Murphys and the Whoopi Goldbergs. And it's like, you know, only a few of the comics really do make the big bucks.
No,
all the rest of them are stuck on Saturday Night Live making $150 a week.
No,
I mean,
no, that's my
back
point.
in the old days, there was no money. I got paid $100 a stand-up when I was doing stand-up.
And what do you make, Rich?
Where was that? That's good.
$100
doing stand-up? Are you who are you talking to? I'm Rich Voss.
Do you know Rich Voss? Do you know Rich Voss from Last Comic Standing?
From Last Comic Standing, or Tough Crowd with Colin Quinn?
Yes, I watch.
Yeah.
Do you know him from it?
If you seriously, if you recognize, just walking the street, me or him, who do you think you would recognize more, me or?
I wouldn't recognize either one of them.
Good answer. Thank God.
You, sir.
And I'm so glad Norton isn't here. I'm so glad Jimmy Norton isn't here because it would upset me if you did recognize Jimmy. And Jimmy is a big fan.
The tough part is, you know, there's a lot of actors that are doing singing now. You know, they'll go into singing. Of course, if you have a hit record, you make money. Mm-hmm. But you can sing all damn day and not have a hit record, and you're not going to make beans. You know, it's like writing that book. You first of all have to make back the $35,000 advance they gave you before you make a penny. Well, I wrote a book about 3 years ago, and the advance is all I saw.
That was it?
That was it, you know, and it's a good book, and they sold a bunch of copies, but it's got to be Harry Potter, you know, in order to make money on it.
What was it about?
Called Mail Called the Book. And I took a bunch of the old scripts, and I hate to waste my time, and I'm sitting on the airplane 5 hours going from L.A. to New York, and from New York to L.A. and Seattle and Washington, D.C., and I'm wasting my time. And so I got all the old scripts from Mail Call, and I went back, and all the research was done already. So I went back, and I just did a book.
Yeah.
I wrote a book and changed everything, of course, as far as dialogue and the way it works. But pictures, put some pictures in there, and I wrote a book, and they've sold thousands of copies. I know I've done book signings, and I've sold at least 10,000 copies of the book.
Oh, you didn't see?
No, I haven't seen a dime. You got to sell a million. You know?
need a biography.
Wow. And the biggest problem is with these actors that are going into like stand-up, for instance. Okay, it should be the other way around, because from stand-up you go into acting, and there's where the big bucks is. Mm-hmm. You know, unless you are the main guy on the ticket, you don't make any money. You know, you get the audience warmed up. You know as well as I do. You've been there, did that.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah,
you know, you go and warm up the audience for Eddie Murphy, and what do you get? You get $250, $300,
and the fat chick.
Yeah, and the fat chick. That's it. But the fat drunk chick.
You should definitely write a book, a biography.
Yeah, biography.
You're in Vietnam, you said, right?
Well, I'm going to write a biography, but I'm not done yet. God.
Yeah, I know, right? He's not done.
I'm so young. I want to wait until I get old.
Don't you want to have the money?
No, then I want to sit around and write a book, you know?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
I want to wait until my dad dies, because I have a lot of really filthy, nasty things to say about him, and I don't want to have to do it while he's still alive.
He's worried about his dad, not his wife or his kids.
You can tell one story for us.
You gotta have something.
No, you know, my dad had me totally convinced when I was a kid that I thought my name was stupid. You know, until I went in the Marine Corps, and they pointed out the fact that my first name was Ronald, my middle name was Lee, and last name was Ermey. I thought it was just stupid.
Oh no, really?
Yeah, he had all of us totally. I mean, you know, you don't call yourself, "Hey, idiot, come here." Well, that's my father, okay, in his drunken stupor. So it was like that's what I put up with, and that's what I was convinced by the time I got in the Marine Corps, that I was a total loser, a total idiot. And it, thank God for my 3 drill instructors. They pulled me out of that ditch, cleaned me off, and hosed me down and put me in the right direction and convinced me that there wasn't much in this world that I couldn't accomplish if I set my mind to it.
Is that what drove you into the Corps? Like your
I was in the Marine Corps the day I was 17. I was on the bus, man. I was getting the hell out of Dodge. Yeah, I grew up on a farm in Kansas, a little farm, and my dad was an alcoholic tyrant, and he had 6 boys. That might have a little something to do with why he was an alcoholic tyrant. 6 boys. Ooh, can you imagine? 1 year apart. I guess Mom and he didn't figure out what caused that, until it was way too late. 6 kids later, they figured out how that happens. So, and on the farm back in the early 50s, we didn't have electricity. So, well, hell, when it got dark, you went to bed. Well, what do you do when you go to bed? You make babies, right? So he's got to have some entertainment. Didn't have TV back in those days.
It's just screwing is all you had to do.
That's it. Just go screw your brains out.
Wow.
Just go to bed. Come on, baby, let's go to bed.
Make another baby.
Yeah, my first wife was, oh, Jesus, again? Didn't we just do this last week? Excuse me.
We have
but are
television.
You abnormally oversexed? Jeez, baby. Yeah.
So you talk to your father now?
My dad's okay. He and I can't be in the same room for much more than 10 or 15 minutes. He and I believe we're differently politically. We're different. He is one of these Democrats that is totally 100% a Democrat, and I don't have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is why are you a Democrat? I ask him. You can ask him who is the president of the United States. He can't tell you. He don't know who the vice president is. He voted for the Democrat on the ticket. He can't tell you what that guy's name was, and he can't tell you what he believed in or what he stood for. All he knows is that back in the 50s, the Democrats were union men, and he's a union man, and the reason he got decent pay when he worked for the railroad was because they went on strike, and the Democrats backed them up, the unions, and wow. As far as he's concerned, he goes into the voting booth. He and his wife is instructed, and she's a yes lady. And they go in and they punch everything with a D beside it. They will not listen to, if they see something, a political person on TV that might be talking about, I'm running for president and I would like to have your vote and this is what I stand for. Blink, he changes the channel. He didn't want anything to do with that.
How old a gentleman is he now?
He's 82 and he's not a gentleman. Don't 82. Make that mistake.
Okay. I was being respectful.
No.
I'm an ass.
No sense in being respectful. He's okay, but he and I get along fine now because I can kick his ass. But it was a hard time growing up, and I was number 2. I had an older brother, and then I was number 2, and number 2 is always the guy that sucks hind tit, eats the shit. And I was the guy that it was always my fault.
Did you ever have that moment with your father where you finally crossed over, like you've been in the Corps for a while and you came, did you visit and then show him like, listen, motherfucker,
no, I had to beat him at arm wrestling.
Was that it?
Yeah, that was the only way I got the upper hand.
I was picturing some big dramatic scene of you taking your hat off and, come on, hit me.
Yeah, when I pinned him, and then I looked him straight in the eyes and said, and now you have some kind of an idea about what I might be able to do to you if you fuck with me anymore, you cocksucker.
Oh,
wow. Uncomfortable.
But everybody looks away. But he came around. Dad's not a bad guy. I get along okay with Dad now, but we have an understanding. I have my beliefs. He has his beliefs. I grew up in a Democratic family, but I'm an independent.
Yeah.
I don't really agree with everything that the Republicans do, and I certainly don't agree with what the Democrats do. But, I'm one of those guys that I've remained independent so that I can look at the individual, and I make up my mind, by listening to what his ideas are, and I want to vote for the guy that's going to do the best thing he can for this country. Mm-hmm. What's pissed me off here lately is the Democrats and the Republicans. That seems to me like they've evolved into a situation where they vote for what's good for the party, not what's good for you and I or America, and that bugs me.
Well, I just heard about the senatorial vote on. It was the bill for the prisoners.
Now isn't that sweet? Now, what are we supposed to do? They've got color TV and air conditioning.
I know.
And come on, Playboy magazines. What more do they need? And we need to tie up these loose ends.
Yep.
You can't keep them in Gitmo for the rest of for the next 100 years.
There was a Democrat. Don't remember the state or the name because I heard it on the way in. Who actually voted for this bill. So during the next election, his competitor, the Republican, can't run ads against him saying he, voted down the anti-terrorism bill. He actually voted against what he wanted to do just so his opponent
other guy wouldn't have ammo
him.
to shoot at him, right?
What the kind of guy? You vote for what you feel is supposed to be right. You think that's what they're doing.
You mean you vote with your heart? Would you be saying something like that?
I would think you would vote. Some stupid thing like that is like perhaps what you feel is best for the people that you're representing.
Yeah. One that cracks me up is though Kennedy. I get the biggest kick out of him.
Like a pope.
I spent 4 weeks in Iraq. I wore the uniform, the flak jacket, the Kevlar helmet. I was out in the field with the troops in the combat zone. We got stuck in firefights. We had shoulder.
Imagine one of these motherfuckers. I'm sorry to
shot at us.
Interrupt you for a second though, but could you imagine one of these Al Qaeda motherfuckers who just watched one of his movies, going, "Holy shit, that's the fucking guy." I just got shot by Arlie Ermey.
But anyway, I was over there for 4 weeks, and I come back, and I seen nothing but El Primo. Morale was just going through the roof. And you have to understand, these kids are re-enlisting at the rate of 70% right now. 70%, 70 out of 100 of these kids that join re-enlist in the Marine Corps. So they re-enlist knowing damn well that they're going to go back to the sandbox and fight this war some more. Mm-hmm. Now, that tells me that they must have tremendous faith in their leadership. And their leadership is George W. Bush and the administration and the generals that are in charge. The Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now, I came back watching these kids. These kids were just fantastic. They're stepped up to the plate and they're getting the job done. Things are happening over there. Trust me, we are winning this war, big time. And I got back, and the first morning I jump out of the rack and I turn on TV, and here's Ted Kennedy saying, "The morale for our troops is at an all-time low in Iraq." And you know what? I didn't see Kennedy over there any place when I was there. And here he was. All I saw was great morale. And all I hear from this jerk is morale is at an all-time low. If it was going to be at an all-time low, that would be exactly why right there. Because, one unit doesn't have any idea what the morale's like 50 miles away in another unit. It may be at an all-time low as far as this unit knows. So Ted Kennedy, somebody of authority in our government, a high prestigious individual, comes on and they hear him saying morale's at an all-time low. The troops are thinking, gosh, maybe my unit's the only unit in Iraq that has great morale. Maybe everybody else's morale is at an all-time low. My God, maybe we should get our morale under control and get it back down where it should be.
Well, I hope our military wouldn't listen to Ted Kennedy with much...
Well, but it's our elected officials, these people that are supposed to be, knowledgeable and intelligent and sharp. It seems to me like I'm not real pleased about the administration. I would have rather had somebody to vote for last time.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
president.
I'm not happy at all with the way
Nick Romney, I think, is brilliant. Have you listened to any of his stuff?
No.
He's been talking and he's been on TV, and he is the brightest, most squared away, patriotic individual that I have seen in government for years. And I'm thinking Mick Romney might be the guy that we might want to look at next time. Of course, I'm going to have to listen to him a lot longer, and find out some background history. And
that's what people never seem to want to do, is really take a look at both sides or listen to one guy's opinion if it isn't such a staunch
party line.
If you don't believe the way they believe, they won't listen to you.
Right.
Yeah, well, I've of course, out in Hollywood, we have a few of those out there that liberal off the deep end. I don't mind.
Barbara Streisand's one of my favorites, who writes on her blog and lives in a gated house, never goes out to see what the real world is all about. Yet she knows what solves everything, how everything should be run.
That's where I'm different. I do get out in the real world.
Yeah,
I spend half my life with the troops.
I take the word of somebody that's been around and under fire with the troops than I will any politician or entertainer.
I found out that you're very polite, and you will stand there, independent or Republican, will actually stand there and listen while a deep end, far off the deep end on the left, liberal tells you all about how he feels about it, and this is the way that I see it, and that, and then and you'll listen to him for 5 or 10 minutes doing his thing, and then when it comes your turn to explain how you feel about it, you get about one sentence into your explanation, and they cut you off. They literally will not listen to you. So how can they make an opinion? They can't.
I think we have a problem like that, though, on both sides, with the far right and the far left. I think both sides you get.
I agree, but on the far left, it's worse.
Yeah,
it's worse, and they don't have a lot of common sense. I found that out.
That's
we ought to do, don't you? We just kill them all. Just kill the bastards, line them up, just dig a big old hole.
As
a matter of fact, we could make something out of them and possibly build that wall down on our southern borders with those bodies.
The bodies of the
nobody
liberals.
want to come near that stench and that fly mess and maggots.
I love this guy.
That's another thing that cracks me up. Here we are faced with an invasion from the south, and I do mean an invasion. They've closed down all the half of the emergency rooms in Southern California are bankrupt. They've closed them down.
Yeah.
And if you do have a problem, like I had a situation where I had a blood clot and I was paralyzed on the left side, and I went to the emergency room. You realize that out there the illegals are given free medical care only if they go to the emergency rooms. So if they have a cold, they go to the emergency rooms. I took a number. I was number 87. And I sat there and I waited and I waited and I waited, and here was these little Hispanic kids with the sniffles, and that is ridiculous, and we need to do something about it. But I have a solution, and it's the simplest thing in the world. Why not enforce the damn laws that we have on the books that says you can't hire them?
Is anyone asking for anything more that isn't in place already? It's like that's why it's called illegal.
I hear this
illegal
multi-billion-dollar wall thing. What's up with this? I mean, come on. They dig holes, for Christ's sakes. Yeah. They have holes that they've dug under the border that are 1,000 feet long.
Huge tunnels,
Yeah, huge tunnels. And do you think a wall is going to stop them from tunneling? What they need to do is, I did a show here last year before last. It was the blimp. And they can take this blimp that they've come up with. It's lighter than air type blimp. You can't shoot them down. You punch a hole in it. It slowly leaks out, and you'll have to bring it home. But it doesn't just crash. Now, they can take these blimps, and they cost about a fourth or a tenth of what a helicopter would cost. Plus, a helicopter, it's up there for 3 hours, and it has to come back and get maintenance and refueled. This blimp can go up. You can put 2 crews on it. It can stay up there 3 days. It's got 2 little Piper Cub engines. It burns nothing for gas. You can put all the optical equipment and heat registering, what do they call that? Infrared and all this. And it can see 100 miles in each direction. Jeez. How many would we need, And that's all we really need to do is have somebody up there. We don't need to put more border patrols on. We just need to have that eye in the sky that can be watching day and night. And when they see activity in one certain area, grid of the border, they call and let the Border Patrol know so that the Border Control can come and control it.
Control the border.
But it would be the simplest thing in the world, wouldn't it? And they're talking about this multi-billion-dollar wall. What's this big-ass 40-foot-high concrete barrier. That reminds me of there was a similar situation between East and West Berlin, weren't there?
Yeah.
Then we didn't like that, did we?
Very well.
Didn't like that too much.
Well, hopefully they'll consider that idea, the blimp.
The blimp, it's so simple.
Blimp. It's such an old idea, yet it works.
It's put advertising on the side, like
right.
the
You
Super
probably,
Bowl.
They can sleep in it.
Nike.
The gondola,
Spanish on one
is
side.
huge. You can sleep in it.
Yeah.
There's sleeping quarters, so you can have 2 crews up there and stay up there 2 days in a row. Not like a helicopter. Go out for 3 hours and come back. Go out and come back. The people jumping across the borders are watching these helicopters. When they leave, they know, well, they're gone for a couple hours now, so we're wide open. Let's go, boys. Charge.
Blimp would be quiet.
Yeah, blimp is totally quiet.
I say you fill a few up with hydrogen like the Hindenburg and crash them right into the illegal aliens trying to...
We don't need to do that, but and another thing is enforce the law. We have laws in the books that says you can't hire an illegal alien.
But you can't hire...
You try to go over to another country, say Great Britain or France or any other civilized country.
Why
you go over there and try to get a job.
Would I want to do that?
No, but try it. You can't do
Give it
that.
a try.
They won't let you work,
Yeah, but the Americans won't do the jobs that the Mexicans will do here, though. That's the thing.
No. See, you have that wrong. You've listened to Ted Kennedy too much. He's
my uncle.
He says that the illegals come across and they do the jobs that no Americans will do. But he leaves off the last part. For $2.50 an hour.
Right.
Of course Americans will do those jobs, but not for $2.50 an hour like the illegals will.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference right there. So
Can you just go to a Marine base and get a tank? Could you personally just walk in and go, could I get a tank?
I want to drive
No,
for a
I
while.
could use one. I could probably go on any Marine base that has Abrams A1 battle tanks, and I could probably
let me use one.
Say, could we go for a ride? And they would be more than happy to load it
the
up.
Fact
Maybe
that you
shoot
have
a couple
that
of rounds
at your disposal is hysterical. I love it. I love the fact they should just let every illegal know that that's possible. That Lee Ermey might be somewhere in a tank right now. And then release tapes of this program to them to let them know that you might be out there in a tank.
I have all the respect in the world for the folks that have come over here legally, done the paperwork, and done it right. My son married a Filipina. My wife's a Filipina. And I kind of was wanting him to, I was kind of pushing him in that direction. So he's been going on vacation with his mom for the past few years, and he finally fell in love with a old family friend, and they got married in January. Do you realize that they're still working on her paperwork, and they haven't been able to get her back yet?
Wow.
Now,
and they're married.
And they're married. So here, meanwhile, we have all the illegals flooding on board, and the big question is, do we give them driver's licenses? Do we give them education? Those are already decided things. Of course we do. But how about my son's wife? That's what I'd like
They have
to know.
tunnels you can get her through.
I should have done that. I should have just brought her to Mexico and just whisked her across the border.
You could probably just get a bunch of, like, some elite squad, rappel down, grab her up, chop her back in.
But it's aggravating. It's just aggravating to know that, we're doing it the legal way because I insist there's no other way as far as I'm concerned. But in the meanwhile, we got all these people that are totally violating our laws the minute they step across our borders. Do you realize that Vicente Fox, of course, has been dumping his garbage in our backyard ever since?
Yep.
He's got a rapist, a 3-time committer. What does he do? He doesn't commit him to prison because then the Mexican government has to feed him.
Yep.
You are going to America, young man.
There you go.
And they escort him up to the border, and he comes over here and rapes a few people over here.
Have our criminals.
And they say a good 30% of the people in prison in California are illegal aliens. Come on, give me a break. Why are we supporting these? Why are we putting up with this crap? Let's just raise taxes so we can give them all color TV and personalized in their rooms.
It is aggravating.
It is. It's aggravating. There's so much wrong going on in this country, and it seems like the Democrats and the Republicans, the left and the right, are doing everything they can. They're jockeying for that vote. They want that illegal, that 12 million votes. And they're willing to sell us, the American people, out to get that 12 million votes, and it's disgusting. I'm starting to really get upset with them. But there's some good things, too. You know, the government does a lot of great things, and I'm proud of our government. We do have the best government in the world. I've lived in a lot of foreign countries, and I'll tell you what, give me America and give me this government any day of the week.
Just a few little problems.
And Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
And that's what the movie is about.
Right.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
And that's what the movie's
Texas
about.
Chainsaw Massacre, guys.
Oh, my God.
Hey,
my God,
but I'm serious about Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
It's better than the other one, and if you enjoyed the last one, which was a raging success, you need to go see this one. And this one I get to go totally berserk in. So
I would get the DVD of the first one first, and then go to the movies and see the second.
I would watch
the prequel.
the remake first too, and then you have all these questions. You know, well, how'd this happen? How'd that come about? Whatever happened for this? You know, so I recommend that. But by all means, go and see Texas Chainsaw Massacre on the big screen.
All right. Very good. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to have you.
Guys, thanks for having me on board. It's been a pleasure being here. Semper Fi. Y'all have a great rest of the day, okay?
Hoorah! No, we're off the air, too. Thank you, Arlie.
Good to go.
All right. Can we all get pictures, or you got to run out of here?
We can get pictures.
All right, cool. All right, guys, we're heading out for the weekend. Bob Kelly, Tourgasm at the Borgata.
Yeah, Tourgasm Borgata tonight, Atlantic City, and Atlanta tomorrow. Check my MySpace for more dates.
Atlanta tomorrow?
Atlanta, yeah, with the tour, 35 cities across the country.
All right, so go to Bob Kelly's MySpace to see when Tourgasm's coming to your town. Rich Voss,
Mohegan Sun tonight and my DVD, Amazon.com, Voss, DVD.com.
Right on.
I mean, Amazon.com.
Thank you, sir. What do we get? We get gifts?
Cool. Oh, thank you for having me.
Look at this.
We're getting gifts. All right, we're out of here, guys. It was a great week of radio. We had a lot of fun. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.